Chapter 211 Karina and Belinda. Chapter 211 Karina and Belinda. Translator, Zayamoj. It seems like we have guests. Yang Feng's mind was suddenly stirred and he looked into the distance. A red dust cloud rose in the distance, as a team of fully armed elven warriors galloped over atop demonic wildebeests. The elven warriors clearly didn't expect to come across such a city like the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland. They pulled their reins and stopped outside the arrow-shooting range. Yang Feng raised his voice. Elves, I am the master of the Miracle City, the great wizard Ian. Why have you come? So you're the villain. Give us back our people, Nancy and Nanny. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. A lovely, peerlessly beautiful elven girl with a curvaceous waist, a fiery and sexy body, far sexier than that of ordinary elves, a golden ponytail, and a delicate and exquisite face emerged from the crowd of beauties, drew an elven bow from her back, shouted lovely, and shot an arrow at Yang Feng. After crossing 200 meters, the green arrow carrying a strong wind passed 1 centimeter away from Yang Feng's face. His face turned slightly reddish from being brushed against by the strong wind. Yang Feng didn't flinch. However, he slightly creased his brows and said, I heard that elves are elegant and reasonable. Was it just hearsay? Are elves that bad at communication? The elves wanted to see Yang Feng cut a sorry figure while dodging the arrow, but they didn't even see Yang Feng flinch. They were stirred within and secretly praised him. The leader of the elves, a peerless beauty with long blue hair, an exquisite appearance, and full of feminine charm, stepped forward and said indifferently, I am Belinda, the leader of this elven troop. We elves are certainly good at communication. However, with those who harm our people, it's difficult for us to suppress the urge to kill those vile swine. Great Wizard Ian, we received the information that you purchased Nancy and Nanny, who are our people, at the slave market. Please hand them over. Upon hearing Belinda, the elves viciously stared at Yang Feng. Human aristocrats were thrilled to possess a beautiful pure-blood elven slave. The lifespan of the pure-blood elves was upwards of 1,000 years, which also meant that the suffering of elven slaves was practically endless. Many elven slaves had miserable outcomes. The Elven Empire's elves loathed human slave hunters and slave owners the most. No problem. Yang Feng smiled and continued indifferently. I wanted to return them to you to begin with. Since you're here, then that's just right. I'll return them to you. Belinda didn't expect that, and she gave Yang Feng a profound look. Although she didn't show it, but when she saw the strange Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland, Belinda was ready to withdraw. The 300 elven warriors were not ready to besiege a city, much less a city with a great wizard. That would be suicidal. It never crossed her mind that Yang Feng would so easily return them Nancy and Nanny. The other elves also couldn't believe their ears, looking at one another. Not long after, the Miracle City's gate opened. Nancy took Nanny's little hand and walked towards her people. Aunt Nancy, Sister Nanny, are you all right? Did that man bully you? If he did bully you, then I'll shoot him dead. The lovely elven girl with a fiery and sexy body, and a peerlessly beautiful appearance next to Belinda rushed towards Nancy and Nanny and asked loudly. Nancy raised her voice. He hasn't, Karina. In fact, it was really out of kindness that Master Ian purchased us from the vile slave merchants. He has always been very good to us. When they heard Nancy, the elves heaved a sigh of relief and their gaze turned milder as they looked at Yang Feng. Belinda stepped forward, bowed slightly toward Yang Feng in the distance in salute, and said, Master Ian, I'm very sorry. The information we got was wrong. I want to apologize for our recklessness. Finally, I want to sincerely thank you for saving our people. In the future, we'll repay you thrice as much as you spent. Yang Feng smiled faintly and said, Belinda, I can understand how you feel. It's a thing of the past. I always admired the beautiful and elegant elves. I would like to request an audience with the Elven Empire's Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Azramia. Can you satisfy this little wish of mine? Belinda replied, Sorry, I am just a small-time commander and have no authority to agree to your request. However, I'll report your request to my higher-ups and let them decide. Read @ST chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Yang Feng said with a smile. Thank you. Yang Feng's purpose wasn't to request an audience with the Elven Empire's great elven monarch, but to show a sign of goodwill toward the Elven Empire. In the Red Earth Wasteland, offending the Elven Empire would be very troublesome. Goodbye. Once Nancy and her daughter entered their ranks, Belinda took the elves back to the Elven Empire. Don't let me down. Yang Feng looked at the backs of the departing elves and muttered meaningfully. In a distant corner of the Red Earth Wasteland, looking at the sky, Artai's expression became unsightly and he cursed in a low voice. Fuck! The elves left. Gerald hurriedly asked. They left? Were they defeated? Artais frowned, saying, No, it looks like they haven't even fought. Gerald was disappointed. Artai's eyes lit up and flashed with a fierce glint, and he muttered, But we're not out of options. There are 300 elves here. Besides, this isn't a jungle, but the Red Earth Wasteland. We'll make a fortune if we can capture the 300 pure-blood elves. In jungles and forests, the fighting strength of elves was extremely terrifying and their archery was elusive. If human warriors, with 20 times more people than elves, entered a jungle to fight elves, defeat would be all but guaranteed. However, in the open and flat Red Earth Wasteland, the fighting strength of elves wasn't as terrifying. Gerald said very hesitantly. But elves have formidable battle prowess. The elves had a long lifespan and superior talent. If practicing diligently, each individual would be a powerhouse. In the elven combat troop, each member was a powerful warrior with chi that could shoot a human knight rank powerhouse dead. The 300-strong, armed to the teeth pure-blood elven combat troop was definitely a terrifying and formidable force. Artais licked his lips and said in a very chilly voice, The both of us have a total of 4,000 people. With 10 times the numbers and an open field as the battlefield, we can defeat them. Besides, I still have 10 magic scrolls and 20 apprentice wizards. Isn't that enough to capture them? On the Fesua Plain, wizards had an honored status and were very rare. However, due to the weave, it was much easier to become an apprentice wizard on the Fesua Plain than an apprentice warlock on the Zhangji Plain. And even though the wizard system was extremely backward, but the number of apprentice wizards was not small. Gerald thought for a moment. Finally, he raised his head and a scarlet glint flashed past his eyes. I can also provide 10 magic scrolls plus 30 apprentice wizards under my command. Let's do it. Pure-blood elves hid in the Elven Empire. They were very rare and difficult to capture. The Elven Woods inhabited by the Elven Empire were a restricted area for humans. Any human that trespassed on the Elven Woods would be immediately killed by the Elven Empire's law enforcement team. To hunt pure-blood elves, slave hunters would have to pay a price in blood. The number of human slave hunters killed in the Elven Woods was over 100,000. However, due to the huge profits, there were still people going to the Elven Woods to capture pure-blood elves each year. In the Rijek City, the pair of mother and daughter pure-blood elves, Nancy and Nanny, were purchased by Yang Feng for 15,000 gold coins because he was a great wizard and no one dared to offend a great wizard, and the price of slaves in the Rijek City slave market was on the low side. Otherwise, it was impossible to purchase a pair of mother and daughter pure-blood elves for 15,000 gold coins. If it was in the Morince Empire's imperial capital, where big shots and tycoons gathered, the pair of mother and daughter pure-blood elves could definitely fetch hundreds of thousands of gold coins in an auction house. Even 1 million gold coins wouldn't be strange. As the small-time slave hunters had no way to sell the precious pure-blood elves, Nancy and Nanny, in the imperial capital, they were forced to sell them in the Rijek City. 300 pure-blood elves, if sold in the imperial capital, would certainly cause an uproar among those big shots and tycoons. The Red Earth Wasteland. Nancy arrived next to Belinda and said with creased eyebrows, Belinda, I feel like there's something in the sky watching us. Really? Belinda's eyebrows arched. She silently recited an incantation. Her eyes blossomed with traces of radiance, and she looked towards the sky, where she saw a black eagle travel amid the clouds and monitor the land below. It's a black demonic eagle of the human slave hunters. Belinda's complexion turned very unsightly. She issued a piercing howl, stimulated her powerful Firmament Knight, level 2 warlock, Rank Chi, and shot an arrow into the sky. An emerald-green radiance soared into the sky and went straight into the clouds. After spanning a distance of 1,000 meters, it shot out from an eyeball of the black demonic eagle, running through its brain. The black demonic eagle dropped to the ground. Belinda barked, "Prepare for battle. We'll have company soon." Karina came over and said with arched eyebrows, "What? Does that Master Ian want to attack us in bad faith? I think that it shouldn't be him." Nancy shook her head and said, "The strength of Master Ian is unfathomable. The miracle city you just saw was built overnight. If he wanted to put his hands on us, then his best chance would have been next to the miracle city." Karina's eyes flashed with incredulity and she exclaimed, "What? That city was built overnight? How is that possible? Even those legend wizards, great warlocks of legends can't do that." Belinda also was shocked and her eyes flashed with incredulity. Even the Elven Empire's great elven monarch Azramia couldn't build such a majestic and grand city overnight. It was simply miraculous. Nancy said, "I saw this with my own eyes. I suspect that he's a divine chosen of the Weave Goddess. He came to the Red Earth Wasteland to spread the Weave Goddess glory and faith." A divine chosen. Belinda and Karina were touched by this remark. The Fesua Plain had gods. Those chosen by gods and blessed with great power were called divine chosen. The gods would pay their divine chosen some attention from time to time, not only bestowing them strength, but also personally guiding them and letting them spread the gods' glory. Historically, divine chosen were favored by the heavens. They had done many great things and were very reputable. Based on their achievements, some divine chosen doted on by their gods could even be turned into gods of the respective divine systems. Belinda clenched the bow in her hand and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. "Whether he's a divine chosen or not, our troubles are here." 4,000 cavalrymen along with a dense cloud of dust appeared ahead and fanned to the sides, completely cutting off the way of retreat of Belinda and the other elves. FGayebnovel.com. "It's those damn human slave hunters." When Karina saw the black-clothed, fully armed cavalrymen releasing a valiant aura, her pretty eyes flashed with ire. She erupted with terrifying, Firmament Knight Rank Chi and shot an arrow. An emerald green, light arrow suddenly erupted and shot towards the human cavalryman. The emerald green, light arrow was very precise. It hit the human cavalryman from 1,000 meters away. After running through 4 human cavalrymen, the arrow still continued to fly for another 2,000 meters before dropping to the ground. Seeing the power of Karina's arrow, the slave hunter's morale declined sharply. His eyes bloodshot, Gerald gave some crude encouragements. "I'll reward you with 3,000 gold coins for every elf you capture. There are 300 elves, capture them alive. I'll reward you with 900,000 gold coins. With 900,000 gold coins, you can lead rich lives until the end of your days. Also, I'll leave an elf for you to vent. Brothers, finish this in one fell swoop. We can vent after we're done. For 900,000 gold coins. For the elves. I want to have the first go at the elf. No, I want to be the first one. When they heard that, the eyes of the human slave hunters turned bloodshot. They issued strange cries and recklessly rushed towards the 300 elves. Chapter 212, Capturing the Elves. Chapter 212, Capturing the Elves. Translator, Zayamoch. High-end slaves like elves, when captured by the slave hunters, generally couldn't be touched as one wished in order to prevent the elves from being ruined or even killed and have the investment of the slave hunt go down the drain. In order to capture the pair of pureblood elves, Nancy and Nanny, the slave hunters had penetrated deep into the elven woods. In the end, they lost dozens of people before fleeing back. If the leader of those slave hunters were to leave the pair of elves for himself to enjoy, then his subordinates would definitely tear him apart. Many slave hunters were small groups formed of scum and criminals. It was not uncommon for these groups to have uneven distributions of loot, which would be followed by infighting. Elven virgins could be sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins per individual, while non-virgin elves could only be sold for hundreds or 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins. The gap between the two was extremely terrifying. Those who could afford to purchase elves for hundreds of thousands of gold coins were top tycoons. Those tycoons weren't afraid of spending money. They were afraid of purchasing subpar products. Under such circumstances, many of the slave hunters had never tasted an elf. Now that Gerald promised to let them play with an elf, they immediately went mad. Hearing the obscenities coming from the slave hunters, the pretty faces of the elves turned cold and a fierce fury ignited in their beautiful eyes. Fire! Belinda's eyes flashed with a frigid glint and she barked. The 300 elven archers shot a volley of arrows enveloped in chi at the slave hunters. Like a tract of wheat, a part of the slave hunters suddenly fell and blood sprinkled about. In a volley, over 100 human warriors met their death under the elven archers' arrows. The slave hunters were very experienced. They pulled apart their formations and madly rushed at the elves from all sides. These warriors were the private troops Gerald's and Artai's families. They have experienced countless battles and were extremely fierce. Knowing that only by staying close to the elves could they get a chance to survive, they madly rushed towards the elves. The elven archers fired twice at will and alike mowing grass, killed over 300 human warriors. The 300 elven archers abandoned their bows and drew extremely delicate elven swords from their waists. Their eyes flashed with a glint of indignation as they coldly watched the human warriors. The 300 elven warriors were powerhouses who worked hard on their martial skills. Each individual had the cultivation base of a knight rank and had cultivated chi. There were even plenty great knight rank and earth knight rank powerhouses. Belinda and Karina were even firmament knight rank powerhouses. Led by the both of them, these elven warriors weren't afraid to fight the humans at close quarters. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. An apprentice wizard hiding among the human warriors rushing at the elves took out a pouch and opened it, cast the level 0 spell Mage Hand, took the pouch into the air, and shook it vigorously. Dragon fecal powder flew out of the pouch. The apprentice wizard silently recited an incantation, and a cool breeze blew the dragon fecal powder towards the elves. When the wildebeests below the elves sensed the dragon fecal powder, they suddenly went mad and started frantically running and jumping about, breaking the elves' formation. freewebnov.com. The human warriors were prepared and jumped down from their mounts. At the same time, they took out many jars, opened them, and vigorously waved them at the elves, launching a mixture of lime and sand at them. 10 apprentice wizards cast a spell simultaneously and pointed at the mixture of lime and sand. Gusts of winds suddenly appeared and the vast expanse of lime and sand swept toward the elves. Caught unprepared, the elves were swept by the lime and sand and couldn't open their eyes, let alone attack the enemy. The human warriors seized this opportunity to take out nets and throw them at the elves, trapping them. Those nets had a special property. Once trapped by them, the more the elves struggled, the tighter the nets would entangle them. Pretty good. Sure enough, humans are the most proficient at using tools to their advantage against stronger races. A low voice echoed in the clouds. Despicable! You despicable humans! Belinda covered her face with a hand, roared indignantly, jumped down from her wildebeest, and rushed into the crowd of humans. The elven sword in her hand released terrifying chi, chopping the human slave hunters in two. To those human warriors, a firmament knight rank powerhouse was practically an unparalleled existence. Wherever she passed through, no human could resist Belinda's sword. Over 20 human warriors died to her sword in just a dozen breaths of time. The slave hunters didn't dare to fight Belinda head-on, so they kept throwing nets, lime, and sand at her. Belinda urged her chi, and the elven sword in her hand released a green radiance. Wherever the chi passed, the special nets would be cut in two by her sword. Stay your hand, female elf over there. If you don't stop, I'll kill her. A voice came from the side. When Belinda turned around, she saw Karina, who was entangled by nets, struggle in pain. There was a long sword resting on her neck. The owner of the sword, Artace, sneered at Belinda repeatedly. Although Karina had the cultivation of a firmament knight rank, but she was really lacking in terms of actual combat experience. Having been blinded by lime and sand and then covered by nets, She was captured by those slave hunters before managing to exhibit her formidable strength. Artai's eyes flashed with excitement and he shouted, "This female elf has blonde hair. She should be a member of the Elven Empire's royal sun elves. Besides, she is so beautiful. She should be of the Crossdale family, whose members are famous for their godlike beauty and might be of divine bloodline. Ha ha! Continue to resist and I'll kill her." The Elven Empire's elves were divided into grass elves, forest elves, earth elves, fire elves, water elves, gold elves, wood elves, and other different kinds of elves. Among elves, the royals were divided into sun elves and moonlight elves. The sun elves had dazzling, pure, golden hair. Moonlight elves had beautiful, graceful, mysterious, silver hair. Among elves, men were handsome and women were beautiful. However, sun elves and moonlight elves were the elves most doted on by the elven primary god Mophisareja. The sun elves' Crossdale family and the moonlight elves' Ramonfin family were reputed to possess divine looks. The females of both families were peerless beauties. There was once a Crossdale family's female elf walking the continent, with whom the emperors of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire were infatuated with and for the sake of whom a 100-year-long war swept the entire continent. Finally, a god of the Xalia divine system went personally to the elven primary god Mophisareja to seek this peerless elven beauty. At the cost of defecting his divine system and joining the elven divine system, he took that Crossdale family's peerless beauty as his wife. The defection of that Xalia divine system's god gave rise to tensions between the elven divine system and Xalia divine system. It took over 100 years for the tensions to fade away. After this, the Crossdale family's peerless looks became famous in the whole world. Practically all human regents prided themselves in obtaining the Crossdale family's peerless beauties. Reportedly, the Crossdale family were the divine descendants and had the bloodline of the elven primary god Mophisareja. They had an extremely esteemed status in the Elven Empire. When Belinda saw that Karina was captured, she suddenly felt like being submerged in a mire and her mind was in disarray. Karina was not a member of this combat troop. At the time, she couldn't stand Karina's pleading. She felt that she was strong enough to protect her. If Karina were to meet with any accidents, then even her family might be implicated. Belinda was so distracted that a bit of lime mixed with sand hit her eyes and over a dozen nets suddenly swept towards her. Belinda was shocked, yet she wasn't panicked. She stimulated her extremely formidable chi to strengthen her hearing, ready to struck at the nets with her sword. Drowsy! An apprentice wizard tore a level 1 magic scroll and pointed toward Belinda. Belinda suddenly felt extreme exhaustion assault her mind and she wanted to sleep. However, the Firmament Knight rank chi strengthened her body and prevented her from falling asleep right away. Once she bit her lips and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She stimulated her chi and forcibly sobered up. Drowsy! Another apprentice wizard tore a magic scroll and pointed at Belinda. Belinda felt extreme exhaustion assault her mind once more and bit her lips again. Suddenly, she felt herself get slightly heavy. The nets had already landed on her. Over 30 warriors flocked over with nets to firmly tie Belinda up. Warriors with nets kept rushing over, throwing nets at Belinda, and firmly enveloping her. Following Belinda's humiliating capture, the 300 elves were also captured by the slave hunters. While all smiles, the slave hunters swept the elves' bodies with obscene gazes, and they revealed lascivious smiles. Although the slave hunters had close to 1,000 casualties, yet the capture of 300 elves was definitely extremely profitable. Chapter 213, Yang Feng arrives. Chapter 213, Yang Feng arrives. Translator, Zayamoch. Looking at the 300 elves tied together, Gerald laughed wildly. Ha ha! 300 elves! We're gonna make a lot of money. These elves are really stupid. They thought that they are stronger than us and dared to fight us. What fools! If they fled at the very beginning, then we would have no way to catch them. Gerald didn't take to heart the close to 1,000 casualties among the slave hunters. So long as there was enough money, then with the strength of his family, he could recruit as many people as he wanted. Ardace showed a complacent smile. The elves are too arrogant, which is a weakness. They look down on us due to their individual strength being far greater than ours. If it wasn't for their belief that they are stronger than us, would they have stayed to fight us? The cultivation bases of these two elven girls are at the firmament knight rank. They certainly wouldn't care about small fries that aren't even knights. But now they have been captured by us. This is the power of the wisdom of humans. They didn't consider that for us to come to capture them, we naturally would have our trump cards. This elven leader is really a boobs for brain good for nothing, mocked Ardace. As if suddenly coming to a realization, he continued, no, the real boobs for brain good for nothing isn't the elven leader, but the girl from the Crossdale family, whose people are reputed to have divine looks. She didn't even manage to display her capability before being captured by us, leaving the elven leader distracted, which was why it was so easy for us to capture her. When she heard that, Belinda's lovely body trembled slightly. She was full of remorse. As Ardace said, if she had fled directly towards Yangfeng's Miracle City, then the slave hunters would basically have no chance at capturing them. She was overconfident in her fighting strength and therefore chose to confront the slave hunters. Little did she know that these human warriors were so cunning, so incisive. If it was in the elven woods, then the 300 elven archers could truly erupt with their skills and completely destroy the 4,000 slave hunters without losing more than 10 individuals on their side. Belinda had confronted human slave hunters in the elven woods, killing an unknown number of human powerhouses. Even Sky Knight rank experts had died to her arrows. Yet now, she was defeated by Gerald and Ardace, who weren't even knights. This left her extremely regretful. Karina's lovely body trembled, and she shed tears of humiliation and remorse. It was because she was caught that Belinda got distracted and captured. Otherwise, with Belinda's strength of a firmament knight, it was entirely possible for her to trade a bloody path out of the crowd and escape alone. Gerald went up to Karina, squatted down, lifted her chin, and sized her up full of excitement. This girl is of the Crossdale family, whose people are reputed to have divine looks. Sure enough, the skin is flawless and the body is perfect. Extremely enchanting. Haha! Crossdale family's elven beauties were so peerless in their looks that even the regents of empires would be tempted by them. Gerald naturally wanted to take a closer look at Karina. Suddenly, a long sword pierced through Gerald's chest and drops of blood dropped onto the ground from the tip of the sword. Gerald clutched at his chest, coughed out a large amount of blood, stared at Ardace with horror, and said with a shaky voice, "Why? So you're actually one of those rare few people with the heart on the right side." Ardace frowned slightly and then continued with a smile. "Gerald, don't you think that these elves are too few for two people? So please die." Ardace pulled out the sword out of Gerald's chest. Large amounts of blood gushed out of his chest and sprinkled on the ground. Next, he brandished the sword decisively and beheaded Gerald. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Do it!" Artai's private troops were already prepared to launch a sudden attack and brandish their swords at those who were their comrades in arms just a moment ago. Caught unprepared, more than half of Gerald's private troops were killed at once. The remaining people knew that they had no way out, so they madly fought against Artai's private troops with clenched their teeth. The apprentice wizards on Gerald's side were the first people to be attacked by Artai's troops before being instantly killed. With the help of the apprentice wizards on their side, Artai's private troops madly slaughtered Gerald's warriors, which had a snowball effect on their advantage. Some of Gerald's private troops that wanted to flee were stopped by spells cast by apprentice wizards. A warrior on Gerald's side screamed shrilly, "Ardace, you murdered Earl Albit's only child. He will never let you off. Earl Albit will kill you along with your family. You don't have to worry about me. I'll offer the Crossdale family's elf to His Majesty, and His Majesty will definitely grant me the hereditary peer Earl title. With these 300 elven beauties, I can perfectly weave a formidable network in the imperial capital. Earl Albit wouldn't dare to act rashly in the imperial capital, right? Just give me a few years and Earl Albit won't count for much. Lastly, thank you for being a stepping stone of mine and for helping me to take a firm step towards the summit of power. Now that you no longer have any use, you can go and die," Ardace said with a smile to the warriors on Gerald's side. Following their final death throes, Gerald's private troops were butchered to a man. Seeing that his private troops finished killing Gerald's private troops, Ardace patted his hands and said with smile, "All right, my dearest subordinates, apart from these 2 elves, you can choose 10 from among the other elves as your reward. Of course, each of the esteemed apprentice wizards can also choose an elf." Artai's private troops, whose eyes were red from killing, issued loud cheers. 10 elves, that was 10 times as much as what Gerald promised. The eyes of the apprentice wizards who followed Ardace lit up and they sized up the bodies of the elves without restraint, showing expressions of greed. Although the status of these apprentice wizards was high, yet when compared to official wizards, there was still an extremely wide gap in status. They weren't entitled to enjoy elven slaves. The elves struggled and shed tears of pain and humiliation. They knew how miserable and tragic it was to fall into the hands of humans as slaves. "That won't do. These elves are my friends." At this moment, from the sky, from far away came Yang Feng's voice. Artai's complexion suddenly changed greatly and he looking up. Everyone looked up. Midair. They saw Yang Feng covered in the sacred light from Light of Intervention standing atop a magic carpet, looking like the embodiment of a god descending into the secular world. He flew over. "Chaikin, shoot him down." Ardace's complexion changed greatly and he bellowed. At the same time, he quickly took several steps back and retreated into the crowd of people. An archer with the cultivation base of an Earth Knight stepped forward. His chi surged and he shot an arrow, which looked like a shooting star, towards Yang Feng. Shying. With a crisp sound, Yang Feng instantly unsheathed the level 3 secret treasure sword of light from his waist. Yang Feng hacked the sword at the arrow and directly crashed it. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Ardace was dumbfounded and muttered, "Magic and martial dual cultivation. How is this possible? Aren't divine descendants and demigod rank powerhouses the only ones that can practice magic and martial dual cultivation? He's just a great wizard and a human. How could he practice magic and martial dual cultivation?" The elves lying on the ground were also stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. In the Feisua Plain, because of the weave which covered the entire plain, the plains wizards would forget the spells they learned the day before. Under such circumstances, wizards were already short on time for magic cultivation and basically wouldn't have the energy for martial cultivation. The more powerful the wizard, the weaker their body be. This was also the reasons why the Zhangji Plains human warlocks despised the various cultivation inheritances of other plains. In addition to the divine path, other plains only had demons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, and other ancient and formidable beings that could contend against the Zhangji Plains human warlocks. Yang Feng shook gently and jumped down of the magic carpet. He blessed himself with light feather. Ardace's private troops quickly stepped forward to surround Yang Feng. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. A trace of red swept past the depth of his eyes. His divinity of massacre trembled. His blood boiled, and he stepped forward, following flickers of bloody radiances. Artai's private troops blocking in front of Yang Feng were chopped in two and blood sprayed all over. The blood splashed about, yet Yang Feng was shrouded with a life force cover. The blood was ricocheted upon touching his life force cover. Nothing could withstand his sword. No one could block in front of his sword. Lying on the ground, Karina and Belinda watched Yang Feng walk in the crowd. They couldn't tear away their eyes from him. Amid the crowd, Yang Feng seemed to have turned massacre into an art. He exuded a dangerous and fascinating charm. The divine energy of massacre and Black Dragon's bloodline coupled with his own continuous growth and transformation gave rise to the fascinating charm. freewebnovel.com. Yang Feng fought calmly despite his boiling blood. With each strike of the sword, he gained a deeper understanding of the art of the sword, and the divine energy of massacre increased by a bit. Chapter 214, Subduing Ardace. Chapter 214, Subduing Ardace. Translator, Zayamoj. No matter how many times Yang Feng trained in the virtual reality battle cabin, but the sense of danger and urgency he experienced was far less than that of an actual battle. After all, in the virtual reality battle cabin, Yang Feng knew that he could revive no matter how many times he was defeated. On an actual battlefield, however, you could end up like Belinda if you were to get distracted. Artai's private soldiers repeated the same trick, sending lime and sand as well as nets toward Yongfeng. When the sand and lime touched Yongfeng's life force cover, they were jolted away. Faced with the level 3 secret treasure sword of light in his hand, the special nets were also ineffective. Web. Arcane projectiles. Drowsy. Dot. The apprentice wizards clenched their teeth and cast level 0 spells with all their might, sending them toward Yongfeng. Once the offensive level 0 spells slammed onto Yongfeng's life force cover, they immediately collapsed. The cobwebs that emerged from thin air were also broken by a strike from Yongfeng's sword. The power of the level 1 spell Drowsy was greatly reduced after passing through Yongfeng's life force cover before being dispelled by the sacred light covering his body. After crossing a sea of blood, there was suddenly a clearing in front of him. Yongfeng appeared in front of Ardace. Without hesitation, Ardace threw the sword in his hand aside, knelt on the ground, looked up at Yongfeng and pleaded, "Master Ian, I have something to say. I'm willing to have all my subordinates put down their weapons and surrender to you. Please listen to what I have to say. Please cast a soundproofing spell and listen to what I have to say. If you still want to kill me after listening to me, then you can do as you please." Yongfeng smiled faintly and silently recited an incantation. A strange magic fluctuation shrouded him and Ardace, completely cutting off the sound of their conversation to the outside world. Ardace said in an orderly manner, "You're a hero on a great endeavor in the Red Earth Wasteland, Master Ian. You're bound to become a legendary master and leave your mark in the annals of history. You're a mighty being, a being in the light. If there is light, then there must also be darkness. I wish to rely on you and serve you. I wish to become your shadow in the darkness and help you deal with things that you find inconvenient to deal with yourself. I wish to help you spread your light all over. I'm a baron of a small family in the Morince Empire. I've been in the Rijek city for many years and have a lot of influence there, and I have an over 1,000-strong private troop at my beck and call. If you have the money, then I can recruit thousands more warriors. You subdued me and all these forces are yours now. I can be your ears as well as your dagger. So long as you spare my life, you can get a loyal dog treading for you in the darkness. I know that it's difficult for you to believe in my loyalty right away. However, wizards have countless means and you should be able to find a way to control me. I volunteer to be controlled by you. Please spare my pathetic life, sir." Yongfeng raised his brows. It was the first time he met an aristocrat without integrity, who would degrade himself in order to survive. His killing intent gradually subsided after listening to Ardace. The Red Earth Wasteland was extremely impoverished. It lacked people, money, supplies, it lacked everything. Besides, the Red Earth Wasteland was surrounded by the Morince Empire, Elven Empire, Beastman Empire, and Titan Empire. To build and then keep the city, Yongfeng needed to have the support of many forces. Although Ardace was despicable and shameless, vicious and merciless, and had no integrity, but he was a capable person, nevertheless. Yongfeng lacked such a capable person. He flipped his hand and a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "This is a magic elixir. When used, your body will be destroyed bit by bit from inside out and you'll die if you think about betraying me. By then, not even the gods will be able to save you." Without hesitation, Ardace grabbed the vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir. "Master, thank you very much for granting me this elixir." As if having a life of its own, the vial broke away from Artai's right hand, lifted itself into the air, and pricked his arm. Ardace was slightly startled and his body swayed. He immediately restrained himself from catching the vial and watched as the elixir was injected into his body. Yongfeng snapped his fingers after Ardace was injected with the liquid metal nanorobot elixir. In an instant, the liquid metal nanorobots stimulated Artai's apertures and extremely powerful life potential surged inside Artai's body. Ardace suddenly erupted with formidable chi, promoting to an official knight. Ardace flattered in excitement. "Thank you very much for granting me such formidable strength, Master. Your capability is simply unfathomable. You're just like the incarnation of a god treading in the secular world." Yongfeng gave Ardace a meaningful look. According to the information sent back by the liquid metal nanorobots, Artace wasn't as excited as he appeared to be. Artai's strong point wasn't his cultivation base and military strength, but his aristocratic identity, cunning head, and tremendous influence. Under his design, Gerald and Belinda were respectively killed and captured by him. If he hadn't misjudged Yang Feng's strength, he wouldn't have been defeated. Artai's mind shivered slightly after receiving Yang Feng's meaningful look, yet his expression was still that of excitement, looking like a loyal dog. Yang Feng said indifferently, "A new city needs a lot of supplies. I need people, weapons, foodstuff, and water. Send half of your men to the Rhine River to fetch water. The rest is to help me get the supplies I need. In addition, I want you to build me a huge intelligence network in the Four Empires. I want to be the first one to know about anything that happens in the Four Empires." Artace thought for a while and said, "Master, the elves of the Elven Empire live all in the Elven Woods. No human is allowed to enter the woods. The only window of opportunity for humans to trade with them is via the ancient Green Forest City. It's very hard to get a hold of intelligence on those sharp ears. As for the other three empires, so long as there's enough money, building a huge intelligence network won't be too difficult." The Elven Empire was extremely exclusive. It was entirely confined to the Elven Woods. It was somewhat isolated, with the only point of contact with the rest of the world being the ancient Green Forest City. There, elves sold their special products to and purchased a variety of supplies from humans. Humans could only come across a lot of elves in the ancient Green Forest City. However, the ancient Green Forest City was heavily defended and had 100,000 elite elven troops stationed. Their experts were as common as clouds. Anyone attempting to hunt elves in the ancient Green Forest City would be hung from tall ironwoods and exposed to the elements once caught. Outside the ancient Green Forest City was the Ironwood Corpse Forest. In the Ironwood Corpse Forest hung over 30,000 desiccated corpses. These were the bodies of slave hunters, half of which were humans and the other half were beastmen, half-blood beastmen, other races, and even half-blood elves. The 30,000 terrifying, desiccated corpses served as a warning to the outsiders not to hunt elves. Every year, however, there were desperate scum taking chances before being added to the Ironwood Corpse Forest as corpses. Money is not a problem. Yang Feng tossed Artace a storage ring. Use these to establish a huge intelligence network. As for the Elven Empire, establish an intelligence network in the ancient Green Forest City. This is a space ring. Artai's mind shook when he received the storage ring. In the Feisua Plain, only greater aristocrats like earls and dukes could possess a space ring. Such a lesser aristocrat like Artace, who had only heard of space ring, had his heart jump wildly and was extremely excited upon receiving one. Artai's consciousness entered the storage ring. Suddenly, his eyes surged with excitement. 100,000 magic energy stones. Such a big sum, worthy of a great wizard. No, even among great wizards, few could compare with him in terms of riches. Looks like I'm on the right side. In the Feisua Plain, these 100,000 magic stones could easily be exchanged for over 80 million gold coins. 80 million gold coins could not only easily cover Artai's losses, but also let him establish an extremely formidable intelligence network. Artace revealed a flattering smile, saying, "Thank you for your trust, Master. I will serve you with my life. I won't let you down." Yang Feng said, "Rise." Artace swiftly climbed onto his feet. "Yes, Master." Yang Feng waved his hand and lifted the soundproofing spell. Artace said loudly, "Everyone listen." After listening to my pleading, the mighty great wizard Ian finally showed great mercy and agreed to let us live. Now retreat immediately. I, Artace, will compensate you for your losses. Artai's private troops breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at the beautiful elves with some reluctance. Yet in the end, they still didn't dare to go against Artai's orders and left with him. They were scared of Yang Feng. Nearly 200 people fell to Yang Feng's sword. Yet he himself was untainted even by a speck of dust. Such a powerhouse gave rise to despair in their minds. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. In this place, only Yang Feng and the 300 beautiful elves, who were tightly tied down, were left. The atmosphere had become a bit weird. Dread and vigilance flashed past Belinda's eyes as she watched Yongfeng. If the 300 pure-blood elves were to be sold in the human territory, they were sure to go for a sky-high price. Karina, in particular, was a peerless beauty of the Crossdale family. If she was offered to an emperor of a human empire, you could definitely acquire the title of Earl along with a territory and become a genuine aristocrat. Using these 300 pure-blood elves, you could exchange them for money, beauties, aristocratic title, authority, and territory in a human empire. It was difficult for a human not to get tempted. Chapter 215, Land of Battle of Gods. Chapter 215, Land of Battle of Gods. Translator, Zayamoch. Because of his desire to acquire the 300 elves, Ardace ruthlessly stabbed his former good friend and close partner, Gerald, from behind with a sword. Belinda was fully aware that their fate was in Yongfeng's hands now. She said softly, "Thank you very much for saving us, Master Ian. You mentioned before that you want to go to the Elven Empire and meet Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Azramia. I'll do everything in my power to have the higher-ups agree to your request." Nancy also said softly, "Thank you for saving us, Master Ian." The lowly nanny also said happily, "Thank you, Master Ian." At a glance, Yongfeng saw through Belinda's vigilance. He didn't expose her. He only smiled and brandished his sword downwards. With a holly glimmer, the special net binding Belinda was cut open. Belinda only now heaved a sigh of relief. She drew her elven sword. With the flash of a sword ray, the net binding Karina was cut open. Karina jumped onto her feet. The sword in her hands flickered and moved like a prancing dragon among the tied-up elves, cutting open the nets and releasing the firmly bound elves. Yongfeng acted no more. He directly sheathed the Sword of Light, took a few steps back, and quietly waited. Yongfeng thought secretly, "Karina's swordsmanship is even better than Belinda's, yet she was so easily defeated. It seems that her actual combat experience is very little." As far as swordsmanship was concerned, Karina, who was born of the Sun Elves and had access to pointers from numerous experts, was far stronger than Belinda. However, her actual combat experience was too little, which was why she was defeated by the human slave hunters who used some strange tricks. If she had 30% of Belinda's battle experience, then Ardace and the others wouldn't have so easily captured the 300 elves. After all of her companions were rescued, Belinda heaved a slight sigh of relief and looked at Yongfeng with more gratitude in her eyes. The 300 elves looked at Yongfeng with traces of goodwill and gratitude in their beautiful eyes. They were quite aware that they would have very miserable ends if it wasn't for him. Karina, carrying a fragrance, walked up to Yongfeng. Her limpid, beautiful eyes, which were capable of entrancing a person's soul, brimmed with smiles as she expressed her thanks. "Ian, you're a good person. Thank you for saving us." A good person? When Yongfeng heard her pure thanks and looked at her pure and beautiful eyes, his feelings turned complicated and his mood became downcast. At this moment, he threw all his schemes aside and said in vexation, "Maybe I was a good person once. Now, however, I'm just a common person with a bottom line." Yongfeng was secretly alarmed after uttering his laments. He operated his secret method and gathered his spirit, before looking at Karina with vigilance. "Shit! My spirit was swayed just now. So scary." The reputation of the Crossdale family's pure-blood elves possessing divine looks capable of even corrupting a god isn't without reason. Karina didn't use any charming spells. Just her natural presence painted such a beautiful scenery that the more you looked at it, the more fascinating it felt. Although Yongfeng was someone who had seen his share of beauties, yet he was still unconsciously attracted by Karina's charm from just looking her in the eyes. Karina said, "Your sword is very beautiful. Can I take a look at it?" Yongfeng smiled and handed Karina the Sword of Light. Karina drew the Sword of Light and waved it in her hand. The sword added a sacred radiance to her and made her look sacred like the incarnation of a goddess. Karina waved the Sword of Light excitedly and said with a smile, looking lovely beyond belief, "Sure enough, you're a cheater. I was wondering how you could look that good, so it's due to magic." In fact, I'm not bad looking to begin with. It's not just due to magic. How arrogant. It's not arrogance, but self-confidence. Ian, do you really want to build a city here in the Red Earth Wasteland? There's nothing here, even if the city is built, but how do you intend to maintain it? Although the Red Earth Wasteland is barren, but I'm sure that I can develop it into a huge treasure trove. In history, there were quite a few people tooting their own horns, yet in the end, all left with tails between their legs. Will you be one of them? I'll just be the one to make history. How arrogant. It's not arrogance, but self-confidence. Where does that self-confidence of yours, which makes you think that you can surpass those powerful people, come from? It's because I'm Ian. Belinda walked over, coughed gently, and interrupted. Karina, we should go. Karina held Belinda's hands and acted very coquettish. Belinda, I have the sudden urge to see how this arrogant guy will turn the Red Earth Wasteland into a treasure trove. How about letting me play here for a year or two? Belinda said with a bitter smile. Your Highness Karina, I brought you along at great risk. If you stay here, then we'll have to bear the anger of His Majesty upon return. Few people could refuse Karina's soft plea. However, Belinda had to consider the fury of the great elven monarch that they would have to bear were Karina to stay in the Red Earth Wasteland. Karina's beautiful eyes dimmed. With the sword of light in hand, she looked at Yang Feng expectantly and asked, Ian, I have to go. I like this sword very much. Can you give it to me? Yang Feng replied with a smile. All right. Karina took out a green leaf and gave it to Yang Feng. This is my token. If you show it at the entrance to the Elven Woods, someone will take you to see me. Belinda's charming complexion changed slightly when she saw it. She hesitated, yet didn't say anything in the end. Yang Feng took out a black stone and gave it to Karina. This is a call stone, an alchemical treasure I forged. You can use this call stone to call me when you're in danger. Karina's beautiful eyes brightened, and she said with excitement and expectation, You're also an alchemist. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. Alchemy was greatly respected in the Feisua Plain. In the Feisua Plain, there were also wizards specializing in alchemy. However, the number of alchemists was much smaller than that of common wizard. Alchemists could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn's horn. Belinda was also a bit surprised when she heard that. She sized Yang Feng up again and started to seriously doubt whether he was a divine chosen. Yang Feng smiled and said, That's right. My alchemy shouldn't be too bad. Soon, the Red Earth Wasteland will have its own alchemical products. If you like, I can give you exclusive distribution rights in the Elven Empire. Karina asked curiously, What do you mean by giving me exclusive distribution rights in the Elven Empire? Yang Feng replied, In the Elven Empire, my goods will only go through you. Regarding those goods, it'll be up to you how and to whom to sell them. In the Elven Empire, I won't sell my goods to anyone else besides you. You can definitely make a fortune by relying on my products. Karina smiled happily and said, Okay, be sure to show me your finished products. I'll help you sell them if they're any good. Belinda just smiled bitterly to the side and watched Yang Feng hoodwink Karina into becoming his client. After urging Karina on several times, Belinda finally took Karina as well as the 300 elves to the Elven Woods. Yang Feng watched the backs of Karina and the others, who had already gone far, and contemplated. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A phantom hunter equipped with a flying device flew into the air and overlooked Karina and the others from the middle of the clouds. In the Feisua Plain, gods would direct their gazes to the secular world from time to time. Therefore, Yang Feng didn't dare to directly launch a small reconnaissance satellite. Back in the Miracle City, Yang Feng entered secluded cultivation and started to comprehend the insights he gained in the battle just now. This battle was greatly beneficial towards improving his strength. One day later, the Red Earth Wasteland, the land cursed by gods. The historical truth is hidden in the long river of time. This is the place where gods of the 4 divine systems came to blows in the past, the land of battle of gods. Yang Feng trod atop the red earth in the Miracle City. He watched the ever-present red earth, smiling coldly. According to the demon-fighting sect's records, the Red Earth Wasteland was once the battleground of gods of the 4 divine systems. A number of clones of gods and even true bodies of gods that came out of their divine countries fought in this place. A number of gods fell in that battle and their divine blood dyed the earth red. Gods were beings that could be said to be life forms at an even higher level than human warlocks. Without a purification tower, the formidable life force of warlocks could be merged with non-life forms and give rise to various strange phenomena. The blood of gods also a terrifying power. Any place where the blood of gods fell on would have everything eroded and become barren. Lands of battle of gods were generally dead and in ruin. The Red Earth Wasteland was also once dead and in ruin and full of danger. Later, however, in order to prevent the danger in the Red Earth Wasteland from spreading to other places, the gods purified the Red Earth Wasteland. With the passage of time, the Red Earth Wasteland had adopted its current state. The reason why the Red Earth Wasteland couldn't grow any foodstuff was that there were still traces of power of divine blood in the earth. Ordinary plants couldn't grow with the power of divine blood present. A fervent glint flashed past Yongfeng's eyes. For others, this place is a wasteland. For me, however, this place is a treasure trove. Chapter 216, The Power of Extraordinary Plants. Chapter 216, The Power of Extraordinary Plants. Translator, Zayamoch. Yongfeng took out a black seed, flicked it, and sent it into the earth. Next, he silently recited an incantation, pointed at the black seed, and cast the level 1 spell Extraordinary Plant Catalysis. A green magic light fell on the black seed. The black seed suddenly produced numerous transparent roots, which plunged into the earth and madly extracted the nutrients in the earth, extraction traces of a faintly discernible red substance. The black seed sprouted and grew rapidly into a 5-meter-tall tree thanks to the power of the spell. The big tree bore watermelon-sized fruits, which strangely hanged from the branches. The fruits looked as if they would fall to the ground from a gust of wind. Yongfeng cast a mage hand, exerted some strength, and plucked a watermelon-sized fruit from a branch. Pop! The fruit's peel opened and some transparent liquid spilled, revealing a blood-red, hard as steel fruit underneath. Yongfeng looked at the blood-red, hard as steel fruit and his eyes flashed with a scorching radiance. Divine blood steel, one of the top materials for forging legend-rank secret treasures. With divine blood steel, so long as there's enough of it, then I can forge a large number of legend-rank battle robots. The black seed was called the Power Purification Seed. It was an extraordinary plant that a Starry Sky Warlock, a genius researcher of extraordinary botany, cultivated on the Tyrannid subcontinent in order to solve the dilemma with the blood of powerhouses, who fought fierce battles, contaminating the land in the ancient times. The Power Purification Seed could survive in places contaminated by the blood of formidable beings, absorb the residual power of the blood, and condense it into a magic mineral. In places contaminated by divine blood, the Power Purification Seed would give birth to divine blood steel, and in places contaminated by demonic blood, the seed would give birth to demonic blood steel. Whether it was divine blood steel or demonic blood steel, they were both top materials for forging legend-rank secret treasures. Land that had the power of divine blood absorbed from it would be purified and turned into fertile land. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. The reason why there was no scorched land left by fierce battles of gods and demons on the Tyrannid subcontinent was due to the Power Purification Seed. However, due to the power of time and the lack of necessity, the number of these seeds had gradually declined until being nearly extinct. Yongfeng found several of these seeds in a storeroom of the Black Dragon Tower and then unceremoniously took them for his own. Originally, he intended to use them in the Great Cloud Dynasty, yet unexpectedly, he got a chance to use them in the Feisua Plains Red Earth Wasteland. Yongfeng took out a legend-rank dagger, stabbed at the red fruit, operated his power and erupted with level 2 warlock rank life force in a flash, and cut the blood-red fruit inch by inch, revealing 19 black seeds inside. He revealed a smile when he saw the 19 black seeds and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A number of mechanical locusts flew out, pounced at the purification tree, and gnawed at the fruits growing from the purification tree. The fruits gnawed on by the mechanical locusts fell from the tree and revealed the red flesh. With it, as the center, the purification tree purified an area of 20 meters in diameter of the red earth. The purified earth shed its red color and adopted a fertile, black color. At the same time, the purification tree formed 10 watermelon-sized fruits. From the black seed, Yang Feng got 10 pieces of divine blood steel, weighing 100 caddies each, and 190 purification seeds. After repeating the same action 9 more times, Yang Feng got 1,881 purification seeds. Once Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, a dense swarm of mechanical bees flew out, took the 1,881 purification seeds, and planted them every 20 meters per seed in the plot of land that he designated for cultivation. After the purification seeds were planted, Yang Feng flipped his hand and the legend rank magic staff rain scepter appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the sky and launched the rain scepter's attached legend rank meteorological spell torrential rain. A blue magic radiance merged into the sky and attracted water elemental particles from all over, condensing them into dark clouds. The dark clouds stretched for quite a few kilometers. Before long, fine rain fell to the ground along with a rustling noise. Yang Feng watched the sky, musing, "Sure enough, the might of a water-attributed spell cast in such a dry place is unsatisfactory. Different spells cast in different environments would exhibit different might. Few legend wizards could cast a fireball underwater, let alone ordinary wizards. In places where the concentration of elemental particles was thin, even spells couldn't be cast. This was the limitation of wizards. Magic towers and warlock towers could absorb elemental particles drifting in the space and converge then in the elemental pool. Therefore, spells cast in warlock towers were much more powerful than spells cast in ordinary places. In the Red Earth Wasteland, which was a place without rivers, lakes, and ponds, the concentration of water elemental particles was extremely thin. Therefore, the might of the legend rank meteorological spell torrential rain was reduced to an extreme degree. That's a spell cast by Master Ian. Amazing! Master Ian can even call the wind and summon the rain. Truly amazing. In the Miracle City, the slaves cheered when they saw the rain, worshipping Yang Feng even more. Looking at the rain in the sky, Clive revealed a smile and said joyously, "Master Ian is so powerful." Lena's eyes, however, flashed with worry. "But even if it's Master Ian, he also can't cast such a spell every day, right? The cost of such a powerful spell must be extraordinary." With the water from the rain, the purification seeds gradually grew roots, which penetrated into the earth. Once they penetrated into the earth, the roots began to absorb the remnant power of divine blood and started to grow frantically. Purification trees suddenly grew out of the ground, blossomed, and bore fruits, purifying over 200 acres of earth into fertile, black earth in one breath. A maid came up to Lena and said, "Lady Lena, Master asked for you." Lena nodded and followed the maid to the agricultural area that Yang Feng had designated for cultivation. "This is black earth that can be cultivated freely. The Red Earth Wasteland that had never been subdued for hundreds and thousands of years has actually been subdued by Master Ian. This is a miracle." Once Lena entered the agricultural area and saw the over 200 acres of black earth, her eyes flashed with shock. This was much more shocking than the time she saw the Miracle City appear overnight. Located at the junction of the 4 empires, the Red Earth Wasteland was extremely vast, with its surface area reaching 2/3 of that of the Morance Empire. Many ambitious characters wanted to establish themselves in the Red Earth Wasteland. In the end, however, they weren't able to subdue the Red Earth and could only leave with their tails between their legs. Although gods in the starry sky had the power to purify the Red Earth. However, that would consume a lot of divine power and energy. Using the purification seeds was by far simpler. Moreover, gods were busy seeking pleasures, practicing cultivation in seclusion, gaining insights of laws, and strengthening their divine countries. Who would be willing to lower themselves and spend large amounts of divine power and energy to purify the Red Earth Wasteland of divine blood? Yang Feng flipped his hand and handed Lena a pouch and a knowledge crystal, Lena, these are the seeds of the breadfruit tree. Organize some people and plant them. This is a knowledge crystal. It contains knowledge regarding the cultivation of breadfruit trees. Crush it immediately. Yes, sir. Lena crushed the knowledge crystal and felt a large amount of knowledge enter her mind. After quite a while, she respectfully bowed to Yang Feng in salute and spoke. Yang Feng left right away. He arrived before an artificial lake, which was 1 kilometer in diameter and 30 meters in depth, and had a hill in the center. Under the legendary spell Torrential Rain, a shallow layer of water had accumulated at the bottom of the artificial lake. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the purification seeds that had been harvested just a moment ago flew into the artificial lake. Once they came into contact with water, the purification seeds grew numerous roots, took root in the artificial lake, and started to purify the lake. When the artificial lake was purified, Yang Feng's figure shook and he arrived at the top of the hill in the artificial lake. He took out green seeds and threw them on the top of the hill, then silently recited an incantation and cast the level 1 spell Extraordinary Plant Catalysis. Under the effect of Yang Feng's spell, the green seeds grew rapidly into large, 10-meter-tall trees with lush, green foliage. Numerous water elemental particles gathered from all over and condensed on the leaves of the large trees. With a blow of the wind, raindrops dropped from the large tree's leaves and fell to the ground. These large trees were a kind of extraordinary plant called the rain tree. These trees had the property to absorb water elemental particles, condense them into water droplets, and then release them like rain. These rain trees were best suited to lock in the water elemental particles in the Miracle City. As long as the water in the Miracle City didn't go too far, these trees would absorb the water elemental particles, condense them into water droplets, and release them into the huge artificial lake. Of course, in order to fill the huge artificial lake, just relying on the rain trees wasn't enough. It was still necessary to constantly draw water from other places. The rain trees were only capable of locking in the moisture in the red earth wasteland, which lacked in terms of water elemental particles. Chapter 217 Astonished Caravan. Chapter 217 Astonished Caravan. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng watched the rain trees, which constantly rained water, and the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a smile. The problem of water and food has been solved. The breadfruit tree seeds Yang Feng took out were also improved extraordinary plants. The breadfruit trees planted on 1 acre of land could yield thrice a year, for 4,000 caddies of breadfruits per yield. On the Feisua plain, 1 acre of wheat could yield twice a year, with 200-odd caddies per yield. If anything untoward happened, then the yield would be even less. After taking out a vial of alchemical elixir and downing it, Yang Feng closed his eyes, operated his secret method, and absorbed the magic energy of top-grade magic stones in his hands. After a while, he recovered the spirit and physical strength he had consumed. Black Dragon Bloodline Warlock's resilience and endurance were far greater than that of other formidable beings of the same rank. Their only weakness was the low evolution potential. If you didn't follow the path of faith and became a god, then you would reach a dead end upon upgrading to the Star Sky Warlock rank. After opening his eyes, Yang Feng's figure shook slightly and he disappeared from his original place. In the Miracle City, in a blacksmith shop, dozens of blacksmiths were busily forging a variety of iron tools. Blacksmiths, people with iron-making skills, were the most popular kind of slaves. In particular, the Beastman Empire, which lacked iron tools, smuggled a large number of blacksmith slaves from human empires each year. Although the human empires repeatedly admonished and formulated many strict and cruel laws, yet they still couldn't prevent slave merchants, who were exceptionally adept at trickery, from turning many blacksmiths into slaves and smuggling them into the Beastman Empire. The dozens of blacksmiths were gifted to Yang Feng as presents by the leader of merchant groups in order to curry favor with him. "Respected master, what can I do for you?" A burly, middle-aged man with shaved head and wheat-colored, as if coated in oilskin, walked up to Yang Feng and said. Yang Feng handed the burly, middle-aged man a piece of divine blood steel. "Bando, can you process this ore?" Bando was the leader of these dozens of blacksmith slaves, as well as the blacksmith most proficient at forging weapons. Bando received the divine blood steel and carefully examined it in his hands. He pinched it slightly and his face revealed a trace of graveness and joy. That's good steel. This should be a legendary magic metal. I'm not sure, but I can give it a try. After saying that, Bando put the piece of divine blood steel into the furnace with frantically burning flames next to them. In the burning furnace, the divine blood steel gave off bright light, yet showed no signs of melting. With the passage of time, Bando's expression gradually darkened. He finally took out the pincers, which were turned red from the flames, from the furnace, looked at the still bright divine blood steel, and said with a bitter smile, "Sir, this is a very formidable magic metal. We can't process it at all. Perhaps only the legendary dwarf artisans can refine this magic metal." There were also dwarfs on the Fesua plain. Dwarf forging skills were unparalleled under the heavens. In the Fesua plain, many legend rank weapons and even some demigod armaments were forged by dwarfs. In legends, dwarfs even touched the realm of gods and forged god armaments. But there was no proof of this. In the Fesua plain, dwarfs were regarded as a weak race. The god of dwarfs Paladin was a neutral god who didn't carelessly meddle in the disputes between gods from powerful divine systems. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a knowledge crystal flew into Bando's hands. "This is a knowledge crystal with the forging skill I've mastered. Crush it and try again." When Bando crushed the knowledge crystal, a large amount of forging knowledge immediately welled up in his mind, which caused his eyes to flash with delight. Bando opened his eyes, gave Yang Feng a grateful look, and then said with a forced smile, "Master, thank you for your generosity, for bestowing this knowledge on me. However, I'm only an ordinary human blacksmith after all. I can't process this magic metal without the specific tools." Update D from FRYOUBnovel.com. Yang Feng smiled lightly, waved his hand, and a set of secret treasures, furnace, bellows, hammer, anvil, etc., required to forge secret treasures appeared in the room. Bando looked at the set of secret treasures and said with a shaky voice, Could these be the legendary forging enchanted alchemical articles?" Yang Feng said, "That's right, now give it a try. In the knowledge that you received just now, there should be knowledge on how to use these tools too." Bando contemplated carefully for a while. Then he tried the secret treasures out one by one, getting used to them. Those enchanted alchemical articles used magic stones as their power source. Therefore, even though Bando was just an ordinary person, but he still could use those secret treasures. After he got used to those secret treasures, Bando used the tongs and put the divine blood steel in the furnace. A white flame sprang from the furnace and landed on the divine blood steel. The divine blood steel, which previously showed no signs of melting no matter how it was heated, finally started to redden slowly. Bando was overjoyed. He took the tongs out, put the divine blood steel on the anvil, then lifted the enchanted hammer and swung it down. As the hammer strikes echoed, the piece of divine blood steel finally started to deform and change into a long sword. Yang Feng smiled faintly, then turned around and left the blacksmith shop. Even if Bando had the knowledge given to him by Yang Feng and used the power of the forging secret treasures, at most, he could only forge the divine blood steel into a strong and sharpest sword. But in order to enchant it with magic and turn it into a magic sword, Yang Feng still had to act personally. However, being able to forge divine blood steel into weapons and armor, Bando could provide sharp weapons and firm armors for Yang Feng's forces to use. As Yang Feng had many things to do, he naturally couldn't just withdraw into the blacksmith shop to forge weapons. 3 months later, a huge, nearly 8,000-strong caravan appeared in the Red Earth wasteland and moved slowly towards Yang Feng's miracle city. In the huge caravan, 3,000 were guards and 5,000 were human slaves. This huge caravan was jointly organized by the Rijek city's slave merchants. Although the Red Earth wasteland was ridiculously barren and lacked water and food. However, as the boundary between the 4 empires, it was a transportation hub. In order to gain greater profits, some human merchants would often venture across this place to travel between the 4 empires. Those human merchants would either become rich overnight or become the excrement of bugbears, goblins, ogres, and other bandits in the Red Earth Wasteland. Although the Red Earth Wasteland was extremely barren, but there were still some places with bushes and some of them even grew edible berries. Besides, some places less contaminated with divine blood could still grow some very unpalatable wild vegetables and potatoes that could barely fill the stomach. The joint caravan was 8,000 strong. There was no force capable of contending against this terrifying force in the Red Earth Wasteland. Any robbers that saw this huge caravan could only salivate at it from the distance. A city. Heavens, are my eyes playing me a trick? There's actually a city here. A city, to be able to build a city here in 4 months. That's incredible. He succeeded. In 4 months. When the merchants saw the city in the sunset field, their eyes filled with shock and they commented, "Amazing! Great wizard indeed." Jim, one of the leaders of the caravan, was also shocked by the majestic miracle city. Such a magnificent city with the Feisua Plains construction capability could only be built with tens of thousands of people working for 2 years. Yang Feng built this enormous city with a few thousand slaves and 4 months of time. Still, they had spent a month traveling. In the Feisua Plain, this construction speed was simply miraculous. Suddenly, a merchant widened his eyes and shouted, "A tree! Oh heavens, great god of slavery! What do I see? A tree? No, it's a forest." A forest appeared in the Red Earth Wasteland. Is this a miracle of the gods? Trees. It's a forest. Heavens. There's actually a forest here. Trees. A forest. When they saw the forest, the merchants were gobsmacked and started to shout. Some merchants still rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Then, with widened eyes, looked at the purification forest in front of the miracle city. Stunned. They accepted the fact of the matter with difficulty. The eyes on Jim's fat face widened and he shouted, "Trees! Are those real trees? Heavens! Master Ian, who is he? How did he grow trees in the Red Earth Wasteland?" He accomplished something that many legendary heroes couldn't. For ordinary people, it was practically impossible to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. However, there had been many heroes in the Feisua Plain that tried to establish a city in the Red Earth Wasteland and succeeded. But without exception, they couldn't maintain the city and were forced to leave the Red Earth Wasteland. Water and food, these two most important factors, couldn't be solved and therefore, no city could be maintained in the Feisua Plain. Even if you had mountains of gold and seas of silver, they would be spent on water and food. Establishing a city would be unprofitable and even worse, there would be no room for growth. It was a worthless endeavor. Yet now, a forest appeared outside the miracle city. This meant that the Red Earth Wasteland, at least in this area, was no longer a forbidden zone for plants. It may be possible to grow crops. This was of great significance when it came to conquering the Red Earth Wasteland. Chapter 218, We Eat Worse Than Slaves. Chapter 218, We Eat Worse Than Slaves. Translator, Zayamoch. Stimulated by the green trees, the huge caravan accelerated its pace and rushed towards the woods. Meanwhile, the Red Earth Wasteland that entered their eyes completely lacked the red earth that stretched without end. The green forest, alike an oasis, nourished their minds and comforted their stretched taut nerves. It was lunchtime and there was smoke rising from the green woods. The slaves working in the woods started to gather to have a meal. Heavens, it's white bread. These lowly slaves are eating white bread and potato soup. Fuck, how can these lowly slaves eat white bread? Isn't this better than what I have to eat? Is there any reason for this? White bread. What a waste. It's too wasteful to give these slaves white bread. Master Ian is too wasteful. The leaders of slave merchant groups broke into the woods. Attracted by a fragrance, they arrived at the place where slaves were having their meal. When they saw the white bread that the slaves were eating, the eyes of many of them turned red and they screamed in heartache. In the Feisua Plain, the staple food of the middle and lower class commoners and slaves was black bread, which was very coarse and as hard as wood. It had to be softened in water before it could be eaten with difficulty. The fragrant, soft white bread made of fine flour could only be afforded by rich merchants and aristocrats. Some destitute aristocrats would even have to submit to reality and eat black bread. Many of the leaders were misers, and some leaders of small merchant groups ate black bread every day. Their eyes turned red when they saw Yang Feng's slaves eat white bread. When the caravan's guards saw the slaves eating white bread, their eyes also couldn't help but turn red. The guards ate black bread and drank water. Now, even slaves ate better than them, which naturally left them agitated. Jim stared at the white bread and then examined the miracle city in the distance. His eyes flashed with greed. Master Ian is so rich, even slaves can eat white bread. What if I took my people to take the city? I have 3,000 people under me. He, on the other hand, only has several hundred slaves. Even if my forces are consumed, but his spell slots will be consumed as well. After I take this city, I can offer it to His Majesty. By then I, Jim, might ascend to an aristocrat. None of the Rijek city's slave merchants were good people. They still barely obeyed the law in the Rijek city. However, once they left the Rijek city and arrived at the unrestricted wilderness, they would turn into the most frightening beasts. Every year, many small slave merchant groups silently disappeared in the wilderness. To get to where he was in the Rijek city, Jim had to consume an untold number of small merchant groups' neck and crop. Jim, tell your people to pipe down. Clive, along with 400 fully armed warriors, walked out of the woods. He frowned slightly and berated Jim. Jim looked at Clive, who had the awe-inspiring aura of a powerhouse. Then, his gaze fell on Clive's fingers. His pupils constricted slightly, and the red in his eyes withdrew instantly. He greeted the other with an amiable and friendly smile. "Ha! I'm glad to see you, Clive. It seems that your body has been completely healed by Master Ian. Master Ian is really amazing." "That's right. With Master Ian's treatment, the 200 of us recovered our full strength. Not long ago, a 2,000-strong wolf cavalry came to attack us. In the end, Master Ian killed 1,000 of their members. If they weren't fast enough, then perhaps every last one of them would have to stay behind. Their bodies are hanging over there. Would you like to have a look?" Clives operated his secret method, erupted with terrifying Sky Knight rank chi in a flash, and looked at the other party with a smile that wasn't a smile. Under the powerful suppression, Jim was left a little breathless. Clive knew best what these slave merchants were really like. If you were stronger than them and gave them enough benefits, then they would be your most loyal dogs. However, if you showed them a trace of weakness, then they would turn into a pack of jackals and pounce at you. Jim's eyes narrowed slightly before adopting a gratified smile and saying shamelessly, "Ha! Amazing. Master Ian is really amazing. Clive, you have to thank me. You wouldn't have met such a good person like Master Ian without me. Besides, I've never mistreated you and your brothers when you were with me." Clive and the 200 Iman Principality's royal guards were high-value goods. Naturally, Jim didn't treat them badly. They wouldn't be liked by gentlewomen if they looked haggard and lean. Clive said with a faint smile, "I really should thank you for that. Now, however, take your people into the city." Jim said calmly, "Okay. By the way, do all slaves eat white bread here? Isn't that too extravagant?" Clive replied, "Not really." Jim was a little relieved. Lowly slaves eating no worse than what a distinguished merchant like himself ate left him a bit agitated. Clive continued, "Only slaves that work hard can eat white bread. Lazy fellows can only go to somewhere else to eat black bread and drink water." Jim's complexion immediately twisted. The complexions of the other merchant leaders around them were ugly as well. Their standard of living was only as good as that of the Miracle City's hardworking slaves. The complexions of some leaders of small merchant groups, who only ate white bread during celebrations, were even worse. They had it even worse than slaves. Of course, this was only the case because they were stingy. The caravan's guards had unsightly expressions. 2. They secretly entertained the idea of jumping ships. The slaves, on the other hand, revealed expectant expressions. Jim asked curiously, "Is there no shortage of food in the Miracle City? To give slaves white bread to eat, will the food suffice?" The other slave merchant leaders also perked up their ears. The merchants who brought food were particularly nervous. They waited for Clive's reply as if awaiting trial. Clive answered proudly. The great Master Ian cast a spell to purify part of the land in the Red Earth Wasteland. Now, that land can grow his improved breadfruit trees. The bread trees planted on 1 acre of land can yield thrice a year for 5,000 caddies, including the peel, of breadfruits per yield. Besides, the land with the breadfruit trees can still be planted with some potatoes, sweet potatoes, and other crops. From now on, the Miracle City is completely self-sufficient in terms of food. The heads of slave merchant groups sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes flashed with astonishment. The merchants who brought food had sullen expressions, looking as if they were about to cry. Jim's eyes turned and he said with a smile, "Can I purchase some breadfruit tree seeds? I'm willing to pay handsomely." As a merchant with keen senses, Jim immediately noticed the huge strategic value of the breadfruit trees. Once breadfruit trees were popularized, they would have a huge impact on the entire Fesua plain. Clive smiled and said in reply, "Sorry, that's not part of my responsibilities. For that, you'll have go talk with Lena or Master Ian." Under the escort of the 400 warriors led by Clive, the huge slave caravan entered the Miracle City. When he entered the Miracle City, Jim saw wide and orderly streets with trees and exquisite buildings lined on both sides. freewebnovel.com. The streets were paved with cement. Despite the traffic of people, there was no garbage or excrement. The whole city looked neat, clean, and beautiful. Jim admired sincerely. "What a beautiful city! Master Ian is really amazing. He not only has formidable magic strength, but is even a master in terms of city planning. Compared to the Miracle City, the imperial capital is lacking on many fronts." Randy looked around and sighed. "There's no comparison. I've been to the imperial capital before. Apart from the aristocratic and imperial city districts, the other districts were dirty and filled with excrements. On rainy days, you can't go out without wearing boots. This city should be where the upper class resided." Among the leaders of the huge joint slave caravan from the Rijek City, Jim and Randy were the most influential slave merchants. "That's a lake. I'm not mistaken. That is a lake." Suddenly, Jim's eyebrows jumped up. He pointed into the distance and said in a shaky voice, "A lake! Heavens! That's a lake!" The source of this scene is freewebnovel.com. How can this be? How can there be a lake in the Red Earth Wasteland? The merchant leaders looked to where Jim pointed and their eyes revealed astonishment. Following the Battle of Gods, due to the contamination from divine blood, plants had a hard time growing in the Red Earth Wasteland. The climate gradually changed and turned dry, with little to no rain. It was impossible to have a lake in the Red Earth Wasteland. Even if created artificially, due to the arid climate, lakes would have their water evaporate before eventually drying up. Yet now there appeared an enormous lake in the Miracle City. This was simply unreasonable. Chapter 219 Merchants Gather. Chapter 219 Merchants Gather. Translator, Zayamoch. "A lake. Such a big artificial lake," sighed Randy in a voice brimming with complex feelings, and then exchanged a look with Jim. The Red Earth Wasteland, a common border of the 4 empires, could be used as a trading hub of the 4 empires. In history, an unknown number of ambitious characters had their eyes set on this land. However, due to the lack of water and food in the Red Earth Wasteland, no hero managed to make a stand in this land. But now, Yang Feng purified a large tract of land, set up a farmland where foodstuff could be cultivated, and created a huge lake, which solved the most pressing issue in the Red Earth Wasteland: lack of water. The Miracle City had clearly a bright future. Jim faced the flat and neat plots of land with signs inserted on them and asked curiously, "What are those?" Clive replied with a light smile, "The Miracle City is located at the junction of the 4 empires and therefore can easily become a trading hub of the 4 empires. These plots of land are prepared for chambers of commerce that will be stationed in the Miracle City. These plots aren't cheap. Each one costs above 100,000 gold coins." When the leaders of small merchant groups heard that, they were pleased at first and then became listless. 100,000 gold coins was too great of a burden for the small merchant groups to bear. The eyes of leaders of medium and large merchant groups lit up and revealed a trace of excitement, looking like they have sighted their prey. With its rate of development, the Miracle City was bound to get bigger. Besides, trade between empires had always been the most profitable. The Miracle City, which was located at the junction of the four empires, was bound to have a bright future. Clive smiled and said, "Master Ian has already spread the word by means of other channels. Reportedly, some merchants and aristocrats of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire are very interested in the Miracle City." The leaders no longer hesitated when they heard that, and a resolute glint flashed inside their eyes. Jim suddenly regretted asking too many questions. This question brought him numerous competitors. "Sir Clive, can we take a look at the plots of land?" "That's right, Sir Clive. Please let us have a look the plots." The group of leaders said impassionately. Clive looked embarrassed. He pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right." The leaders of merchant groups suddenly rushed towards the plots. With greedy looks in their eyes, they looked for the plot they liked. Even Jim twisted his fat body and, with an agility that didn't match his figure, plunged towards the plots. His eyes flashed with greed as he looked for a plot he liked. Once he bought a plot, if he wanted, he could resell it for a lot of money in the future. As for the delivery of slaves and collection of payment, the leaders handed this task to their subordinates. Although the fee of a priest of the god of contracts was hefty, but once a contract was signed, neither party would dare to go against the power of the god of contracts. A few hours later, the leaders gather again and, under Clive's escort, went towards the city master's mansion. "It's Tony. It's the Sapphire Merchant Group's Tony." When he entered the reception hall specially prepared to receive the leaders of merchant groups, Jim was suddenly taken aback and narrowed his eyes. There were already over 200 immaculately dressed people gathered in the reception hall. Jim didn't recognize most of them, but the few he recognized were great merchants of the Morance Empire. Tony was the master of a large merchant group, the Sapphire Merchant Group. He didn't lose out to Jim in terms of wealth. With a glass of red wine in his hand and a smile on his face, Tony came over. "Jim, Randy, you're really bad friends. I'm disappointed that you didn't call me to partake in this great business opportunity." Jim's chubby face shook with laughter. "Ha, Tony, didn't you go to the Blue River Manor for vacation? I didn't call you because I couldn't get in touch with you. By the way, who are all those people?" Tony smiled and, without dwelling on it, looked at the rest of the people and whispered with dread in his eyes. "Many of those fellows are barbarians from the Titan Empire. The people of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire called one another barbarians. Numerous conflict had broken out between the two empires, but neither side was able to gain the upper hand." Jim asked with a puzzled expression. "How did those barbarians got wind of this?" Tony replied, "Someone went to the Titan Empire and spread the news that a man called Master Ian built a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, that there was a great business opportunity. The person swore that everything he said was true in the presence of a priest of the god of contracts. Thus, those stray dogs were attracted over." Jim sighed and said regretfully, "It seems that Master Ian is not a simple character. The power in his hands is far beyond our imagination. If there were no competitors, Jim and the other merchant leaders could join forces to negotiate with Yangfeng. Now that the merchants of the Titan Empire came, Jim's side had no chance at joining forced. Although merchants didn't care about borders, but the two empires, the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire, despised each other. Jim wasn't friendly with the merchants of the Titan Empire, so they couldn't form a united front. The merchants of the Titan Empire stared coldly at Jim and the others as well. There were two distinct groups. Apart from them, there were still small-time merchants who ventured over from some lesser states. But they didn't amount to much. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. Just then, Yangfeng slowly walked over. All gazes focused on him. "Everyone, thank you for giving me face and attending this banquet. I am Ian, the master of the Miracle City." Yangfeng looked at the hundreds of merchants from the Morance Empire, the Titan Empire, and some small states below, The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he revealed a smile of satisfaction. He thought, Ardace did well. Applause broke out in the reception as soon as Yang Feng's words fell. You must have seen the plots of land that the Miracle City is selling. I'm confident that within 10 years, the Miracle City will be expanded into a huge city with a population exceeding 500,000 people. That it'll be the trade hub and trade center of the 4 empires. By then, the value of those plots of land will go through the roof. If there's a plot you like, you can pick up pen and paper lying next to you. Write down the plot and price you're willing to pay, and put the paper in a black box. The Miracle City will immediately compound a statistic and give the plots to the highest bidders. Yang Feng clapped his hands gently, and beautiful maids, with smiles on their faces and in black boxes in their hands, emerged in a line from both sides. Jim smiled bitterly and sighed inside. What a fierce move! Like this, you're forced to bid a high price if you want to purchase the plot you like. The small-time merchants have already picked up pen and paper and started writing down the plot they wanted to purchase. Jim mused for a while, then took a piece of paper, wrote down the plot he wanted to purchase and the price he was willing to pay, and threw it into a black box. With a smile on his face, Yang Feng observed the scene below from atop a dais. Yang Feng would earn a fortune just from selling the plots of land. Besides, the merchants who purchased land would attract a lot of workers over to make use of it. With the increase in population, the consumption of goods would also increase, gradually forming a huge virtuous circle. Although Yang Feng brought a great deal of funds to the Feisua Plain, but he wouldn't be able to support the development of the Miracle City if it just madly consumed the money he brought without bringing any returns. A food merchant couldn't help asking, Master Ian, there's already a food source in the Miracle City. What will be of us food merchants? After being improved by Yang Feng, each breadfruit tree could bear an astonishing amount of food. Naturally, the food merchants were worried about their future prospects. Yang Feng replied with a smile, Don't worry, the following 2 years, I'll be purchasing all the foodstuff that you can deliver according to the price we agreed upon. I'll swallow it all so long as there's no problem with the quality, of course. The population of the Miracle City would only increase, so there could not be too much food stored. In the following 2 years, with the development of the Miracle City in full swing, Yang Feng would still need to import large amounts of foodstuff. The food merchants breathed a sigh of relief and a smile crept onto their faces. The merchants below wrote on pieces of paper and threw the pieces of paper into black boxes. Then, the boxes were taken away by the pretty maids. That's right, let me tell you another piece of good news. I'm not only a wizard, but also an alchemist. Recently, in my spare time, I refined some toys. Please take a look. Yang Feng clapped his hands and a warrior emerged with a fine steel sword. Yang Feng smiled and said, Please choose a few people to take a look at this fine steel sword and prove that I'm not playing any tricks on you. The merchants of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire quickly selected 10 highly prestigious merchants, including Jim, Tony, and Randy, to climb onto the dais. Jim carefully examined the fine steel sword, then waved it a few times and said very cautiously, There are no issues with this fine steel sword. It's an excellent Imperial military standard sword. This sword is very well maintained and has no imperfections. The other 9 people took the sword, examined it carefully for a while, and nodded in agreement. Chapter 220, Auctioning Warriors' Edges. Chapter 220, Auctioning Warriors' Edges. Translator, Zayamoch. The military standard, fine steel sword was of excellent quality. It was much better than scimitars and swords used by many adventurers. The quality of military weapons had always been far superior to that of civilian weapons. This is an enchanted sword forged by me. Try it out, Jim. Yang Feng flipped his hand and a sword with a slender blade and carved with mysterious runes appeared in his hand. He turned the sword, sandwiched it between 2 fingers, and handed it to Jim. Jim took the sword and waved it slightly. A pale green magic radiance and a pale red magic radiance blessed Jim. He felt light as well as sensed a great amount of strength surge inside him, making him reveal a look of delight. This is really a magic weapon. It blessed me with 2 spells, which increased my agility and strength. The merchants of the 2 empires had their eyes turn red and flash with avarice, as they stared at the magic sword in Jim's hand. On the Feisua plane, due to the weave, although it was easier to cast spells, but it was dozens of times more difficult to search for the source of magic than on other planes. Apart from the Weave Holy Order as well as a few wizard organizations with ancient inheritances, there were practically no alchemists. There were very few magic items. The magic sword in Jim's hand could be sold for a sky-high price if it was put up for auction. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Reggie Chi." The warrior, Reggie, stimulated his chi and poured it into the standard sword in his hand. The standard sword burst out with chi radiance. According to the understanding of warlocks, chi cultivated in the Feisua plane was a kind of powerful life force, which could be used to strengthen various weapons and armor. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Jim, slash down with the sword at the sword tip. Then let the others test the sharpness of the sword." Jim slashed down with the magic sword, which contained a dozen grams of divine blood iron, at the sword tip of the Morince Empire's military standard sword and easily sliced through the fine steel sword blessed with chi. Seeing this, the merchants sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by the sharpness of the magic sword. Magic swords were just swords that could be blessed with magic. They weren't necessarily that sharp. Now, however, this magic sword could already be regarded as a peerless sword capable of slicing through steel as if butter without being blessed with magic. And it could still be blessed with magic. It was simply a heaven-defying sword. The magic swords collected by many greater aristocrats weren't at this level. Jim fiddled with the sword, not wanting to part with it. He said with delight, "Such a good and sharp sword." "Jim, step aside. I want to have a try." Randy impatiently pushed Jim away, took the magic sword from Jim's hand, and slashed at the fine steel sword strengthened by Reggie's chi. Ding! With a brittle sound, the fine steel sword in Reggie's hand had a chunk of it sliced off. Randy's eyes showed excitement. "What a good sword! A peerless sword indeed." Tony's eyes lit up and he grabbed the magic sword. "It's my turn." The 10 merchants took turns trying the magic sword out. They were all praise. Even though the magic sword could no longer be blessed by magic by the 5th person, but they were still very satisfied with its performance. This sword, which could be blessed by 8 level 0 spells per day and was very sharp, was definitely a rare treasure. I named this sword the Warrior's Edge. Every year, at this time, I will hold an auction to auction 5 such swords here. If you're interested, you can come to the auction at this time of the year. Yang Feng smiled, flipped his hand, and 5 warrior's edges appeared in his hand. Smiling, Lena walked over, took the 5 warrior's edges sheathed in delicate scabbards, handed 4 to the maid behind her, then looked around and said, "I am Lena, the manager of internal affairs of the Miracle City. Now I am a guest auctioneer as well. The minimum bid for this warrior's edge is at 100,000 gold coins, for a 1,000 gold coins bid increment. The auction starts now. 150,000 gold coins." Lena's words had just fallen, when Jim impatiently opened with a high bid. Hearing the sky-high price, the venue turned silent for a while. At the time, Yang Feng bought several hundred slaves for only tens of thousand gold coins in the slave market. Jim, for the sake of this magic sword, opened with the sky-high bid of 150,000 gold coins and shocked everyone. A middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire said dully, 300,000 gold coins. Everyone present was shocked when they heard that, and the venue turned silent. Lena said with a smile, 300,000 gold coins. Going once, going twice, sold. This magic sword is now yours. Everyone's gazes, brimming with complicated emotions, focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire. 300,000 gold coins was not a small amount. For that middle-aged merchant to calmly take out such a sum of money, he had to be from an extremely large merchant group. Lena smiled and said, "We are going to auction now the second warrior's edge. The auction rules are the same as before. Start now. 110,000 gold coins. 120,000 gold coins." Even as people made their bids, the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire still said indifferently, 300,000 gold coins. The entire venue turned silent again. Complicated and hateful gazes focused on the middle-aged merchant. Lena smiled and said, 300,000 gold coins. Going once, going twice, sold. This magic sword is now yours. Lena said with a smile, we are going to auction now the third warrior's edge. The auction rules are the same as before. Start now. 300,000 gold coins. Lena's words just fell. When the middle-aged merchant opened his mouth and silenced the merchants who wanted to make their bids. Jim hesitated. Then, his gaze fell on the two remaining magic swords. He clenched his teeth and placed his bid. 310,000 gold coins. 320,000 gold coins. 330,000 gold coins. The atmosphere in the venue seemed to have been kindled, and the bids kept climbing before reaching 500,000 gold coins. The magic sword was bought by a merchant from the Titan Empire. The corners of Lena's mouth raised slightly, and she revealed a genuine smile, saying, we are going to auction now the fourth warrior's edge. The auction rules are the same as before. Start now. The middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire made an astonishingly high bid in an attempt to deter the rest. 400,000 gold coins. 410,000 gold coins. 420,000 gold coins. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. The bids kept climbing. Without stopping, the bids exceeded 500,000 gold coins and reached 610,000 gold coins. With bloodshot eyes, Jim snatched the warrior's edge. The corners of Lena's mouth raised, and she revealed a genuine smile, saying, we are going to auction now the last warrior's edge. The auction rules are the same as before. Start now. A merchant from the Titan Empire, his eyes bloodshot, made an opening bid. 600,000 gold coins. This extremely sharp magic sword was very suited for the market if the warlike Titan Empire. Many greater aristocrats were fond of collecting such peerless swords. If you came across a bigwig who liked this sword, then getting 1 million gold coins wouldn't be uncommon. Although the poor in the Feisua Plain were very poor, but the greater aristocrats of the empires could even afford to keep tens of thousands strong private troops. These peak greater aristocrats didn't lack money. With such a peerless sword, it was possible for those aristocrats to recruit a peak expert like a Sky Knight or a Firmament Knight. Randy said with red eyes, 610,000 gold coins. Tony, as if a cornered beast, bellowed, 650,000 gold coins. 700,000 gold coins. The bidding for the last warrior's edge was very intense. Finally, it was purchased for a sky-high price of 800,000 gold coins by a merchant from the Titan Empire. At this time, gazes brimming with admiration focused on the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire. The middle-aged merchant had a very unique vision. At the beginning, he used what seemed to be sky-high bids in the eyes of the other merchants to get 2 magic swords. Now it seemed that the middle-aged merchant from the Titan Empire made a huge profit, which was nearly double that of others. Lena smiled and said, Master Ian is also a pharmacist capable of refining a variety of potions. When you come next year, you should be able to purchase a variety of miraculous potions at the auction. I think that you won't be disappointed. A pharmacist. Hearing this, the merchants sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Yang Feng as if he was a gold mine distributing glimmers of gold coins. Pharmacology was a branch of magic. On the Feisua Plain, because wizards forgot the spells they learned the day before, they had to learn the spells over and over again, which wasted a lot of time. Therefore, the number of wizards who delved into pharmacology was very small. Potions had mystical powers. They could either remove a variety of curses, curse others, dispel strange poisons that even divine spells found difficult to dispel, make people recover their youth for a short time, or restore people's energy. Each potion was a rare treasure. Generally, only the royal families of empires and some greater aristocrats had some potions. Just a single type of potion could make the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland a holy place in many people's minds, to where people would flock over from far and wide. Chapter 221, Catherine. Chapter 221, Catherine. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng said with a bright smile, As you may know, the thing the Miracle City lacks the most is people. Hereafter, whoever brings 500 slaves can buy a vial of potion. Of course, you'll also receive a satisfactory compensation for the slaves. I will never let you leave empty-handed. The middle-aged merchant from the Titanic Empire, who purchased 2 magic swords for 300,000 gold coins each, rose and said, "Master Ian, I'm going back to organize some goods. You won't be disappointed." Yang Feng smiled and said, "I can also guarantee you that you won't be disappointed. Master Ian, rest assured, I'm going back and organize some goods." "Yes, I'm also going back to organize some goods." The merchants who came from all over were very excited and shouted loudly. Thus, the banquet ended on a high note. Amazing! Just 5 magic swords have earned over 2.5 million gold coins. Master, you're really amazing. In a room, Lena stood behind Yang Feng, massaged his shoulders, and said with an expression of adoration, "Over 2.5 million gold coins, this was definitely a huge sum. It was more than enough to purchase the slaves and supplies the Rijek City's joint caravan brought this time, and there was still a lot of surplus." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said, "How much were the plots of land sold for?" Lena looked at Yang Feng with adoration and said softly, "They were sold for a total of 21.68 million gold coins. The empty plots with merely a sign inserted on them were sold for so many gold coins." This left Lena in disbelief. After all, that land used to be worthless. Yang Feng sighed regretfully, saying, "Unfortunately, the sales are low. This price is still a bit low. If it wasn't for the sake of quickly attracting more merchants to stay in the Miracle City, Yang Feng would never have sold those plots so easily. Real estate was a very lucrative business." Lena's eyelids jumped up and she was speechless. In her eyes, the price tag on those plots of land was already astonishing. Yet according to Yang Feng's tone of voice, they were still sold cheaply. She was left in disbelief. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a strange glint and he thought, "I have a lot of gold coins. Besides, the time is approaching. I should begin the preparations for the next step." 50 kilometers to the west of the Miracle City, underneath a flat tract of red earth, there, a very spacious 100-meter deep underground base was excavated and built. The underground base was covered in a variety of mysterious runes specialized in blocking all kinds of probing. Even though God-rank experts were powerful, but without using clones to personally investigate this place with their divine power, they wouldn't be able to see this underground base. Inside the 100-meter deep underground was built a level 1 portable fortified stronghold. Although the Mechanical Legion couldn't appear on the Feisua Plain, but what Yang Feng required was the tremendous computing power of the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer and its ability to synthesize all kinds of elixirs. Yang Feng reclined in a chair in the core control room of the portable fortified stronghold and looked up into the air. Midair, the images of very pretty, female half-blood beastmen flashed constantly. Underneath the images of the half-blood beastmen were their resumes. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. "Looking at the available information, I choose her." The projection midair set on a blonde and blue-eyed figure with a pair of lion ears and a very beautiful countenance. Her beautiful eyes, ignited with flames of perseverance and fury, made her look even more unforgettable. At the junction of the Red Earth Wasteland and the Beastman Empire was the Kasama region. Kasama, in the Feisua Plains Beastman language, meant hybrid. This place was contemptuously called the hybrid area by the Beastmen. The Kasama region was very barren. It only produced some sour berries and unpalatable potatoes and roots. The people living in the Kasama region were half-blood beastmen who had the blood of humans and beastmen mixed within. In fact, half-blood beastmen were a product of tragedy. Whenever the two human empires invaded the territory of the Beastman Empire, they would plunder many Beastman beauties. Whenever the army of the Beastman Empire invaded the territory of the human empires, they were equally ruthless, plundering many human beauties. Half-blood beastmen, people who were born under such tragic circumstances, weren't regarded as compatriots by neither humans or beastmen, but as filthy and sinful existences. According to the customs of the Beastman Empire, once half-blood beastmen were born, they would be directly discarded in the Kasama region. Visit fgaibnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. The half-blood beastmen in the Kasama region would silently accept the newborn half-blood beastmen as their compatriots. As if cursed by the gods, the offsprings born from the union of half-blood beastmen and other races were also half-blood beastmen. They were treated with contempt and even hostility by many races on the Feisua plain. Behind a hillside in the Kasama region, a blonde and blue-eyed, about 1.85 meters tall, 16 or 17 years old half-blood beastman girl waved a wooden sword in her hands. She had a golden ponytail, a pair of peaks that threatened to burst out through her clothing, slender and beautiful legs, and gorgeous looks. He also had a heroic air about her and a pair of lion ears on her head. Drops of sweat slowly dripped to the ground from the forehead of the half-blood beastman girl. Sweat nearly completely permeated her clothes. Even so, she didn't slack off and practiced basic sword art. Even though the sword art was incomplete, yet she still didn't give up on it. Hacking, stabbing, chopping. Each move was executed very earnestly and was capable to put many martial arts practitioners to shame. Suddenly, the complexion of the half-blood beastman girl turned pale. Her breathing staggered, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. That sword art was incomplete. While practicing the incomplete sword art too assiduously, the half-blood beastman girl injured herself unwittingly. It was very difficult to succeed in cultivation without the guidance of a great teacher. At the time, although Yangfeng had the inheritance of the Black Cottage, yet he still went to the trouble of traveling a great distance and racked his brain on how to join the Warlock College Antalya in order to get the guidance from a great teacher as well as large amounts of cultivation resources. A 12 or 13 years old half-blood beastman girl with cat ears rushed over. The little girl looked emaciated. Her thin limbs looked as if they could be easily broken. With a look of terror on her face, the little girl said frantically, "Catherine, it's bad. A lot of wolf cavalrymen came to our village to kill." Catherine's face turned pale, her eyes flashed with endless fury, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "The wolf cavalrymen! The winter hunt has started so soon? These bastards!" The so-called winter hunt entailed the beastmen of the Beastman Empire going to the Kasama region from time to time in winter in order to carry out a cleanup. They would plunder the food of half-blood beastmen and capture their beauties for their enjoyment or to sell them to human slaves merchants in exchange for a variety of goods. Because many of the half-blood beastmen were descendants of good-looking men and beautiful women, their looks generally weren't bad. Although they weren't as good-looking as elves, but the proportion of beautiful women was much higher than that of humans. Half-blood beastman female slaves were very popular among humans. Neither the Beastman Empire nor Human Empire considered half-blood beastmen as their compatriots. As such, alike like chopping vegetables, they had no scruples killing half-blood beastmen. Catherine's eyes burned with fury and she said, "Little kitty, stay here. I'm going to try save Aunt Gina and the others." Before little kitty could reply, Catherine firmly clasped her only weapon, the wooden sword, and rushed out from behind the hillside. Catherine quickly reached the mountain village she resided in. At this moment, there were huge wolves going on a rampage inside the mountain village. Many of the huge wolves were biting large chunks out of half-blood beastmen. Blood sprinkled about. The entire mountain village was flooded with screams and cries. The wolfmen, a subspecies of beastmen, dragged female half-blood beastmen around the mountain village and laughed wildly and humiliated them. Bastards! When Catherine saw the tragic scene, a fury welled up inside her. She wielded a wooden sword and stabbed towards a wolfman warrior. "Ha-ha! There's a beautiful chick here. We made it big this time. We'll have food for the winter if we sell her." The wolfman warrior had superior warrior rank cultivation base. His eyes lit up. He laughed out loud and sent Catherine's wooden sword flying with a maneuver from the scimitar in his hand. Then he grabbed her by the head and pushed her to the ground. No matter how she struggled, Catherine couldn't free herself from the wolfman warrior. "A lionman half-blood beastman, haha. Maybe there were royalty among your parents. I can't help myself. I'm going to mount you. I've already played with a half-blood beastmen with royal bloodline. Still, you may be the daughter of some prince or princess. The Wolfman warrior smiled malevolently and began to tear apart Catherine's clothes. His eyes were filled with undisguised lust. Why? Why are the gods doing this to us half-blood beastmen? Why? We didn't do anything wrong. We didn't choose to be born in this world. Why are you doing this to us? Catherine's eyes were bloodshot and she wailed. 2 rows of bloody tears flowed from her courageous and resolute eyes, illustrating that her grief and indignation reached the extreme. As far as Catherine could remember, such hell-like scenes had constantly been repeating. It filled her heart with deep, growing sorrow. Now she was nearly despairing. Chapter 222 In this world, no one is born a slave. Chapter 222 In this world, no one is born a slave. freewebnovel.com. Translator, Zayamoch. Good child, you half-blood beast men did nothing wrong. The wrong is that you half-blood beast men have no God protecting you. With a sigh, Yang Feng, covered in a sacred light, stepped out of the void and walked over midair. He looked like the incarnation of a god treading in the secular world. When Catherine saw Yang Feng come out of thin air, it was like she saw a ray of hope in the deepest part of darkness and despair. The Wolfman warrior's eyes flashed with graveness. He threw Catherine aside, faced upwards, and issued a howl. Enemy attack! The enemy is a human wizard. The Wolfman warrior had just issued the howl, when Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared directly in front of the other party. A sword ray flashed at the neck of the Wolfman warrior. Such a fast sword! This was the last thought that flashed through the mind of the Wolfman warrior before his head flew up into the air and his hot blood sprayed about. The blood that sprayed towards Yang Feng was ricocheted after touching the life force cover around him, not letting a single drop of blood taint him. The wolf cavalrymen were seasoned elites. After hearing their comrades' warning, they immediately picked up their weapons and ran towards their battle wolves. Yang Feng snapped his fingers and, just like raindrops, the level 0 spell arcane projectiles blasted towards the heads of the wolf cavalrymen. As if being hit by a heavy hammer, the wolf cavalrymen hit in the head by the level 0 spell arcane projectiles bled from the orifices on their heads and tumbled to the ground. The eyes of a dozen huge wolves flickered with vicious glints, their figures flashed, and they madly pounced at Yang Feng. When the dozen huge wolves appeared before him, Yang Feng's figure shook and he advanced instead of retreating. He rushed into the crowd of wolves and slashed at them with the secret treasure sword, which was forged entirely from divine blood iron, in his hand. When added a dozen grams of divine blood still, an ordinary fine steel sword could already slice iron as if butter. The secret treasure sword forged entirely from divine blood steel was even sharper. Wherever the sword rays, as if tofu, the hard bones of the huge wolves were easily sliced through. The sword rays interwove and the dozen huge wolves turned into numerous pieces, and blood sprayed about. So strong! Is he a god that came to our rescue? Catherine's beautiful eyes reflected Yang Feng's figure, and her mind was filled with excitement and worship. In her still rather tender mind, Yang Feng was a top powerhouse in the world, no different from a god. When the wolf cavalrymen saw that Yang Feng's strength was really terrifying, they immediately whistled, mounted their huge wolves, and fled every which way. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows when saw the wolf cavalrymen flee, then cast a web and caught 8 of the most ferocious wolf cavalrymen before stopping the pursuit. The greatest advantage of the wolf cavalrymen was their high maneuverability. If they saw that they couldn't win, they would choose to flee. It was very difficult to wipe them out. Catherine got up onto her feet and stared at Yang Feng. She hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and asked, "Sir Wizard, have you come to capture us?" Over the past years, the people who appeared in the Kasama region were either human slave hunters or savage troops of beastmen winter hunting. Catherine asked this sentence with some fear. She knelt in front of Yang Feng. A glint of determination flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she entreated, "If you want to capture someone, then capture me. I can be your slave or your experimental subject. Just please, let the others in the village go." Yang Feng looked at the sensible half-blood beastman girl who was willing to sacrifice herself, sighed lightly, reached out with his hand, and helped her get up. "Good child, get up. I'm not here to capture you. Ian. I'm just a wizard who pursues the truth and walks on the path to godhood. If you want to gain strength and knowledge to protect your people, if you want for half-blood beast men to no longer be humiliated, to no longer be called hybrids by others, and to be able to lead dignified lives on this land, then come see me there tonight. Yang Feng pointed, and a ray of light entered Catherine's forehead, directly imprinting information into her mind. He handed her the sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand. Then his body collapsed, turned into moths of light, and disappeared. Catherine looked absent-minded when she saw Yang Feng disappear from in front of her eyes. If it wasn't for the sword in her right hand, she would have thought that everything was just a figment of her imagination. Catherine's eyes nearly spat flames of anger when her gaze fell on the 8 wolf cavalrymen bound by web, and she strode over. At this time, dozens of half-blood beastman survivors gathered and stared at the 8 wolf cavalrymen with eyes full of hatred and fear. A wolf cavalryman entwined by the web widened his eyes and threatened fiercely, "Motherfuckers! Release me immediately, you fucking hybrids. If anything happens to me in this village, the Copper Wolf tribe will send a troop to slaughter everyone in your village. Even the dozens surrounding villages will be implicated. Release us and we can still spare your lives." The eyes of the dozens of half-blood beastman survivors flashed with fear. Many villages were slaughtered by the brutal Copper Wolf tribe. Some of the present half-blood beastmen were fugitives from villages that were slaughtered. A plain-looking middle-aged man with dog ears hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's release these sirs." Another half-blood beastman with wolf ears hesitated and said very unwillingly, "Yes, let's release them." The eyes of a rather good-looking young woman with cat ears flashed with hatred, and she screamed, "We can't let them go. Let's kill them. These bastards had their wolves eat my husband and child. I want these bastards to pay for what they did with their lives. I'll never let these bastards off. Are you still men? These scum bullied and humiliated our women and had their wolves eat our people. And you still want to release them? Are you still men? Are you still people?" Hearing the young, cat-eared woman shot herself hoarse, the half-blood beastmen lowered their heads and their eyes flashed with shame and helplessness. With tears streaming from his eyes, the middle-aged man with dog ears nearly roared, "People! Are we half-blood beastmen still regarded as people? Everyone in this world only regards us half-blood beastmen as slaves, as born slaves. I also want to be a person with dignity. However, we are born slaves. This is our fate. You want to implicate the dozens of us, the dozen villages, and the hundreds of people so you can vent? Those that died are already dead, but we still have to live." Many half-blood beastmen wept when they heard the tragic truth. They also wanted to be people, live with dignity. But the Feisua Plain rejected them. The whole world thought of them as hybrids, as born slaves. They didn't have the power to resist, even if they wanted to. No one would teach half-blood beastmen magic or martial knowledge. Without knowledge or inheritance, they could only fall behind. They didn't even have the power to resist. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. A wolf cavalryman trapped in the web spat out a mouthful of saliva and sneered, "Tui! Lowly slaves will always be lowly slaves. No, in this world, no one is born a slave. As long as we don't think of ourselves as slaves, then we'll never be slaves. These scum must die." Catherine, with the sword forged from the divine blood steel in her hand, came over from the side. She took a step forward, brandished her sword, and slashed at the wolf cavalryman. With the flash of a sword ray, the wolf cavalryman, who was very arrogant just a moment ago, was sliced in two. His sinister face showed a trace of shock. He didn't expect to be killed by Catherine, a half-blood beastman. Before anyone could react, Catherine wielded her sword and slaughtered the 8 wolf cavalrymen. Blood gushed out of the wolf cavalryman and sprinkled all over her, making her look like a war goddess brimming with a heroic, bloody, and monstrous aura who killed her way out of a sea of blood. With a terrified expression on his face and his body shivering, the middle-aged half-blood beastman with dog ears knelt on the ground and criticized in grief and indignation. "Catherine, you killed them. You actually killed them. We're finished, we're finished." It's the end. We're dead. We're dead. We cannot resist the Copper Wolf tribe at all. That human wizard won't be always here. He saved us just in the spur of the moment. Just for the moment. But he didn't save us forever. For a moment of satisfaction, you killed these 8 wolf men. Yet at the same time, you have laid the groundwork for the destruction of our village. Seeing this, the half-blood beast men were both delighted and frightened. They were at a loss. From their perspective, they naturally wanted to kill the 8 cruel wolf cavalrymen, but the thought of the consequences from killing the 8 wolf cavalrymen terrified them. Catherine's eyes shone and she barked. Have you ever wondered why we half-blood beast men are this miserable, are regarded as born slaves, and can be arbitrarily hunted and killed as if livestock? The half-blood beast men went silent. They had been pondering over this question since they were born, yet had not come to any conclusion. Catherine shouted. That's because we half-blood beast men have no god of our own, no god to protect us. That's why we are being bullied and humiliated. Not long ago, a great god was finally willing to take pity on us half-blood beast men and sent an emissary to help us. The human wizard is a divine emissary sent by a great god to rescue us half-blood beast men. Chapter 223, Teaching Secret Methods. Chapter 223, Teaching Secret Methods. Translator, Zeamoj. Interesting, this Catherine is really outstanding. She adapts and acts according to the circumstances. I just gave her a little hint and she managed to react this way. Really amazing. Any race has its geniuses and she should be a half-blood beastman genius. Only after Bo Lu came into the world were their horses able to gallop 1,000 li. Such horses are common, but a Bo Lu is rare. It's very interesting to be a Bo Lu. 1. Above the clouds, Yang Feng sat on a magic carpet and watched the images on the holographic projector. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. The middle-aged man with dog ears was stunned and muttered, "Is there really a god willing to take pity on us half-blood beast men?" Arad latest chapters at freewebnovuel.com only. Expectant and hopeful gazes focused on Catherine. In for a penny, in for a pound. Catherine's thoughts revolved and she said loudly, "That's right. The name of the great god is Ian. He will send a divine emissary to guide us out of our predicament. No longer will we be slaves to others. We definitely aren't born to be slaves. That's great. Great. Thank you, mighty God Ian. Great God Ian, praise you. ... The half-blood beastmen burst into tears and cried out in praise. Very pure faith power exuded from them and, because it couldn't find an object to attach itself to, gradually dissipated. In the middle of the sky, Yang Feng operated a secret method, saw faith power exude from the half-blood beastmen, and then dissipate, and sighed lightly. Such a strong faith power. According to the faith power, every single one of them might have reached the peak of shallow believers and are infinitely close to true believers. Suffering is indeed the best way to harvest faith power. Believers were divided into 6 grades. Non-believer, pseudo-believer, shallow believer, true believer, fanatic, and saint. Apart from non-believers, even pseudo-believers would provide a trace of faith power when praying silently. Under the circumstances when the time of the prayer and the strength of the soul were fixed, the faith power offered by 100 pseudo-believers was comparable to that offered by only one shallow believer. The faith power offered by 100 shallow believers was equivalent to that offered by one true believer. The faith power offered by 100 true believers was equivalent to that offered by one fanatic. The faith power offered by 100 fanatics was equivalent to that offered by one saint. Of course, if the soul of a life form was strong enough, then the faith power they offered would increase accordingly. Therefore, there were many races that were small in numbers, yet their souls were powerful enough on an individual basis, and their gods were very powerful. Half-blood beastmen suffered a lot without the protection of a god. They were among the weakest and most eager for help races. Yang Feng chose half-blood beastmen because they suffered a lot and were more likely to become devout believers who could offer large amounts of faith power. In the Tyrandot subcontinent, kindred were persecuted by humans and suffered as much. They earnestly wished to give birth to a kindred god. With their strong obsession, most of them were true believers and upwards. Plus, Their souls were far stronger than those of ordinary people. Thanks to these factors, the kindred monarch Rarit was able to ignite his divine fire and evolve into a demigod. After being pacified by Catherine, the half-blood beast men began to clean the village and bury their loved ones. Simultaneously, the huge wolves were skinned and cooked. Although the huge wolf meat didn't taste good, but they seldom got to eat meat. Time went by slowly and it was just getting dark. Catherine took the sword forged from divine bloodsteel and walked quickly to the place she had agreed with Yang Feng. After arriving at the appointed place, Catherine began to practice her erroneous sword art under the weak moonlight. This was the only martial art she could learn. Stop practicing. The sword art you practice is erroneous. Keep practicing it and you'll only ruin your body. Under the weak moonlight, Yang Feng, covered in the faint light of intervention, slowly emerged from the side. Master Ian, thank you very much for saving the people of my village. Catherine prostrated herself on the ground and earnestly kowtowed 5 times towards Yang Feng as an expression of her gratitude. This was the highest show of gratitude she received from a half-blood beastman, who used to be a slave. Yang Feng said, "Rise." "Yes." Catherine stood up, looked straight at Yang Feng with her clear and firm eyes, and said, "I want to get enough strength and knowledge to protect my people, so that half-blood beastmen are no longer insulted and called hybrids, and are able to lead lives with dignity on this land. Can you teach me how to achieve that? I am willing to pay any price. Anything that is of mine you can have. I am a wizard who pursues the truth and walks on the path to godhood. I want you to be the pope of my church and spread my faith among half-blood beastmen. Half-blood beastmen that are willing to believe in me and do not violate my doctrine will receive my protection. Half-blood beastmen under my protection will receive food, clean water, safe shelter, and a life with dignity. Anyone who attempts to capture you will be my enemy. My army will tear my enemies to pieces. Catherine, are you willing to be the pope of my church and spreading my faith among half-blood beastmen? This is a road full of thorns and sacrifices. I can't do it on my own. It requires constant struggle and numerous sacrifices from half-blood beastmen in order to have a chance at success. Shrouded in holy light, Yang Feng looked like the incarnation of a god. He said slowly, "I am willing," said Catherine without hesitation. Half-blood beastmen were discriminated against on the Feisua plain. There was no one who would teach them knowledge regarding power. Now that someone finally gave her a chance, she naturally wouldn't let it slip past her hands. Yang Feng reached out with his hand. A knowledge crystal appeared in his hand and flew towards Catherine. This is a knowledge crystal with the martial art Lion King battle scripture, which can be cultivated until the demigod rank. Crash it and you will grasp this martial art. Yang Feng didn't lack secret methods that could be cultivated until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 major warlock groups have collected secret methods that could be cultivated until the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Between them, they even had 3 secret methods that could be cultivated until the Moonlight Warlock rank. However, the 3 secret methods that could be cultivated until the Moonlight Warlock rank were ancient secret methods with too high requirements, which he couldn't fulfill. The Lion King War Scripture was one of the 3 secret methods that could be cultivated until the Moonlight Warlock rank. This was an improved version of the secret method that human warlocks learned from the Lion God Arketh of the Feisua Plains Beastman divine system. It was one of the reasons why Yang Feng chose Catherine, who was a Lionman half-blood beastman girl. Catherine grabbed the martial art knowledge crystal and crashed it. Shortly after, the Lion King scripture secret method entered her mind. Before long, a huge lion phantom suddenly appeared behind Catherine and exuded a powerful pressure. This was the power she inherited from her bloodline. Now, it was finally stimulated by the Lion King scripture. Yang Feng showed a smile when he saw the phantom, saying, "Pretty good. The power of her bloodline exceeds my expectations. It seems that one of her parents was a divine descendant with divine bloodline coursing through their body. I made it big this time." Catherine faced upwards, released a piercing howl, and released a majestic chi. Her figure shook and she unleashed the entire set of the Lion King battle scripture's fist moves onto a piece of empty land. Boom! After Catherine finished unleashing Lion King battle scripture's fist moves, a small fist imprint was left from her final strike. Catherine's figure shook and she arrived in front of Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude. Thank you very much for teaching me the Lion King battle scripture martial art. I, Catherine, will never forget your kindness. Yang Feng smiled, flicked his finger, and another knowledge crystal flew into Catherine's hand. The Lion King battle scripture is a martial art of the Lion Men of the Beast Man Empire. Other than Lion Men, the rest of the people aren't suited to cultivate it. I am handing you the Radiant Battle Book. This martial art can be cultivated by any beastmen. When cultivated to the peak, you can become a legend rank warrior. FREOWebnovel.com. Catherine alone wasn't enough to support the entire half-blood beastmen race. Only if there was a martial art that the majority of the people could cultivate would the race have the foundation to flourish. Although the Radiant Battle Book martial art wasn't as high-ranked as the Lion King battle scripture, but it was much more precious to the entire half-blood beastman race than the Lion King battle scripture. Catherine crushed the knowledge crystal and recorded the Radiant Battle Book cultivation method in her mind. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and stared at Yang Feng, although she didn't say any more words of gratitude. But her beautiful eyes were filled with an unswerving determination. This is the King's Sword. It can bless you with 4 spells: Inspire Courage, King's Dignity, Extraordinary Physique, and King's Power. This is the King's Armor. It has powerful defensive strength and can bless you with 8 spells: Warping Force Field, Fire Resistance Boost, Water Resistance Boost, Wind Resistance Boost, Earth Resistance Boost, Ice Resistance Boost, Light Resistance Boost, and Darkness Resistance Boost. You will need this pair of equipment to forge a future for the half-blood beastmen. Yang Feng flipped his hand and handed Catherine a secret treasure sword and a secret treasure armor entirely forged from divine blood steel. In terms of material quality, the secret treasure sword entirely forged from divine blood steel surpassed many legend-rank secret treasure swords. Its only drawback was that the magic attached to it wasn't strong enough. The same was true for the secret treasure armor forged from divine blood steel. However, for Catherine, they were elite magic weapons. One. https:/n.wikipedia.org/wiki/bondersurl. Chapter 224 My Blood is Hot Too. Chapter 224 My Blood is Hot Too. Translator, Zayamoch. After leaving that place, Catherine quickly returned to her village and gathered the people together. Once everyone gathered, Catherine immediately declared, "It's no longer possible to stay here. We must depart for another place." Dick, a half-blood beast man with tiger ears, gave a long sigh and said, "We don't have much food. Besides, where are we supposed to go to? There's no place where we half-blood beast men could live in." Bitterness welled up in the minds of the half-blood beast men present. A tiger man half-blood beast man with tiger ears, an imposing and dignified demeanor, a sturdy figure, and looks similar to those of Dick, suddenly pointed at a half-blood beast man with lion ears standing next to Catherine and asked, "Catherine, who is he? Why haven't I seen him before?" The other half-blood beastmen also gave Yang Feng, who had transformed into a lion-man half-blood beastman and stood next to Catherine, strange looks. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Hello. I am one of the divine emissaries of the mighty god Ian. I was sent to help you. My name is Caesar." When he finished speaking, the alarming chi of a Sky Knight rank expert spread out from Yang Feng. This oppression left quite a few half-blood beastmen breathless. Warlocks used secret methods to condense a soul seed, establish a spirit sea, and then get the power they called life energy. Life energy could imitate a variety of powers, including chi. Most of the half-blood beastmen present weren't even knights and haven't cultivated chi. They naturally couldn't resist the pressure released by Yang Feng. "Divine emissary, there is really a god who wants to help us. Thank heavens. The heavens finally cast their gaze on us. The half-blood beastmen burst into tears and then started to mumble when they felt the imposing pressure released by Yang Feng. When Chuck felt the bottomless aura released by Yang Feng, he couldn't help but feel secretly dejected. He knew very well that with his strength, he wouldn't be able to reach Yang Feng's level even after a lifetime of cultivation. When Dick saw this, he no longer doubted Yang Feng's identity. The dozens of people of the half-blood beastman village weren't enough to kill Yang Feng, who was just a single person. If Yang Feng wanted to capture them and sell them as slaves, they wouldn't have any strength to resist him. The half-blood beastmen couldn't think of anything else a person would plot against them. After displaying his strength, Yang Feng smiled and retreated to beside Catherine. Yang Feng wanted to control the half-blood beastmen via Catherine. After all, he had too many things to do. In fact, each god would have numerous subordinates to perform a variety of tasks in their stead. Otherwise, even if they were gods, they would be very tired and would have any time to practice cultivation and enjoy themselves. Catherine's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she said loudly, "The Red Earth Wasteland." With his mighty divine power, the great god Ian established a city and purified a vast tract of land for us half-blood beastmen in the Red Earth Wasteland. There is food, clean water, and safe shelter. There, we can live with dignity and no longer be slaves to anyone. A city that belongs to us half-blood beastmen. Wonderful. If so, then it's great. The half-blood beastmen wept with joy. A city that belonged to half-blood beastmen. This was a dream of half-blood beastmen for millennia. This was just a dream that no one had ever been able to realize, as they lacked knowledge and strength. No one wanted to impart these pitiful half-blood beastmen with knowledge and power. Because they were products of tragedy, they were loathed by all. Catherine said with a solemn expression. However, only the believers of the mighty god Ian can enter the city that belongs to half-blood beastmen. If you want to enter the city with me, you must believe in the great god Ian, who is the sole god of us half-blood beastmen. If you're unwilling, you can leave now. I am willing to believe in the mighty god Ian. I am willing as well. None of the half-blood beastmen present refused to believe in Yang Feng. Before the pressure of reality, they just wanted to lead good lives. No matter which god gave them a way out, half-blood beastmen would believe in them. This is the idol that god Ian bestowed upon us. To become his believers, we have to pray to him every day. In return, he will send divine envoys to bless and protect us. Catherine took out an idol that looked similar to Yang Feng and put it on a table. The face of the idol was shrouded in a veil of blinding light, so it couldn't be seen clearly. Now let's have a prayer. Follow my lead. Catherine clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and silently recited a prayer. Mighty Lord Ian, you are the ruler of half-blood beastmen, a supreme sacred being. You are the sovereign of light, the sower of fear. Mighty Lord Ian, you are the invincible god of war. You are the guardian of the good and the weak. Mighty Lord Ian, we offer you our most pious faith. From now on, we'll return to your divine kingdom after death. We'll become your shield and shield you from all harm, become your sword and kill all your enemies. Great Lord Ian, may your divine country ascend and turn into a star in the sky. Under her lead, the half-blood beastmen adopted Catherine's posture and prayed earnestly and piously. Very pure faith power exuded from the half-blood beastmen and entered the idol created by Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the faith power condense on the idol and smiled. I finally took the first step. Most people already had a god they believed in. In a world where gods constantly performed miracles, there were practically no non-believer. Even among slaves, there were many who still had faith in gods. It was very difficult for Yang Feng to spread his faith. Thus, the suffering half-blood beastmen were the best choice for him. After the prayer was completed, the dozens of half-blood beastmen present felt that their entire being had changed, as if they had gone through a complete transformation. Before this, these half-blood beastmen had no hope and could not see the light. Now they saw the light of hope. Dick's eyes erupted with vitality and he asked, Catherine, can you contact the surrounding villages and take them with you to the city? Catherine smiled and said, Half-blood beast men will be welcomed with open arms into the city, so long as they are willing to believe in my lord. Dick's eyes glimmered with apprehension. Since my lord is so generous and great, I believe that all half-blood beast men will believe in him. However, the biggest problem at hand is the winter hunt. The wolf cavalrymen were only the advance guard of the winter hunt. According to the usual practice, a large-scale winter hunt is about to begin. Occasionally, in winter, beastmen of the Beastman Empire would sweep through the Kasama region. They would plunder the food of half-blood beastmen and capture beautiful half-blood beastmen women for their enjoyment or to sell them to human slave merchants in exchange for various goods. This was the winter hunt. The winter hunt wasn't limited to just the beastmen of the Copper Wolf tribe. Rather, the entire army of the Beastman Empire would be mobilized to hunt in the Kasama region. In front of the army of the Beastman Empire, all resistance from half-blood beastmen would be easily crushed. Among half-blood beastmen, there were oxmen, tigermen, lionmen, and elephantmen. These half-blood beastmen were born with extraordinary strength, and their fighting strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. There were resisting half-blood beastmen in the Kasama region. However, half-blood beastmen lacked weapons, cultivation methods, and knowledge inheritances, so they naturally couldn't withstand the assault from the army of the Beastman Empire. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. Resisting half-blood beastmen would be killed practically by the hundreds and thousands. Half-blood beastmen would be thrown into the Kasama region by the hundreds and thousands to die, so that they wouldn't consume the food of the Beastman Empire. For half-blood beastmen, the army of the Beastman Empire was the most hated and most dreaded thing in wintertime. The eyes of the half-blood beastmen revealed worry when they heard this. Catherine said, "I have a solution." Gazes filled with expectation gathered on Catherine. Catherine looked around and said gravely, "Before the official start of the winter hunt, only the Copper Wolf tribe poses a threat to us. I will take people to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. So long as he is killed, the advance guard Copper Wolf tribe will collapse without a fight. We can win 10 days. 10 days is enough for us to contact many villages. Who is willing to come with me to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe?" "I am willing." A person, whom no one expected to, took the lead and shouted. Gazes of surprise gathered on the person. Yang Feng was also rather surprised. That person was Kun, the middle-aged man with dog ears who previously tried hard to advise everyone not to kill the 8 wolf cavalrymen. "Hehe. I know what you're thinking. My wife and son died tragically in the hands of those scum. You think that I don't hate their guts? We had no strength to resist in the past. But now that there is a God willing to protect us, I, Kun, am willing to put my life on the line for the sake of my people. If I'm lucky enough to survive and reach the land promised to us by my lord, I'll dedicate everything to my lord. I, a dogman half-blood beast man, promise this." Kun ripped apart his ragged clothes, tore at his chest and started bleeding, broke into tears, and shouted at the top of his voice, "My blood is hot, too!" Chapter 225, Breaking Through the Gate. Chapter 225, Breaking Through the Gate. Translator, Zayamoj. This is the power of hope. Yang Feng's rock-solid mind was slightly shaken as he silently watched Kun bleed from his chest. "I am willing to go with you. I am willing as well." There was silence. Of the 56 half-blood beast men in the room, whether men, women, old, or young, no one shrank back. Catherine decided at once and said, "For an assassination, the number of people should be small. I, Caesar, Kun, and Chuck will go. Dick, you organize the others and get in touch with the surrounding villages. We don't have much time. Every minute is precious." Without quarreling or hesitating, Dick nodded silently. At the border of the Beastman Empire and the Kasama region lied a small city called the Frozen Rock City. The Frozen Rock City was the bridgehead of the Beastman Empire for the winter hunt. As the advance guard of the winter hunt, the Copper Wolf tribe was stationed here. Night fell and darkness covered the land. Catherine took Yang Feng and the others to the front of the Frozen Rock City. Kun looked at the brightly lit Frozen Rock City from afar and his eyes flashed with worry. "Catherine, what are we going to do now? The security looks rather strict there." When the vanguards were killed by Yang Feng, the defense of the frozen rock city got stricter. Outside the gate stood 2 squads of fully armed Wolfman warriors. Squads of Wolfman warriors patrolled on top of the frozen rock city's city wall, ready to reinforce the warriors at the bottom at any time. The entrance was filled with torches at the gate. On the city wall, there were thick torches placed at certain intervals, brightly illuminating the city. Catherine looked at Yang Feng and said, "Caesar, your turn." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Let's charge into their headquarters and then kill the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe." Chuck frowned and said coldly, "It sounds simple when you put it that way. However, we don't even know how many warriors there are in the frozen rock city nor where the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe is. Besides, how do the 4 of us charge in?" Although Yang Feng's identity as a divine emissary was acknowledged, but Chuck still felt quite jealous of him. This was mainly because half-blood beastmen were ignorant and didn't know the importance of a divine emissary. If it was in the 4 great empires, no one would dare to be so rude to a divine emissary sent by a god. The ignorant were fearless. Kun focused his attention on Yang Feng as he wanted to see what the other party had to say. He also didn't believe that the 4 of them could charge into the city and kill the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. "These are treasure God bestowed upon me. This is a sword that can cut through any weapon, and this is a whole body armor that can resist almost any weapon. Besides, God is watching us. He will guide us to where the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe is. These are the treasures God Ian bestowed upon me. This is a sword that can cut through any weapon, and this is a whole body armor that can resist almost any weapon. Besides, God Ian is watching us. He will guide us to where the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe is." Yang Feng smiled lightly. With a flick of his wrist, 2 copper boxes appeared in front of Chuck and Kun. On top of each copper box lied a magic sword forged from divine blood steel. Yang Feng continued indifferently, "Press your hands against the boxes, and you'll get the divine warrior armor God bestowed upon you." Without hesitation, Kun reached out and pressed on the depressions on top of a copper box. With the flash of bronze magic radiances, pieces of armor flew out of the copper box and landed on Kun. Every key part of his body was covered, with only the joints being left exposed. There were 16 grooves on the divine warrior armor, and each groove was inlaid with a high-grade magic stone. A very powerful magic energy came out of the divine warrior armor, entered Kun, stimulated his potential, and made him erupt with chi. Chi! This is the power of chi. Kun looked stunned. Next, his eyes flashed with delight, and he said in praise, "Praise the great god Ian." When Chuck saw this, he also pressed the copper box, put on the divine warrior armor, and bore chi. Although it looked like the divine warrior armor had many components, but in fact it was extremely light. The divine warrior armor only weighed 25 pounds and was completely forged out of divine blood steel. Additionally, it was still blessed with grace, brute strength, gather courage, and a good deal of other spells. Thus, the wearer not only wouldn't feel heavy, but rather would feel light and very agile. The divine warrior armor was an original product Yang Feng developed by combining warlock knowledge and Shizu technology. So long as the body of the wearer was strong enough, they would possess formidable offensive strength and defensive strength. On the battlefield, they would resemble man-shaped tanks. Yang Feng waved his hand, and 2 golden boxes appeared in front of him and Catherine. Catherine reached out and pressed the depressions on a golden box. Numerous pieces of golden armor flew out of the golden box, surrounded her, and formed a golden armor. With her visor on, there was no way to tell that she was a female warrior. "Follow me." Yang Feng took the lead and stealthily moved toward the city wall of the frozen rock city. Catherine and the other 2 followed after Yang Feng. When they reached the edge of the city wall, Yang Feng took a deep breath, tapped with his foot lightly, rose into the air, and easily landed on top of the city wall. The city wall of the frozen rock city was only 6 meters tall. It couldn't stop an expert such as Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a rope extended to the bottom from the top of the city wall. Catherine and the other 2 quickly reached out and grabbed the rope. Yang Feng yanked the rope slightly. In a flash, he erupted with Sky Knight rank strength, lifted Catherine and the other 2 into the air, and sent them to the top of the city wall. Midair, Catherine operated her chi, twisted her petite body, turned her feet towards the floor, and stepped on the floor, effectively stopping her forward momentum. New novel chapters are published on fguriwebnovio.com. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with praise. He took a step forward, pressed his palms on the abdomens of Chuck and Kun, and ejected a gentle force from his palms, helping the both of them land. These days on the Feisua plain, as he couldn't rely on the astonishing fighting strength of his mechanical legion, Yang Feng could only rely on himself for the most part, stimulating his potential. At the time when he just left the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng could slap Chuck and Kun into meat paste with a wave of his hand. However, he wouldn't have used his strength to do something so trivial. Previously, Yang Feng was just an ordinary warlock who was a product of various precious resources and alchemical elixirs. Now, while tempering himself on the Feisua plain, he could feel himself change constantly, become increasingly powerful and be more nimble in terms of grasping knowledge. When they landed, Chuck and Kun heaved a long sigh of relief. Yang Feng grabbed Chuck and Kun, raised them, and with a light jump jumped off the wall. Catherine also gave a light jump and jumped off the wall. Once they entered the frozen rock city, the four people formed a battle formation. Yang Feng was in the front, Chuck and Kun guarded his flanks, and Catherine brought up the rear. Yang Feng took the other three people into the frozen rock city without hesitation. In the frozen rock city, Yang Feng, as if aided by the gods, meandered the allays and avoided squads after squads of beastman patrolmen, leaving Chuck and Kun full of admiration. They really believed that Yang Feng had the guidance of a god. In the middle of the frozen rock city was a small castle, which was the city master's mansion. As the bridgehead to attack the Kasama region, half-blood beastmen would occasionally think of ways to attack the frozen rock city and assassinate its high-ranking officials. As a result, the city master's mansion was remodeled into a castle. The 7-meter-tall city wall of the castle was brightly lit and was patrolled by jagged-looking wolfman warriors. Guarding atop the city wall were confidants of the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe, valiant warriors who went through numerous battles. Each one of them was no weaker than a human knight. Charge! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching glint. His figure shook and he charged towards the gate of the castle like a human tank. Charge! At Catherine's command, Kun and Chuck looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed behind Yang Feng. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Atop the city wall, a wolfman warrior sighted Yang Feng in his golden armor, then faced upwards and gave a piercing howl. Worthy of elites, the wolfman warriors atop the city wall got ready quickly. 20 archers of the Copper Wolf tribe immediately stepped forward, pulled back their bows, and shot at Yang Feng. A rain formed from 20 arrows shot at Yang Feng. Ding! Ding! Amid crisp sounds, 3 arrows hit Yang Feng's golden armor and were ricocheted. Braving the volley of arrows, Yang Feng reached in front of the gate and slashed a dozen times at it with the magic sword forged from divine blood steel. Break! Yang Feng gave a furious roar and punched the gate. Boom! Following a loud sound, the gate fell apart into numerous pieces and spattered about. The gate is broken. The gate is broken. Kun and Chuck were stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. All right, follow him. We may really be able to kill the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. Kun and Chuck felt their blood boil and hope welled up inside their minds. Catherine's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar glint, and she looked at Yang Feng's back with worship in her eyes. Master Ian indeed! Chapter 226, Unstoppable. Chapter 226, Unstoppable. Translator, Zayamoch. Broken. The gate was broken. Fuck. How could the gate be broken? The Wolfman warriors were stupefied. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the broken gate. Yang Feng's group of 4 darted into the castle and rushed madly to where the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe was. Block them! Stop them! A chief guard roared and dashed towards Yang Feng's group of 4 along with 50 Wolfman warriors. Yang Feng rushed up to the chief guard. A very bright sword ray slashed at the other party. The chief guard roared. In a flash, he erupted with Earth Knight rank chi, then poured his chi into a fine steel sword and lifted the sword to parry Yang Feng. Ding! Amid the chief guard's shocked gaze, the fine steel sword in his hands was cut in two. A sword ray slashed downwards and, in a flash, sliced the chief guard in two. After killing the chief guard with a slash of his sword, Yang Feng slashed with his sword at his surroundings and sliced the Wolfman warriors near him in two along with their armor. Although Kun and Chuck, who were in charge of guarding Yang Feng's flanks, didn't know any martial arts, but, by relying on the very sharp magic sword and the divine warrior armor with astonishing defensive strength, they withstood the attacks of Wolfman warriors and, by employing an unrelenting fighting style, killed Wolfman warriors. Wielding the king's sword crazily, Catherine killed Wolfman warriors. Blood spattered all over her, yet she didn't care. She gained a deeper understanding of the Lion King battle scripture that Yang Feng imparted her with amid that crazy fighting. As if a dagger cutting through tofu, Yang Feng and the other 3 people easily cut through the 50 elite Wolfman warriors and then continued to dash to where the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe was. On the way, no more organized troops appeared before Yang Feng. After killing a dozen guards, Yang Feng's group of 4 daced into a room. In the room, the naked bodies of 4 half-blood Beastman girls lied on a carpet. The 4 half-blood Beastman girls were very beautiful and were just 15 or 16 years old. There was still a middle-aged Beastman with wolf ears in the room. The Wolfman Beastman had a bushy tail over his buttock, was of medium build, and his face looked as if it was carved with a chisel. The middle-aged Wolfman, who had a chilly and cruel temperament, stood in the middle of the room with a blood-stained scimitar and coldly looked at Yang Feng's group of 4. The middle-aged man was unruffled and said very calmly, "The 4 of you got guts. Do you know who I am? I am Ahriman, the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. I am a hereditary baron of the Beastman Empire. The Beastman Empire will never let you off if you kill me. Who sent you to assassinate me? I can pay you twice as much. No, I'll pay you thrice as much and you go kill the one who sent you. Kill them and I will recommend you to the Beastman Empire and have you become chevaliers. You'll gain hereditary lands and great riches." In the Feisua Plain, many people thirsted for aristocratic titles and hereditary lands. Many martial powerhouses and formidable wizards would serve the human empires for the sake of aristocratic titles and hereditary lands. Although strong martial powerhouses didn't have to worry about food and clothing, but their offsprings might not be able to learn their martial arts. An aristocratic identity and hereditary land were the foundation for the continuation and prosperity of a family. Unfortunately, I only want your head. Yang Feng swept the naked bodies of the half-blood Beastman girls with a glance. His gaze turned frosty, and his figure shook. He very strangely appeared in front of Ahriman and slashed with his sword at the other party. "A bunch of clowns. I just didn't want to waste my energy. Since you want to die, then be my guests," snorted Ahriman. He erupted with alarming Firmament Knight rank chi, took a step forward, and slashed fiercely at Yang Feng with a blade. In the Beastman Empire, the weak were prey to the strong. For Ahriman to be able to become the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe, he had to be very strong. Otherwise, he would be suppressed by the pack of pups in the tribe. Ding! The swords and blade clashed. Following which, the fine steel blade in Ahriman's hands cut in two and Yang Feng's magic sword continued to slash at Ahriman's head, before sending it flying. When Ahriman's head soared into the air, his eyes were still flashing with incredulity, as if he couldn't believe that he was insta-killed in a single exchange. "Your martial prowess might not be too bad, but unfortunately, your weapon was rather lacking." Yang Feng grabbed Ahriman's head, which had an unreconciled expression, and said indifferently. Scorching blood spurted out of Ahriman's neck. Before the blood could touch Yang Feng, it was ricocheted by his life force cover. In real combat, weapons and equipment were extremely important and could even play the decisive role. Ahriman's martial prowess may have been stronger than Yang Feng's, but he was still insta-killed by Yang Feng because he didn't know that the magic sword forged from divine bloodsteel in Yang Feng's hands was that sharp. A powerful weapon could make it so that a fighter's fighting strength soared by several times. This was also the reason why Yang Feng's 5 magic swords could be auctioned at sky-high prices. Kun's eyes overflowed with tears and he started sobbing. Very strong faith power effused out of his body. "It's really done. We really assassinated the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is a miracle that God Ian granted us. Praise you, great God Ian. Praise you. Yang Feng was surprised when he felt the faith power coming from Kun. A true believer. Pretty good. I really couldn't tell that Kun was a good seedling. Yang Feng took out a spear, stuck Ahriman's head on it, and strode outside. Ahriman is dead. The frozen rock city has fallen. Yang Feng had Kun carry Ahriman's head and shout when he saw people. When they saw Ahriman's head, the morale of the Wolfman warriors started crumbling and they started splitting into two different mindsets. Some Wolfman warriors with bloodshot eyes would rush madly at Yang Feng and delegation, before being killed by Yang Feng and Catherine. But even more Wolfman warriors would choose to escape the city master's mansion. Yang Feng and his party charged towards the prison of the city master's mansion. Taking the lead, Catherine killed a dozen Wolfman prison guards and then broke into the prison. I am Catherine, a divine chosen dispatched by the mighty god Ian to rescue half-blood beastmen. I am a lion man, half-blood beastman. I'm here to rescue you. Anyone willing to believe in my Lord, the great god Ian, can be redeemed. Who is willing to believe in my Lord Ian? Once Catherine broke into the prison, she removed the golden visor and revealed her heroic, beautiful appearance and her lion man half-blood beastman characteristics. Shrouded in light of intervention, she shouted, I am willing to believe in the great god Ian. Save me. I am willing to believe in the great god Ian, too. Save me. In the prison, there were hundreds of handsome boys and beautiful girls, who were captured by the Copper Wolf tribe. When they saw Catherine, who was shrouded in light of intervention, they started weeping and pleading as if they saw a god. Yang Feng and the others stepped forward, swung their swords at the cages, and rescued the hundreds of half-blood beastmen. Catherine said gravely, Pick up the weapons that you can and follow us. You have to protect your own lives. The hundreds of half-blood beastman youngsters silently picked up the weapons of the dead prison guards and then followed behind Catherine. Yang Feng said, Let's go to the granary. We'll leave after we burn it to cinders. Catherine nodded, then turned around and said to the half-blood beastman youngsters, Follow us. The half-blood beastman youngsters silently following after Catherine. Under Yang Feng's leadership, the group of people charged towards the granary of the frozen rock city. Along the way, any Wolfman warrior that appeared was sliced to pieces by Yang Feng. Their weapons were taken by the youngsters. So you came. I guessed that your next target would certainly be the granary of the frozen rock city. Fucking half-blood beastman hybrids. You saw me, Randy, and you're still not kneeling? You want to die. Suddenly, a group of 200 people rushed out of the granary. The armed-to-the-teeth wolf cavalrymen were headed by a very arrogant, tall and sturdy Wolfman powerhouse. The Wolfman powerhouse swept the half-blood beastman youngsters with a glance, roared furiously, and released frightening Sky Knight rank chi. Subjected to the imposing pressure from the Sky Knight rank powerhouse, the half-blood beastman youngsters showed fear. Sky Knight rank powerhouses had already entered the ranks of extraordinary life forms, and there was a qualitative gap between them and ordinary life forms. Their grandeur wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Randy Ahriman, the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe, was already killed by me. Here's his head. It's still not too late for you to surrender. Otherwise, there's only death awaiting you. Yang Feng took Ahriman's head, shook it at the wolf cavalrymen of the Copper Wolf tribe, and shouted, It's Chief Ahriman's head. Is Chief Ahriman really dead? When they saw Ahriman's head, the wolf cavalrymen felt their minds rock. Ahriman, who had the strength of a firmament knight, was the #1 powerhouse of the Copper Wolf tribe. For such a powerhouse to die to Yang Feng's strength could very well be imagined. Taking advantage of the time the wolf cavalrymen were distracted, Yang Feng's figure shook and he rushed towards the other party. Go to hell! The wolf cavalrymen of the Copper Wolf tribe were extremely fierce. 2 wolf cavalrymen immediately slashed at Yang Feng with their blades. Without dodging or evading, Yang Feng bumped into the enemy like a humanoid demonic beast. Ding! 2 fine steel blades hit Yang Feng's golden armor and then ricocheted. The hands of the two wolf cavalrymen were jolted and the fine steel blades slipped out of their hands. Sword rays flashed and the two wolf cavalrymen were instantly sliced into numerous pieces of flesh and blood that sputtered about. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. Yang Feng appeared in front of Randy from amid a mist of blood and frenziedly slashed at the other party. Randy's complexion changed greatly, although there were still over 100 subordinates beside him. But at this moment, only he was facing Yang Feng's tyrannical sword. Randy mustered up his chi, bellowed, and raised his sword to parry Yang Feng's sword. The wolf cavalrymen around him would rush at Yang Feng and slice him to pieces so long as he parried this strike. Ding! Amid Randy's shocked gaze, his sword was sliced in two as if tofu, and a sword ray slashed across his neck, sending his head flying high into the air. Large amounts of blood sprayed out of his headless body and splashed about. In the middle of the wolf cavalrymen, Yang Feng burst out with frightening firmament knight rank chi, faced upwards and bellowed, "I already killed Randy. Who else wants to die?" The wolf cavalrymen were stupefied and couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, they were deterred by Yang Feng's grandeur and kept still for a moment. Yang Feng's blood boiled and the divine energy of massacre increased steadily. The sword in his hands flickered and sword rays spread into the surroundings. Where the sword rays passed, wolf cavalrymen would fall apart and turn into numerous pieces. Under Yang Feng's crazy massacre, the wolf cavalrymen began to split into two different mindsets. Some wolf cavalrymen rushed angrily at Yang Feng in order to take revenge for Randy. Many more wolf cavalrymen lost their courage and dispersed. After killing dozens of wolf cavalrymen in succession, there were no longer any living wolf cavalrymen in front of the granary. Only Yang Feng and his people remained and stood loftily amid the blood and corpses. Strong. So powerful. Sir Caesar is so powerful. Can we half-blood beastmen also bear such powerhouses? The half-blood beastman youngsters imprinted this scene into their eyes and their minds were filled with shock. Kun felt overwhelmed by emotions and his eyes flashed with zealotry as he gazed at Yang Feng's back. Divine Emissary Caesar is really strong. Only such a powerhouse can call himself a divine emissary. At last, there's hope for us half-blood beastmen. Chapter 227 Return. Chapter 227 Return. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng stepped on the road stained with blood and arrived before the granary of the frozen rock city. With the flash of a sword ray, the steel gate of the granary collapsed into numerous pieces and revealed large amounts of foodstuff. When the half-blood beastman youngsters saw the large amounts of foodstuff in the granary, their eyes nearly showed green light and they swallowed quite a few times. The living environment in the Kasama region was very harsh. There, the youngsters only had some sour berries and unpalatable wild vegetables and roots to barely eat half their fill. They had never seen so much food. Kun said both respectfully and unwillingly, "Sir Caesar, isn't there a way to bring this foodstuff back with us?" Catherine's big expressive eyes also stared straight at Yang Feng. "Yes. We should bring it back." The half-blood beastman youngsters also spoke out. Yang Feng said faintly, We don't have that much time. There's another piece of bad news. According to the divine decree from the mighty god Ian, the bloody lion monarch Lawrence is rushing over along with 20,000 bloody lion knights. When he heard that, Kun's face changed greatly, his eyes flashed with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Lawrence, it's the fiend." Catherine's beautiful eyes were full of endless fury. At the same time, there was fear in the abyss of her eyes. "Lawrence, that scum. He's here. Lawrence, the fiend is here. It's that fiend." The faces of the youngsters turned pale from fright. Their bodies shivered greatly, and fear overtook their eyes. Free web novel The Seal. The Blood Lion King Lawrence was a paternal uncle of the current emperor of the Beastman Empire. In the Beastman Empire, he was conferred the title of Grand Prince. He was extremely cruel and presided over the winter hunt against half-blood beastmen a number of times. When others presided over the winter hunt, they would release more water to nourish the fish in the pond. They wouldn't go so far as to recklessly kill in the Kasama region. The blood lion monarch Lawrence, on the other hand, was extremely cruel and vicious. Once, he wiped out the Kasama region's resistance army, including those that surrendered, then massacred the villages where the Half-Blood Beastman resistance army operated and even recklessly slaughtered Half-Blood Beastman villages that hadn't taken part in the resistance, striking terror and abhorrence into everyone of the Kasama region. Yang Feng said gravely, "Only by burning the foodstuff can we stop them in their tracks. Otherwise, for the sake of the foodstuff, they will never stop chasing us." Catherine nodded silently. Yang Feng took out a jar, spilled kerosene onto the foodstuff of the granary, then ignited a torch and threw it into the granary. Flames rose abruptly and spread rapidly in the granary. "The granary is on fire. It's over. What do we do? Sir Ahriman seems to have been killed. What should we do now?" The source of this content is freewebnovel.com. Within the frozen rock city, the troops of wolfmen fell immediately into chaos. After Ahriman was killed, there was no longer anyone in the Copper Wolf tribe who could unite the masses. When some powerhouses of the Copper Wolf tribe, who originally burned with ambition, saw the granary go up in flames, they knew that things were over. They immediately took their troops to escape the frozen rock city and led them to the Copper Wolf tribe. Whoever returned to the Copper Wolf tribe first would gain a huge advantage. Yang Feng took the hundreds of Half-Blood Beastman youngsters to the arsenal and opened it. After everyone picked a few weapons, he took the swaggering youngsters to leave the frozen rock city. In front of the nameless village where Catherine lived, Dick stood at the gate of the village. Every now and then, he would look in the direction of the frozen rock city with eyes full of worry and unease. Wasn't it too impulsive? For people went to the frozen rock city to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is an impossible-to-occur miracle. Just to ascertain the position of the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe is a very difficult undertaking. Dick looked into the distance. There seemed to be a few more wrinkles between his eyebrows, as he smiled bitterly and sighed. "There's no way around it. Even if it's a straw, we still have to firmly clutch at it. We have no way out." A middle-aged man with cat ears and a wizened complexion slowly came over and said with a forced smile, "Yes, Dick, we have no way out. The only thing we can do now is pray. Pray to the mighty god Ian to bless them." For people went to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe in the heavily defended frozen rock city. This sounded like a fairy tale. It was quite normal for the Half-Blood Beastmen to be anxious after they cooled down. Dick asked, "Burrow, how was it? How did the other villages react?" Burrow smiled bitterly and said, "They basically agreed to go with us. However, there is a prerequisite. If Sir Caesar can assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe, they'll go with us. If he can't, they will do as they did in the past. Look for a place to hide, resign themselves to fate, and pray that they can avoid this time's winter hunt. To resist the winter hunt, Half-Blood Beastmen could only search for a place to hide and resign themselves to fate in an attempt to avoid it. After all, the winter hunt organized by the Beastman Empire had a time limit. After capturing a certain number of people, they would leave this place. Providing for the people and mounts of a 10,000 to 20,000 strong elite army was quite taxing. The army of the Beastman Empire couldn't stay a long time in a barren place like the Kasama region. Dick suddenly asked, "Why is it Sir Caesar who's going to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe and not Catherine?" Burrow replied dully, "We watched Catherine grow up. Shouldn't we be clear about how strong she is? Although she received guidance from a god, but she certainly isn't strong enough to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe at the moment." Dick was silent for a while, then gave a long sigh and nodded lightly. "That somebody is approaching our village." Burrow suddenly looked tense and stared into the distance. His eyes flashed with graveness, saying, "I will go back to the village and have everyone hide." "No, there's no need. It's Caesar. It's Sir Caesar. They're back. They're back. My son Chuck is also alive. Thank heavens. He's alive." Dick's eyes widened and his body trembled. He spoke incoherently and his eyes broke out with tears of excitement. "Ha ha, they're back. Ha ha, I'll go back and tell everyone the good news. I'll go back and tell everybody the good news." Burrow was also excited and incoherent. He jumped up and, as if he had become young, rushed into the village. Sir Caesar is back. Sir Caesar and the others are back. Come out. Sir Caesar and the others are back. Burrow rushed into the village and shouted. What? Sir Caesar and the others are back. They are back. Does that mean that they managed to assassinate the chief of the Copperwolf tribe? Over 100 half-blood beastmen, many of whom were representatives from other villages, rushed out from the village. These days, time seemed to pass very slowly in the village. Now that they heard the news of Yang Feng and delegation, they became ecstatic and rushed out of the village. When the half-blood beastmen reached the entrance of the village, they saw Yang Feng and Catherine walk side by side, followed by Kun and Chuck, and behind them were the half-blood beastman youngsters. Kun lifted the spear with the Ahriman's head high and shouted, We are back! Sir Caesar killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is his head. Long live the great god Ian. Long live the great Sir Caesar. They did it. They really did it. They killed him. They actually killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe. This is a miracle that can only be achieved with the guidance from a god. We half-blood beastmen have hope at last. When the half-blood beastmen saw the spear with Ahriman's head, they immediately burst into tears and shed tears of excitement. Long live the great god Ian. Long live the great Sir Caesar. Long live the great god Ian. Long live the great Sir Caesar. Bursts of cheers came from the crowd. Yang Feng could clearly perceive the faith power that exuded from the half-blood beastmen and then was gathered by the idol he produced. Dick slowly walked up to Yang Feng, prostrated himself on the ground, and, with tears on his face, said solemnly, Thank you very much for bringing us half-blood beastmen hope, great Sir Divine Emissary Caesar. Shedding countless tears, over 100 half-blood beastmen came up to Yang Feng, prostrated themselves on the ground, and voiced their most sincere gratitude. For countless years, half-blood beastmen had suffered without hope in sight. Even when the half-blood beastman resistance army appeared, it was easily suppressed by the beastman empire and human slave merchants. Now that a god sent a divine emissary, almost miraculously, just 4 people managed to assassinate the chief of the Copper Wolf tribe in the Frozen Rock City and guarded by thousands of Wolfman warriors. Half-blood beastmen could finally see a glimmer of hope. Seeing this, the youngsters also burst out into tears and prostrated themselves in front of Yang Feng. Chuck hesitated for a moment, then finally sighed lightly and also prostrated himself in front of Yang Feng. He no longer entertained the idea to compete with Yang Feng. During the fight to assassinate Ahriman, he had a first-hand experience of Yang Feng's strength. There was no way he could compare to such a person. He was also a half-blood beastman and also longed for freedom and dignity for half-blood beastmen. Chapter 228 Migration. Chapter 228 Migration. Translator, Zayamoj. The mighty god Ian will bless you as long as you are willing to piously believe in him. Yang Feng pointed, cast the level 1 spell Light of Intervention, and a heart-warming sacred light suddenly appeared, shrouded everyone present, and warmed them slightly. Immediately after, Yang Feng snapped his fingers and a large amount of super healing elixir, which was a product of alchemy and Shizu technology, turned into fine mist and mixed with the sacred light. Affected by the super healing elixir, the half-blood beastman only felt their bodies turn warm and then become more at ease. Many people were surprised to discover that their many internal injuries had disappeared. Healing divine spells were among the divine spells that the preachers of churches had to have. Only with healing divine spells could churches develop rapidly and gain more believers. Yang Feng wasn't a god. Only through combining alchemy and Shizu technology could he imitate the effect of healing divine spells. Many half-blood beastmen shed tears of happiness amid the sacred light. This was the first time they were healed by a divine spell and the first time they felt the power of a god. According to the wishes of God Ian, I will teach you now the first volume of the Radiant Battle Book. Shrouded in sacred light, Yang Feng began to explain the first volume of the Radiant Battle Book martial art to the half-blood beastmen. Originally, Yang Feng intended to let Catherine teach the martial art. But now that there was such a good opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. On the scene, apart from Yang Feng's voice, there was silence. Full of piety, the half-blood beastmen listened enthusiastically to every word of Yang Feng's. The half-blood beastmen knew how precious martial arts knowledge was. Martial arts were the secret and foundation of major races. No one would ever teach martial arts to half-blood beastmen. The erroneous sword art Catherine practiced was something for which a half-blood beastman slave paid great costs to learn secretly. Half-blood beastmen, who endured countless hardships, had a much greater thirst for knowledge than other races. Yang Feng looked around and his gaze fell on Kun. Okay, that's it for today. Any half-blood beastmen willing to believe in the mighty god Ian can practice the subsequent volumes of the Radiant Battle Book martial art. Kun, get up. Kun stood up and said respectfully to Yang Feng, Yes, Sir Caesar. Yang Feng handed Kun a knowledge crystal with the Radiant Battle Book. This is a knowledge crystal with the subsequent volumes of the Radiant Battle Book? Crash it. Kun crushed the crystal and the knowledge regarding the Radiant Battle Book immediately entered his mind. Kun was even more respectful after he opened his eyes, saying, Thank you very much for teaching me this martial art, Sir Divine Emissary. Yang Feng said, From now on, you and Catherine will grasp the complete Radiant Battle Book martial art. You can teach the subsequent volumes of this martial art to half-blood beastmen who are strong enough and are willing to believe in my lord. Kun's eyes glimmered with determination, and he said deferentially, Yes, Sir Divine Emissary. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with graveness, and he said solemnly, Okay, get up. Now, it's imperative that we enter in touch with every half-blood beastmen for a mass migration. The great god Ian passed a divine decree. The Bloody Lion Monarch Lawrence is coming with 20,000 elite Bloody Lion Knights. The Bloody Lion Monarch Lawrence. It's the Fiend. Fuck. Go inform everyone that the Fiend is back. Hearing the name Bloody Lion Monarch, the complexions of the half-blood beastmen present changed. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes flashed with fear and anger. Under Dick's arrangements, the half-blood beastmen who came from nearby villages quickly returned to their villages and began to mobilize the half-blood beastmen in the villages. The news that Yang Feng's avatar Caesar took 3 people to the Frozen Rock City and assassinated Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe quickly spread among the villages. The half-blood beastman youngsters he rescued also spread this news in the Kasama region. Like a plague, over 100,000 half-blood beastmen emerged from their nooks and crannies in the Kasama region, converged into a flood, and, under Yang Feng's lead, moved in the direction of the Red Earth Wasteland. A few days later, with worry on his face, Dick found Yang Feng and said, Sir Caesar, we are running out of food and water. What should I do? Panic is already spreading among the people. Without new food and water, the procession won't be able to sustain itself. The most scary thing about the Red Earth Wasteland was the lack of food and water. Although it was bare, but you could still find some berries and water in the Kasama region. While in the Red Earth Wasteland, shrubs were very scarce, let alone water. Looking as if he held the apple of wisdom in the palm of his hand, Yang Feng got up and said faintly, I know, let's go. We want food. We want water. Give us some food. I want to drink water. In the huge migration procession, many half-blood beastmen crowded in front of the army Dick formed from able-bodied man, pleading. Because they were in too big of a rush, many half-blood beastmen just brought some food and water, which were at the brink of running out now that a few days have passed. The half-blood beastmen warriors could just barely stop the half-blood beastmen from overrunning them. Otherwise, there would be a huge riot. Sir Caesar is here. Sir Divine Emissary Caesar is here. Suddenly, exclamations came from the side. The half-blood beastmen focused their attention on Yang Feng. The clamoring half-blood beastmen turned quiet and eager gazes focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng's avatar Caesar broke into the heavily defended Frozen Rock City and killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe. After going through word of mouth, the story had evolved into Yang Feng's avatar Caesar single-handedly broke into the Frozen Rock City, insta-killed Chief Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe with a glance, and then killed half of the people of the frozen rock city with a puff of breath. Under such rumors, the half-blood beastmen were both awed by and fearful of Yang Feng. Sir Divine Emissary, we don't want trouble, nor do we want to cause trouble. However, my child hasn't had water for 2 days already. I just want her to have a sip of water. Please be merciful. If you have to punish someone, punish me. Please let my child off. Please don't chase us away. A Catman half-blood beastman with many wrinkles on their face, holding an emaciated 13 or 14 years old child with cracked lips from the lack of water and who had the makings of a beauty, knelt in front of Yang Feng and pleaded bitterly. Now that the half-blood beastmen were in the Red Earth wasteland, they no longer had a path of retreat. Once they were driven from the procession, only death would await them. Sir Divine Emissary, we were in the wrong. Please don't chase us away. Sir Divine Emissary, we were in the wrong. Please don't chase us away. The half-blood beastmen knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yang Feng, pleading. New Envel chapters are published on freewebnovel.co. Be quiet. Yang Feng frowned. He erupted with the frightening firmament night rank aura and barked in a low voice, suppressing the voices of the half-blood beastmen. You were not in the wrong. I promised you that as long as you believe in my Lord would give you food and clean water. If I don't accomplish this, the one in the wrong will be me. I'm very sorry. I haven't noticed that you were already driven to such a point. I'm sorry. I failed as a divine emissary. Yang Feng bowed slightly to the half-blood beastmen and apologized. Under the effect of a secret method of a level 2 warlock, the over 100,000 half-blood beastmen heard Yang Feng. Now, please follow me. The great god Ian has responded to my plea and promised to display his power so that we no longer lack food and clean water. Shrouded in sacred light, Yang Feng stepped through space and, while slightly deviating from the road, headed towards the southwest. The half-blood beastmen followed Yang Feng and headed to the southwest as well. After traveling for about a kilometer, Yang Feng pointed with a delicate and luxurious scepter at the land and said solemnly, The great god Ian said, There will be water here to quench the thirst of my believers. Yang Feng's words had just fallen, when countless amounts of red dust suddenly rose from the boundless red earth wasteland and exposed a huge pond full of water. Seeing this, the half-blood beastmen were dumbstruck and couldn't believe their eyes. Apart from the Rhine River, there were practically no other sources of water in the red earth wasteland. But after Yang Feng said a few words, a huge pond appeared in front of the half-blood beastmen. This was simply a miracle. Yang Feng pointed with the delicate and luxurious scepter at the surroundings of the pond and said gravely, The great god Ian said, There will be trees here to relieve the hunger of my believers. Breadfruit trees grew from the ground around the pond and quickly matured into big trees with breadfruits hanging from them. Suddenly, a dozen breadfruits cracked open and a fragrance characteristic of breadfruit flower impregnated the area. Long live the great and benevolent god Ian. The minds of the half-blood beastmen shook when they saw this. They prostrated themselves on the ground and said practically uniformly. Chapter 229, The Bloody Lion Monarch Lawrence. Chapter 229, The Bloody Lion Monarch Lawrence. Translator, Zayamoch. This is the water and food that the mighty god Ian has given you. Let's pray before we enjoy them, said Yang Feng. Covered in sacred light, he stood on empty space. Besides, due to the miracle he just performed, he became even more inscrutable and full of mystery and sanctity. Seeing the miracle performed by Yang Feng, bewilderment and hope for the future overtook the half-blood beastmen. They knelt on the ground, put their hands on their chests, closed their eyes, faced the idols, and began to recite prayers. Mighty god Ian. Very rich faith power exuded from the half-blood beastmen and entered the idols. Looking at the faith power, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose and he revealed a smile. So many true believers. Performing miracles is indeed the quickest way to recruit believers. These miracles, of course, were small tricks that Yang Feng had prepared beforehand. The pond that appeared out of nowhere, Yang Feng had previously moved the water to this place, then covered it with a membrane and a layer of nano-robots that looked like red earth. As for the breadfruit trees, Yang Feng treated the breadfruit seeds with the magic of thousands of magic stones. They would wither after a day. However, after paying such a great price in exchange for thousands of true believers, Yang Feng still felt that he made a huge profit. Every once in a while, the gods of the Feisua Plain would perform some miracles to show that they existed, expand their influence, and gain more faith power. Yang Feng frowned slightly and his eyes flashed with worry. Unfortunately, the bloody monarch Lawrence is not a simple character. He came so fast. The Frozen Rock City. The Frozen Rock City, which had a large part of it burned by Yang Feng, had changed greatly. Everywhere, there were huge tents with huge flags inserted on them. The flags had the pattern of a bloody lion. The Bloody Lion Knights were the elite army the Bloody Lion monarch Lawrence commanded. Of the 20,000 Bloody Lion Knights, every warrior was a Lionman warrior as well as an experienced powerhouse who had cultivated Qi. The Blood Lion Knights were the most powerful elite army of the Beastman Empire. Apart from the Bloody Lion Knights, there were still dozens of troops stationed in the barracks. The number of people in each troop ranged from 300 to 2,000. Although the Beastman Empire was called an empire, but in fact it heavily stressed on the tribal system. Although the Royal Lionmen and Tigermen were the two strongest tribes in the Beastman Empire, but they could only order these tribes to dispatch their troops and fight a variety of battles. They couldn't really control the troops of the different tribes. Although the Beastman Empire was a single empire, but it also had numerous internal constraints, which prevented it from gaining more land. The gods standing behind the different tribes of beastmen were not willing to let the Lionmen and Tigermen take full charge, unless they wanted the number of their believers to rapidly decline. There was no benefit to them. In a huge tent in the middle of the Frozen Rock City. Who can tell me? Who on earth could sneak into the Frozen Rock City and openly murder Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe? The Bloody Lion monarch Lawrence was a handsome middle-aged man with a head full of blonde-haired, lion ears, a lion tail wrapped around his waist, and a sturdy figure. He swept the people below him with a look and said frigidly. In the tent, on two sides, stood the generals of the Bloody Lion Knights and the generals dispatched from different tribes. The generals maintained a chilling silence. Ahriman of the Copper Wolf tribe was assassinated inside the heavily guarded Frozen Rock City. This incident had become a laughingstock in the Beastman Empire. At the same time, it hit a nerve of the Beastman Empire, which was the reason why Lawrence came so quickly. The Beastman generals knew that Lawrence was bound to be very angry at this time. Thus, they maintained silence for fear of offending this fiend king. The eyes of the Bloody Lion monarch Lawrence flashed with an ominous glint and he said coldly, Ahriman, this good-for-nothing. If he died, then he died. But when he died, he let the fucking rebels burn the provisions of the Frozen Rock City. That's a heinous crime. Pass my orders. The Copper Wolf tribe is to hand over the relatives of Ahriman and they are to execute it. Yes, Your Highness. With an expressionless face, a Bloody Lion Knight replied coldly and took his leave quickly. The many generals of the Beastman Empire shivered and became even more fearful of Lawrence. Deep in their eyes, a trace of sympathy was revealed. After an imperial aristocrat died in battle, his relatives couldn't even receive protection. Many of the generals felt resentful towards Lawrence. But Lawrence was a grand prince. He was cruel and murderous and his status in the Beastman Empire was majestic. Naturally, no one dared to provoke him lightly. Lawrence coldly scanned a fat foxman beastman with a look and said frigidly, Zack, what's the current status of the provisions? Zack replied fearfully, Your Highness Grand Prince, our current provisions can only last 5 days. Subsequent provision are being transported from the state. All the provisions will be in place in about 10 days. The fire Yang Feng set burned the provisions the Frozen Rock City's vanguard prepared for the rest of the army and the effects finally showed. Lawrence sneered. 10 days? I'm not waiting a single day. Pass down my order. The Silver Lion troops will guard the Frozen Rock City. The rest will follow me into the Red Earth wasteland to hunt those half-blood beastman scum. Zack's complexion changed greatly and he hastily advised, Your Highness Grand Prince, you mustn't. The half-blood beastmen entered the Red Earth wasteland several days ago. We don't have enough provisions. Even if we catch up to and defeat them, we won't have any provisions to return. A Wolfman general frowned slightly, then took a step forward and urged, Your Highness Grand Prince, I think that Zack is right. If we pursue them now, we won't have any provisions to return even if we win. Besides, we still have to support over 100,000 half-blood beastman slaves. Our current provisions are just a drop in the bucket. And there's still the problem of water. The Red Earth wasteland is dry and short on water. It's too dangerous to rush into it without prior preparations. Lawrence's eyes flashed with a frigid glint and he said coldly, Do you want to disobey a military order? Didn't you hear that it was an order? The Wolfman general lowered his head and said slowly, I wouldn't dare. Just that it's too dangerous to rush into the Red Earth wasteland. If we aren't careful, our forces might be completely wiped out in the Red Earth wasteland. I ask your Highness Grand Prince to reconsider. Without batting an eye, Lawrence said chilly, Disobeying orders warrants beheading. Kill him. A Lionman guard standing next to Lawrence instantly erupted with frightening Sky Knight rank chi, took a step forward, and, like a shooting star, slashed at the Wolfman general with his blade. With the flash of a blade ray, the head of the Wolfman general, which was painted with shock, rose high into the air before he could react. A large amount of blood spurted out of his neck and sputtered throughout the tent. When the generals saw this, their eyes flashed with grief and indignation, yet they lowered their heads one by one. In front of Lawrence, who was a grand prince, they were powerless to resist. Lawrence's eyes flashed with a brutal glint and he sneered, Listen to me. With the strength of my army, it's completely possible for us to stop those half-blood beastman hybrids before they enter too deep into the Red Earth wasteland. As for provisions and water, you needn't worry. Since those half-blood beastman hybrids entered the Red Earth wasteland, there's bound to be water and food. And even if there is none, we can still drink their blood and eat their meat. After we capture and bring back those hybrids who dare to provoke the Beastman Empire, we'll let them know that they are born to be our slaves. When the generals of the Beastman Empire heard this, they felt a chill inside. Although Lawrence's words were very reasonable, but the generals believed themselves to be civilized people, so they were quite conflicted about the part of eating half-blood beastmen, which were intelligent life forms. However, they had no choice but to obey. Lawrence asked coldly, Understood. The generals replied uniformly, Understood. Lawrence waved his hand and said, Then go execute my order. The generals left and began to carry out his order. By the way, Grox, my good nephew, do you have anything to add? After seeing that the generals left, Lawrence looked at a blond and blue-eyed, handsome, and imposing young man beside him with a smile yet not a smile and said in provocation, The source of this scene tent is frioUEOL.com. Grox said with a light smile, My dear uncle, you are the commander of this army. I have no complaints. Lawrence smiled and said, The Frozen Rock City is our way of retreat, so it's of great merit to guard it. Rest assured, I'll leave you a few beauties when we capture those half-blood beastman slaves. Grox was the commander of the Silver Lion troops. Lawrence intentionally left the Silver Lion troops in the Frozen Rock City just to prevent Grox from gaining any substantial merit. The Beastman Empire heavily stressed on military merit. Without sufficient military merit, Grox couldn't distinguish himself. The reason Lawrence wanted to personally lead the army in the pursuit of the half-blood beastmen was that he wanted to obtain enough military merit and improve his prestige in the Beastman Empire. No general of the Beastman Empire believed that they couldn't match the half-blood beastman, who were a mob without knowledge, military force, and equipment. The pursuit of the half-blood beastmen was a feast for dividing riches and military merit, while staying in the Frozen Rock City was a thankless task. That was the consensus among the generals. Grox smiled as if he hadn't noticed the ill intent behind Lawrence's action. Thank you for your kindness. Lawrence smiled with satisfaction and said, Grox, you are getting more and more sensible. Grox said, Dear uncle, I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first. Lawrence didn't care, saying, Then go ahead. Grox got up and walked slowly out of the tent. Lawrence stared at his back and sneered, Wait another 20 years if you want me to share my military merit. Dear uncle, The half-blood beast men aren't as simple as you think. After Grox left the tent, the bright smile on his face faded and a chill flashed in the abyss of his eyes. You'll probably get a surprise if you rush after them. However, half-blood beast men are indeed weak. It's still too difficult of a task for them to resist his bloody lion knights. After contemplating for a moment, Grox suddenly sighed deeply, then looked in the direction of the red earth wasteland and said inwardly, "Caesar, I hope that you can give me a surprise. Don't let my uncle defeat you too soon." Lawrence's bloody lion knights were at least knight-rank powerhouses, among which great knights could only be considered as small-time leaders. There were many Earth Knights and Sky Knights, 8 Firmament Knights, and even 2 Star Knights, level 3 Warlock. The bloody Lion Knights were very powerful. No matter the challenge, Lawrence could crush everything and suppress any resistance by relying on the strength of the bloody Lion Knights. At Lawrence's command were 20,000 bloody Lion Knights and over 20,000 warriors from different tribes, which totaled a 40,000-strong army, carrying countless provisions and other baggage. The procession advancing towards the red earth wasteland stretched for a dozen kilometers. 2,000 elite cavalrymen of the bloody Lion Knights, riding extraordinary life-formed demonic horned lions, separated from the rest of the troops and rushed towards the depths of the red earth wasteland. Despite being cruel, Lawrence was also very skilled in military tactics. The 2,000 elite cavalrymen of the bloody Lion Knights riding demonic horned lions were sufficient to defeat the over 100,000 half-blood beast men with ease. The troops following behind could easily capture the over 100,000 of rooted half-blood beast men. In the red earth wasteland, Yang Feng's avatar Caesar suddenly frowned lightly and sneered, "A vanguard of 2,000 bloody Lion Knights? If it weren't for me, the half-blood beast men would indeed have no means of resistance. But now, things are different." Yang Feng thought for a moment, then had someone call Catherine. Catherine raised her eyebrows and asked directly, "Sir Caesar, is something the matter?" The pressure from the lives of over 100,000 half-blood beastmen that weighed on Catherine and the other upper-echelon half-blood beastmen made them mature quickly. Catherine was well aware that at this juncture, Yang Feng would never call her without a reason. Yang Feng said gravely, "Lawrence, that rabid dog, has caught up. I'm going to deal with him. I'm leaving you in charge." Chapter 230, Fog Hinders the Enemy. Chapter 230, Fog Hinders the Enemy. Translator, Zayamoj. Lawrence is here. Catherine's petite body shivered slightly. Then her beautiful eyes flashed with determination and confidence, and she said, "Rest assured, Sir Caesar, you can count on me." Catherine, like a beautiful rough diamond, had become bright and dazzling after being polished by real-life pressure. She was fully capable of becoming the leader of the over 100,000 half-blood beastmen. Yang Feng nodded slightly, then his figure shook and he disappeared. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovol.com only. A few kilometers after leaving the half-blood beastmen, Yang Feng regained the appearance of Ian. With a light jump, he jumped onto a magic carpet and flew in the direction of the 2,000 bloody Lion Knights. Should I kill them? Sitting atop the magic carpet, Yang Feng pondered carefully. By using the various extraordinary plants or level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts, like the Moffin demonic polar bear and others, under his control, he could wipe out the 2,000 bloody Lion Knights. After pondering this issue over and over, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth suddenly rose slightly. "No! I came up with a good idea." On the red earth wasteland, 2 clouds of red dust rose and extended from the distance. The 2,000 elite cavalrymen riding extraordinary life-form demonic horned lions chased after the half-blood beastmen. Extraordinary life-form demonic horned lions had a single horn, had a frame that was larger than that of ordinary lions by a size, were covered in black scales, were fierce and warlike, and had explosive speed and excellent endurance. Demonic horned lions were extraordinary life forms that lion god Arketh, when he was still a demigod, bred after learning countless bodies of knowledge during his pursuit of godhood. Adult demonic horned lions had frightening great knight rank fighting strength. Naturally, demonic horned lions were rather inferior products when compared to the many extraordinary life forms bred by Hellions in the Tyrandot subcontinent. However, on the Fesua plain they were definitely the sturdiest of land mounts. Many human cavalrymen were intimidated when faced with the fierce demonic horned lions, and could only display 50% to 60% of their strength, before being killed by lionman cavalrymen riding demonic horned lions. The 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen could fight against 10,000 human cavalrymen, and they even had the confidence to defeat them. If the human empires didn't have numerous wizards and various weapons, they would find it impossible to engage in field warfare against the Beastman Empire. The Elven Empire was the best at jungle warfare, the Beastman Empire was the beast at field warfare, and humans were the best at urban warfare. In the absence demigod rank powerhouses and above on the battlefield, this was a universally acknowledged fact. Suddenly, a hurricane blew from the red earth wasteland and swept countless sand and stones towards the demonic horned lions. At the same time, a thick fog appeared and enveloped the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen. It was so dark in the fog that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The two commanders of the demonic horned lion cavalrymen were shocked and barked loudly, "Charge! Pick up the pace and rush out of here." The 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen picked up their pace and rushed ahead. A considerable distance away, dozen-meter-tall boulders appeared in front of the demonic horned lion cavalrymen. The speeding demonic horned lion cavalrymen slammed into the boulders. Badly injured, they issued screams of pain. "Stop! Stop charging!" barked the two commanders of the demonic horned lion cavalrymen. The demonic horned lion cavalrymen stopped their charge and looked at the boulders blocking in front of them in shock and anger. A commander of the demonic horned lion cavalrymen was startled and angered, saying, "Bastard, this is the power of wizards. Fucking wizards." No one had ever heard of such a strange fog in the red earth wasteland. Obviously, only the power of wizards could bring about such a strange change. "There's a path over here, follow me." A commander of the demonic horned cavalrymen suddenly saw a path leading outside of the fog and said excitedly. The 2,000 horned lion cavalrymen followed the commander and strode towards the path. No one noticed that the commander's eyes looked absent-minded. A fog and a dominate life forms trapped the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen. "I'm so strong that it scares me." Above the fog, Yang Feng watched the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen circling the number 8 inside the magic fog and smiled. Nevertheless, the consumption is fairly large. Each day they are trapped. 100 low-grade magic stones are consumed. Yang Feng looked at the level 1 secret treasure fog disc placed atop a boulder, smiled, and thought. The fog disc could release fog continuously. However, it consumed a lot of energy to release fog. It consumed the power of 100 low-grade magic stones each day. But as long as it trapped the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen, so that they wouldn't be able to chase after the half-blood beast men, it achieved Yang Feng's objective. Otherwise, with their speed, they would soon catch up with the half-blood beast men and unleash a massacre. A day later, the fog shrouding the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen gradually dissipated. After the fog dissipated, with their vigor depleted, the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen lay weakly on the ground, gasped for air, and, with exhausted expressions, drank big mouthfuls of water. Yang Feng played a little trick in the fog, so that the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen and their mount lions would be very thirsty and would consume 5 times as much water as usual. Lawrence and the rest of the army of the Beastman Empire came up from behind. When he saw the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen weakly lying on the ground, Lawrence's face changed greatly and he immediately barked, "High Priest, come out!" An old man with lion ears, 9 feathers on his head, a painted and old face full of wrinkles, and dressed in luxurious clothes came out slowly. The old man was Danilo, the high priest of Lawrence's army. In the Fesua plain there were wizards who were powerful beings with extraordinary power. The only thing the Beastman Empire had that could contend against those beings were priests, who were believers of gods. According to the classification of the Zhangji plain, the high priest Danilo had frightening level 3 warlock rank strength. Lawrence pointed to the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen lying limply on the ground and asked gravely, "High Priest, what's wrong with them?" Danilo silently recited an incantation, pointed at the 2,000 demonic horned lion cavalrymen, and a yellow glow covered them. Next, the demonic horned lion cavalrymen exuded dark gray magic light. Danilo answered slowly, "They have magic fluctuations on them, which should come from fog, maze, or another similar spell. Half-blood beastmen seem to have a powerful warlock as a backer." Lawrence asked in concern, "Are they going to be okay?" Lawrence was cruel and murderous, but he also knew that the Bloody Lion Knights were the foundation of his tyranny and retrograde actions. If the Bloody Lion Knights were to all die, his status as a prince of the Beastman Empire would suffer a sharp decline. Danilo stated casually, "Just give them something to quench their thirst and hunger. Just give them some water and food, and they'll soon recover." Lawrence's expression darkened and became extremely unsightly. Danilo raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "Is there a shortage of provisions?" Lawrence sighed in regret. "The provisions are plentiful. However, I underestimated the drought in the Red Earth wasteland. When marching here, the water consumption is 3 times that of when marching in ordinary places. We'll be forced to retreat if we don't find any water." In the Red Earth wasteland, the weather was dry. Besides, Lawrence had no experience regarding large-scale marching in the Red Earth wasteland. The water he brought this time was based on his experience when marching in ordinary places. As a result, he was in a predicament. Danilo said resolutely, "Your Highness Prince, you need not worry. For over 100,000 half-blood beastmen to migrate to the Red Earth wasteland, don't they need water? The over 100,000 of them need much more water than we do. Unless there's a god helping them, there must be water nearby." A Bloody Lion Knight quickly came up to Lawrence and reported with an expression of mixed feelings, "Your Highness Prince, I have something important to report." Lawrence asked, "What is it? Speak." The Bloody Lion Knight replied with an expression of grief and indignation, "We found water southwest from here. However, those damn half-blood beastman hybrids poisoned the water. A dozen of our people drank the water and were poisoned to death by the hybrids." Lawrence's eyes flashed with delight and he laughed loudly. "Water? Haha! Sure enough, there's water. High Priest Danilo, I will have to trouble you." FREOWebnovel.com. Danilo nodded slightly and smiled. Lawrence immediately had the army advance in another direction. Before long, a huge pond appeared in front of him. Lawrence took several generals and Danilo to the edge of the pond. At the edge of the pond, there were the bodies of a dozen demonic horned lions and their cavalrymen. Clearly, the demonic horned lion cavalrymen couldn't help themselves when they saw the water. Danilo arrived next to the body of a cavalryman, slightly opened the eyelids of the body, and examined it carefully for a while. With a slash of his claw, he cut open the body, licked the body's black blood, and closed his eyes. After reciting an incantation for a while, a gray light covered his body and the poison inside his body was completely purified. Danilo said gravely, "This poisonous water was made from Moloch grass mixed with black bat wings, lizard tail, heart-eroding grass, and a dozen other poisons. It's very poisonous. Just a tiny sip of it is fatal to demonic horned lions." Chapter 231, A City That Belongs to Half-Blood Beastmen. Chapter 231, A City That Belongs to Half-Blood Beastmen. Translator, Zayamoch. Lawrence asked impatiently, "Can the priests purify it?" If the priests couldn't purify the poison in the water, then no matter how unreconciled Lawrence was, he could only choose to return home. He and tens of thousands of elites of the Beastman Empire would become a laughingstock. Danilo replied faintly, "We can. However, we'll need the power of all priests to purify the poison as quickly as possible. During the purification, we must not be disturbed by any external force." Lawrence said solemnly, "Good. Rest assured. No one will disturb you, High Priest. 200 apprentice priests, 30 priests, level 1 warlock, and 5 shaman priests, level 2 warlock, slowly emerged from the huge army. Under the lead of the high priest Danilo, the apprentice priests and official priests began to recite a prayer. This was a ceremony necessary to cast a large-scale divine spell. The 40,000-strong army of the Beastman Empire stood guard in front of the priests around the pond. Just as the attention of everyone in the army was completely focused on the priests, mechanical flying ants that looked practically no different from the red earth sneaked out of the land, then flew to the place with a lot of buckets of clean water, nibbled at them and drilled into them. Once the mechanical flying ants drilled into the buckets, part of their bodies changed to look like wood. The buckets were completely plugged and there were no abnormalities. The mighty lion god Arketh said that he shall purify this water with his divine power, expel the poison from the water, and let us receive nourishment from the water of life to forge ahead and kill all the rebels. Holding a scepter, Danilo pointed at the pond. A power brimming with sanctity shot out of the scepter and entered the pond. Countless black gas rose from inside the pond and, under the influence of the sacred power, turned to ashes. Danilo heaved a light sigh of relief. There was one more wrinkle between his eyebrows, and exhaustion flashed deep within his eyes. It was easier to destroy than to create. Similarly, Danilo could easily poison a pond, but if he wanted to purify it without the specific method to treat the poison and use a divine spell to do so, his consumption would be huge. By using divine spells, priests could purify a variety of curses and poisons. Of course, the universal purification divine spell consumed a lot of strength. If it was a warlock who had to purify the water in the pond, they would use specific methods to treat the poison. They would search for extraordinary life forms or extraordinary plants that could absorb the poison or use elixirs to neutralize the poison. Basically, they wouldn't consume much of their strength. This was one of the biggest differences between warlocks and priests. Of course, if a warlock wasn't knowledgeable enough, they may not be able to find a way to purify the pond. Lawrence stepped forward and asked, "High Priest, is it done?" Danilo said faintly, "We've purified the water in this pond, so there shouldn't be any problems with it. But to be safe, you must boil it once before drinking. Have the others drink it." Lawrence nodded slightly and immediately began the arrangements for his men to test the water in the pond. After the results of successive tests showed no abnormalities, people were allowed to drink the water from the pond after boiling it. As for himself and the 20,000 elite Bloody Lion Knights, they drank the water they brought from the frozen rock city. Visit frioubinovel.co for the BST novel reading experience. After solving the problem of water, Lawrence arranged the army to continue to pursue the Half-Blood Beastmen. A few days later, on the Red Earth wasteland, the Half-Blood Beastman migration procession extended over a dozen kilometers, with every Half-Blood Beastman moving somewhat mechanically. Even though Yangfeng displayed one after another miracle and provided plenty of water and food along the way. However, the dry climate, constant scenery in the Red Earth wasteland, pressure of the pursuing Beastman Empire, and unfamiliar environment still left the Half-Blood Beastmen breathless. If it wasn't for the successive miracles and if there was no place in the Red Earth wasteland for them to escape to, the Half-Blood Beastman migration procession might have already collapsed. A city. There's a city. A city has appeared. There are even trees. There are even trees. There are trees. There really are trees. Suddenly, screams of surprise came from the middle of the procession. The Half-Blood Beastmen, who had their heads drooped and their eyes numb, were shocked. They raised their heads and looked ahead. They saw a dozen-meter-tall city wall, a huge city stretching without end, and purification trees growing around the huge city appear. As if an oasis, a huge city appeared in front of them and left them touched. There's really a city. This is our city. That is a city that belongs us Half-Blood Beastmen. Long live the great god Ian. Praise you, might god Ian. When the Half-Blood Beastmen saw the huge city that appeared before their eyes, they were touched to tears. They shouted and praised the god Ian. Extremely rich faith power exuded from them and entered the idols Yangfeng created. Catherine felt a lump in her throat and 2 lines of tears streamed from her eyes as she looked at the giant city. She said inwardly, "A city, that's a city that belongs to us Half-Blood Beastmen. In that city, we half-blood beast men can leave with dignity. Thank you, Master Ian. Thank you. Dick's eyes were tearful. He prostrated himself and said word for word, My Lord Ian, you are really a generous and benevolent God. I'm willing to fight for you until death. A city. There really is a city that belongs to us half-blood beast men. My Lord Ian, you are truly the incarnation of benevolence and magnanimity. I am willing to dedicate myself to you completely. When Kuhn saw the giant city in the red earth wasteland, he burst into tears, knelt on the ground, and exuded very pure faith power. Half-blood beast men prostrated themselves on the ground, burst into tears, and recited a prayer, praising the god Ian. Powerful and pure faith power exuded from their bodies and entered Yang Feng's idols. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Tens of thousands of true believers, 100 fanatics, and there's still one saint. Kuhn, the dogman half-blood beastman who was previously timid and cowardly, was actually the one to emerge as a saint from among the over 100,000 half-blood beastmen. This left Yang Feng slightly surprised. As for Catherine, she knew the true identity of Ian, and although she was still grateful to Yang Feng and worshipped him, but nevertheless, she was only a shallow believer. One of the reasons why gods should be high among the stars was to maintain an air mystery and a powerful image. Otherwise, the faith mortals had in them would weaken. Tens of thousands of true believers, 100 fanatics, one saint, and about 100,000 shallow believers. The quality of these believers was much higher than the quality of believers of some small churches. In the Turandot subcontinent, the kindred monarch could ascend to godhood due to the hundreds of thousands of kindred zealots that believed in him, prayed to him for nearly 100 years, and gathered huge quantity of faith power. This accumulation allowed him to ignite his divine fire and promote to a demigod in one go. While the half-blood beastmen prayed piously, the banner of a bloody lion appeared behind them. At last, the bloody lion monarch Lawrence and the 40,000-strong elite army caught up. When Lawrence saw the huge city, his gaze congealed slightly. His eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he said coldly, A city. There's a city in such a place as the Red Earth Wasteland. I'll be damned. These half-blood beastman hybrids sure have some backing. No wonder they dare to resist us. Lawrence barked. Cuddy! A beastman general with a Firmament Knight rank cultivation base took a step forward and shouted in acknowledgement. Sir! Lawrence pointed with his horsewhip at the half-blood beastmen prostrated on the ground and ordered coldly. Take your troops and break up these hybrid. Cuddy smiled malevolently and said, Yes, I will crush the resistance of those hybrids. Your Highness Grand Prince. Bloody Lion Knights. Lawrence. The fiend Lawrence is here. The Bloody Lion Knights. Shortly after Lawrence arrived with the army of the Beastman Empire, screams of dismay came from the half-blood beastmen. Like a plague, panic spread among the half-blood beastmen. I am Caesar. I am here. Yang Feng emerged amid the half-blood beastmen, raised his voice, and directly suppressed the screams of the half-blood beastmen. Seeing that Yang Feng arrived, the half-blood beastmen automatically opened up a path and looked at him, as if he was the incarnation of a god, treading in the secular world. These days, the miracles of the legendary god Ian were performed by the divine emissary Yang Feng. Thus, in the crowd of half-blood beastmen, Yang Feng's status was only second to that of the god Ian. Yang Feng held up his sword and, while his body flashed with a sacred light, barked, I'm going to attack those damned beastman troops. Who is willing to go with me to attack those damned beastmen, to cut off their ugly heads, and uphold the glory of the great god Ian? I am willing to go with you. Dressed in the golden armor, Catherine arrived next to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shone with an unswerving determination. Kuhn, who wore a bronze armor, came over and said with a solemn expression, I am willing to go with you, with a large blade in hand. Chuck, who also wore a bronze armor, came up to Yang Feng and said, I am willing to go with you. Chapter 232, Charge. Chapter 232, Charge. Translator, Zayamoch. I am willing to go with you. I am willing to go with you. Half-blood beastmen stepped out and looked at Yang Feng with solemn expressions. These half-blood beastmen had just become true believers. Even some of the half-blood beastmen who were just shallow believers quietly walked out of the crowd and came to Yang Feng's side. "Stay behind and take charge, Dick. Now, charge with me. For the glory of the mighty god Ian. For the future of us half-blood beastmen. Charge." Yang Feng pointed at Lawrence's troops with his sword and barked. Catherine brandished the king's sword, and the spell Gather Courage shrouded the thousands of half-blood beastmen. The thousands of half-blood beastmen suddenly felt their blood boil, and, as if nothing could defeat them, their courage went through the roof. Following noisily after Yang Feng, they charged madly at Lawrence's army. A group of rabble. They just came to die. I thought that they would have some ability, but it looks like I overestimated them. After all, they're just a bunch of hybrids without knowledge. When Lawrence saw Yang Feng and the thousands of half-blood beastmen charge at him, his eyes showed contempt and he sneered in ridicule. The beastman generals, who were originally on their guard, also showed contempt at this moment. The beastman priests also showed smiles of contempt. They had plenty of fighting experience, so they could tell at a glance that the half-blood beastman rabble commanded by Yang Feng had no chance at beating the beastman elite army. A dogman general promptly took the opportunity to flatter. "Your Highness Grand Prince, I can smash this rabble in a charge. General Cuddy's troops are 10 times stronger than mine, so he can certainly seize an overwhelming victory and cut off the heads of those rebel hybrids." Lawrence laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha! Good point. If Cuddy can't even get rid of this rubbish, I'll twist his head off with my own hands." When the beastmen saw Yang Feng lead the half-blood beastmen in a charge, they believed that victory was in the bag. Cuddy's eyes flashed with bloodlust and he smiled excitedly, saying, "A group of rabble who came to die. Let me cut off your heads and gain some military merit." The Beastman Empire heavily stressed on military merit, so Beastman generals scrambled to seize the chance to fight. Due to this, the Beastman Empire was naturally full of experts and powerhouses. If humans didn't have wizards and if they weren't extremely strong at urban warfare, beastmen would have already overwhelmed them. Yang Feng looked at the oncoming 5,000 Lionman cavalrymen riding demonic horned lions and sneered, then took out a magic pouch and pulled a rope from the magic pouch. Immediately after, countless purple powder gushed out of the magic pouch, fluttered in the wind, and swept towards the Lionman cavalrymen. When the Lionman cavalrymen entered in contact with the purple powder, as if they were drank under the table, they became dizzy and fell from their demonic horned lions. The demonic horned lions also swayed slightly and collapsed to the ground. "What is this? How could this be? I'm a firmament knight. How could such a thing be possible?" Cuddy also felt dizzy. His eyes blurred and he couldn't see anything anymore. "Enemy, die!" Yang Feng gave a piercing howl, took a step forward, and slashed with his sword at Cuddy's head. The thousands of half-blood beastmen rushed into the midst of the Lionman cavalrymen. With bloodshot eyes, they brandished their swords and started killing the Lionman cavalrymen. Incredulity overtook his face and Lawrence cried out, "How can this be?" The 5,000 bloody lion knights were the elites of an empire, and every single one of them was a knight rank powerhouse or above. Even in the Beastman Empire, they were considered a most elite troop. For such powerhouses to be smashed with one strike was unbelievable. Impossible. How can this be? The generals of the Beastman Empire were stupefied, and they couldn't believe their eyes. The 5,000 bloody lion knights could easily raise a human principality. Such a powerful cavalry was utterly defeated by the rubbish commanded by Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the thousands of half-blood beastmen to plow through the 5,000 bloody lion knights, and then charged at Lawrence and the rest of the army with an unprecedented momentum. Seeing the valiant Yang Feng, and then thinking of the inexplicable collapse of the Beastman warriors, the eyes of the generals of the Beastman Empire flashed with panic. Danilo stepped forward and said unhurriedly, "Don't panic! That's only the magic of half-blood beastmen. With our priests here, these half-blood beastmen are but a bunch of jumping clowns." "That's right. With the high priest here, we can't lose. Right? With the high priest on our side, they are screwed. Those hybrids are screwed. Freewebnovel.com. The generals of the Beastman Empire looked a little relaxed and smiled. Danilo was a high priest with incomparable power. The might of his level 3 divine spells was comparable to that of level 3 spells cast by level 3 warlocks. Even though his body and soul were far inferior to those of level 3 warlocks, but under heavy protection, he could absolutely display the destructive power of a level 3 warlock on the battlefield. The Bloody Lion Knights had an impressive track record over the years, being practically unbeatable. This was largely the case due to Danilo and his priests. Before Danilo finished speaking, the Beastman apprentice priests, with looks of horror, spurted mouthfuls of black blood mixed with viscera. Save! The face of a priest suddenly turned darker. Just as he made a sound, he spurted a mouthful of black blood and fell to the ground. As if infected by something, priests spurted mouthfuls of black blood, fell to the ground, struggled, and died. Danilo's complexion changed greatly, and he cried out, "Poisoned! Fuck! When did those half-blood hybrids do this?" As soon as Danilo finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his belly. His viscera cracked, and he spurted a mouthful of blood clots mixed with viscera. At death's doors, as if he thought of something, Danilo's eyes flashed with despair. He grabbed Lawrence and shouted, "Lawrence, get out of here! This is a trap." Before Danilo finished speaking, his body swayed, he fell to the ground, and took his last breath. Although the destructive power high priests could display by casting level 3 divine spells was about the same as that of level 3 warlocks, but their physical constitution wasn't as powerful as that of warlocks. If inattentive, it was normal for them to be poisoned. Lawrence was shocked. His face turned dark, his chest turned stuffy, and he spurted a big mouthful of blood. In this critical moment of life and death, he crazily urged his chi. In a flash, he erupted with frightening Star Knight rank chi and forcibly suppressed the poison in his body. Star Knights were comparable to level 3 warlocks in terms of fighting strength. And although they were slightly worse off in terms of physical constitution, they were far better off than Danilo. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. Just then, the level 2 extraordinary life form demonic horned flame lion underneath Lawrence suddenly went mad. It crazily slammed into a dozen general behind it, knocked them away, and, with Lawrence on its back, madly rushed into the depths of the Red Earth wasteland. Lawrence, who was using all his strength to suppress the poison in his body, could only look on helplessly as the demonic horned flame lion dragged him towards the depths of the Red Earth wasteland. A black aura overtook the faces of the Bloody Lion Knights. They spurted mouthfuls of black, poisoned blood, and collapsed to the ground. A black aura also overtook the faces of the generals from the Beastman Empire. They spurted a mouthful of blood and fell from their mounts. The banner standing for Lawrence toppled over. "Lawrence is dead." Yang Feng operated a secret method and roared. Only his voice reverberated in the Red Earth wasteland. When the warriors of the Beastman Empire saw the generals strangely spurt out blood, and the banner of Lawrence topple over, they were at a loss and didn't know what to do. Yang Feng led the thousands of half-blood beastmen to charge at the warriors of the Beastman Empire and, like a god of death, unscrupulously killed the warriors resisting in front of him. The commanders of the warriors of the Beastman Empire were basically all poisoned. They were either dead or disabled, so they couldn't command the battle at all. The Beastman warriors who bravely attempted to resist Yang Feng were cut in two by Yang Feng. Numerous Beastman warriors died before their ranks finally collapsed and, like an avalanche, they fled towards the rear. Yang Feng led 100-odd cavalrymen and, as if driving a flock of sheep, drove the Beastman warriors. So long as the Beastman warriors showed an intention of huddling together, they would be immediately killed by Yang Feng and his people, forcing them to abandon their armor and to flee helter-skelter. Showing no mercy, Catherine led the thousands of inexperienced half-blood Beastman warriors in a crazy, furious massacre against the fallen 20,000 Bloody Lion Knights. Almost all Bloody Lion Knights were poisoned, but some Sky Knight rank powerhouses and above barely managed to contain the poison by relying on their frightening physical constitutions. With a pale face, a Bloody Lion Knight with Sky Knight rank cultivation base shouted, "Stop! I surrender. The Bloody Lion Knights were allowed to surrender before an overwhelming force. Lawrence would be willing to spend a huge price to redeem these die-hard confidants. Chapter 233, Miraculous Victory. Chapter 233, Miraculous Victory. Translator, Zeamoj. I surrender. Stop. I surrender. With pale faces, the Bloody Lion Knights shouted in humiliation. In a frontal confrontation, they would fear no enemy. But now that they were poisoned, they could only be trampled on. Such a death left them rather unresigned. When they heard the pleas of the Bloody Lion Knights, many half-blood beastmen hesitated and looked at Catherine. There was an unwritten rule on the Fesua plain. On the battlefield, if the enemy abandoned resistance and was willing to surrender, the other party would generally take them as captives and ask for a large ransom from the opposing party. Catherine's eyes flashed with killing intent and she said coldly, "Kill them all! Leave no one behind. These bastards. Did they ever listen to the pleas of our people when killing them? These scum would only torture them harder and take pleasure in it. These bastards don't deserve to live in this world." When the half-blood beastmen recalled their past miserable experiences, their eyes turned red, and they continued to slash madly at the Bloody Lion Knights with their blades. "You hybrids will have horrible deaths. I curse you, you lowly hybrids." The Bloody Lion Knights madly hurled curses at the half-blood beastmen. The half-blood beastmen used their blades in reply and beheaded the Bloody Lion Knights. Blood dyed the land in front of the city red, as if suggesting that massacre and bloodshed were the fate of the city. A cloud of dust rose, the sound of horseshoes came from afar, and the silhouettes of Yang Feng 100-odd half-blood beastman cavalrymen gradually appeared in the horizon. Long live Sir Caesar! Long live the great god Ian! Long live Sir Caesar! Long live the great god Ian! Tremendous cheers burst out from the crowd of half-blood beastmen. The half-blood beastmen madly shouted the names of Yang Feng's avatars Caesar and Ian, and zealous gazes gathered on Yang Feng. Yang Feng could sense faith power of the zealous half-blood beastmen slowly gather on him. Unfortunately, the standard of culture of these half-blood beastmen is still a bit low. To say, "Long live God," is practically the same as cursing the god. It seems that they have to be taught properly. Covered in sacred radiance, Yang Feng waved at the half-blood beastmen with a kind smile plastered on his face. Every time he waved his hand, there would be cheers coming from the crowd. The 100-odd half-blood beastman cavalrymen following behind Yang Feng held their heads high and accepted the cheers of the crowd with pride on their faces. Yang Feng pointed at the city with his sword and shouted, "This city is a miracle of my lord the god Ian. This city belongs to us half-blood beastmen and is called the Guando City." In the ancient divine language of the Fesua Plain, Guando meant half-blood beastman. In fact, the Guando City was called the City of Half-Blood Beastmen. Guando City, Guando City. Henceforth, it is the city of us half-blood beastmen. The half-blood beastmen shed tears, sobbed, and shouted loudly. The half-blood beastmen finally had a city of their own. Prior to this, half-blood beastmen were regarded as slaves in every city on this land. They practically had no foothold. The Guando City was a city that belonged to them. It was their foothold and a place where they could live with dignity. "Enter the city." Yang Feng took the lead and went through the gate. "Enter the city. Enter into the city." The half-blood beastmen cried tears of joy and shouted with great joy. Following Yang Feng, they orderly entered the Guando City. Once they entered the Guando City, they sized up the city that changed their fates with greedy eyes. So many trees. Those are breadfruit trees. There is a pond here. This ground is strange. The half-blood beastmen sized up everything inside the city with inquisitive eyes and issued cheerful laughter. After leaving Kun and Dick in charge of everything, Yang Feng went to the lake near the Guando City with Catherine. In a place like the Red Earth Wasteland, a city had to have a lake and grow many extraordinary plant rain trees to be able to sustain the water consume of the city. Otherwise, the city would soon perish due to lack of water. Yang Feng walked silently around the lake. Catherine followed behind Yang Feng. Her complexion changed a few times before she clenched her pearl-white teeth, took a few steps forward and said, "I'm sorry, Sir Caesar. I acted on impulse and ordered the killing of the bloody Lion Knights, many of whom wanted to surrender. I couldn't help my anger." Yang Feng was silent for a while before suddenly saying with a light smile, "It's nothing. Even if you didn't kill them, I would still order you to take people to kill them. We don't have extra food and water to feed them here." Catherine was a little relieved. Yang Feng said faintly, "However, I hope that you consult me first before making such an important decision next time. If I'm not present, then it'll be at your discretion." Updated from fruyobnul.com. Catherine's heart shook slightly and she said, "Yes." Catherine killed the 20,000 elite Bloody Lion Knights. Of the 20,000 elite warriors from different tribes, who lost their food and water in the Red Earth Wasteland, 99% of them died in the cruel environment of the Red Earth Wasteland. The Frozen Rock City. A carrier pigeon arrived from the distance and landed on Grox's hand. Grox revealed a smile when he read the piece of paper from the carrier pigeon. Then, his smile gradually faded. His eyes flashed with graveness, and he creased his eyebrows. "What a beautiful job, Caesar! To wipe out Uncle Lawrence's Bloody Lion Knights and the 20,000-strong tribal allied army in one fell swoop. What a wonderful job. But that leaves me with a headache." Grox suddenly smiled and whispered, "However, this headache is for my imperial father to mull over. In any case, I'm just an idle prince." Lawrence was a powerful Star Knight rank powerhouse. By using his frightening chi, he forcibly expelled the poison in his body. With his tail between his legs, he fled from the Red Earth Wasteland and returned to the Beastman Empire. Lawrence's crashing defeat couldn't be concealed. The entire Beastman Empire was shaken. A 40,000-strong elite army went into the Red Earth Wasteland, particularly the 20,000 Blood Lion Knights, which was one of the strongest armies of the Lion Men. Yet such an army was annihilated. Even though Lawrence was a grand prince, but he was immediately arrested and thrown into prison. The capital of the Beastman Empire, the City of Glory. The city wall of the City of Glory was 100 meters tall and stretched without end. At certain intervals, huge statues of gods were erected atop the city wall. There were beautiful murals underneath the huge statues. The city covered a vast expanse, and was not the least bit inferior to the St. Colin City and the other large cities of the Turandot subcontinent. In the center of the City of Glory lied a magnificent palace, which was the Imperial Court of Glory of the Beastman Empire. The Lion Men and Tiger Men struggled ceaselessly in order to enter the Imperial Court of Glory. In this generation, however, Lion Men were the ones to have the honor to enter the Imperial Court of Glory and assume the imperial power of the Beastman Empire. At the heart of the Imperial Court of Glory, in the Hall of Glory, where the tribes discussed official business, a tall and sturdy, handsome middle-aged Lion Man powerhouse was dressed in an imperial robe, had lion ears and a lion tail around his waist, and exuded a powerful aura. The Lion Man powerhouse sat on a golden throne and proudly overlooked the powerhouses from various tribes beneath him. The middle-aged Lion Man powerhouse was Angurio's Eye, the power holder of the Beastman Empire. The Beastman Empire respected the strong. In his time, Angurio's Eye defeated numerous Lion Man and Tiger Man powerhouses, gained great military merit, and led the Lion Men into the Imperial Court of Glory to become the true royals of the Beastman Empire. In the Beastman Empire, the throne wasn't hereditary. Just because Angurio's Eye became the emperor of the Beastman Empire didn't mean that his offspring would be able to become the emperor. Although Angurio's Eye was extremely powerful in the Beastman Empire, but he wasn't overwhelmingly powerful. Therefore, he had to listen to the opinions of the chiefs of the various tribes beneath him. A tall and sturdy Leopardman powerhouse with leopard ears and a leopard tail around his waist stepped forward and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I ask that you immediately send troops to suppress the half-blood Beastman rebels in the Red Earth Wasteland. A spark can start a prairie fire. We can't let these half-blood Beastman rebels develop and grow. Otherwise, they will only become harder to deal with. I am willing to be the vanguard and behead the traitor Caesar for your Majesty." A Knoll powerhouse also stepped forward and shouted, "That's right, your Majesty. Please send troops on a punitive campaign to the Red Earth Wasteland. I am willing to be your vanguard. A Wolverine powerhouse covered in golden fur stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, please send troops on a punitive expedition to the Red Earth Wasteland. We Wolverines are willing to send 1,000 warriors. Your Majesty, dispatch troops. Fierce-looking Beastman generals exuding valiant auras stepped out and requested loudly. Only conflict could showcase the value of these Beastman generals and allow them get more spoils of war, military merit, prestige, and land. Chapter 234, Sacred Warrior Thunderclaw. Chapter 234, Sacred Warrior Thunderclaw. Translator, Zeamoj. Angurios I frowned slightly, then threw a piercing gaze towards the silent, motionless Foxman Prime Minister Faulkner standing to the side, nearly stabbing him. Seeing that he could no longer shirk it, Faulkner sighed slowly and walked to the center of the hall, saying, Your Majesty, I think that we shouldn't send our troops for now. The complexion of the Leopard Man general changed and he barked sternly, Faulkner, what do you mean, you coward? The 40,000 warriors of the Beastman Empire can't die in vain. The other generals also glared at Faulkner. Although Faulkner was the Prime Minister of the Beastman Empire, but he was weak and only had a knight-rank cultivation base. Therefore, in the Beastman Empire that only respected the strong, the military strong persons looked down on the Foxman Prime Minister Faulkner. Faulkner, the Prime Minister of the Beastman Empire, didn't held a high status and didn't wield great power in the race, let alone control the court. Faulkner's position as a Prime Minister would be shaky had it not been for the tradition of Foxmen holding the position of Prime Minister in the Beastman Empire, and had it not been for the vigorous promotion of Angurios I. Faulkner said faintly, Our harvest this year is very poor. Besides, the food that should have been smuggled into our state has been purchased by the human wizard Ian who built the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland. Additionally, Ahriman's defeat in the Frozen Rock City led to the incineration of large quantities of foodstuff. Unless the strategic food reserves are used or the tribes donate some more food, we simply don't have enough provisions to carry out a war. General Tiger, do you want our people to enter the Red Earth Wasteland and fight the half-blood beast men on hungry stomachs? Tiger was taken aback. Are our food reserves that strained? The Beastman generals, who came from tribes of different sizes, went silent. The harvest this year wasn't good to begin with. If the tribes had to continue to contribute their food, then the old and weak of many tribes would undoubtedly die. Faulkner continued lightly. Besides, with its geographical location, the Red Earth Wasteland is a place easy to defend but difficult to attack. Once you lose, returning back alive is a pipe dream. The complexions of the Beastman generals became unsightly. The Red Earth Wasteland lacked water, was arid, and had no food. 99% of the 20,000-strong tribal allied army defeated by Yang Feng died of thirst and starvation in the Red Earth Wasteland. And the beast men that managed to return alive wore gloomy and murderous expressions. No one dared to ask them how they returned alive. Tiger questioned in vexation. Then did the 40,000 warriors of the Beastman Empire die in vain? Faulkner replied faintly, General Tiger, if you have a solution to the two problems I just raised, then I'll agree with your suggestion to immediately send troops and annihilate the half-blood beast men. Tiger snorted and said coldly, Provisions is the responsibility of you civil officials. If we can settle this issue ourselves, then what good are you civil officials? Anyway, the other Beastman generals chimed in, That's right. The problem of provisions is for you civil officials to solve. The Beastman Empire held military strength in esteem. As a result, many generals looked down on the civil officials. Unmoved, Faulkner said faintly, I'm sorry, but my ability is limited. I can only do this much. If the tribes don't bear the burden, then I really don't know how to come up with the provisions. Tiger continued to pester, I don't care. Since you're the Prime Minister, then come up with a way. Our 40,000 warriors can't die in vain. The other Beastman generals supported Tiger, while the civil officials supported Faulkner. People on both sides quarreled in the hall. The Beastman Empire respected the strong, and generals who commanded troops were envied and admired by all. As for civil officials, they were severely suppressed by the military generals. The civil officials led good lives under Faulkner's leadership. Naturally, they weren't willing to do any concessions. A short warg minister walked to the center of the hall and suggested, "Your Majesty, how about we invite the Empire's sacred warriors? We can invite a sacred warrior to kill a few leading powerhouses of the half-blood beastmen, such as Caesar. By then, the half-blood beastman forces will collapse by themselves. We can also take advantage of the time of their confusion and make some promises. Once they split apart and disintegrate, we can wipe out these rebels in one fell swoop." Faulkner's eyebrows jumped up, yet he kept his silence. Tiger's eyes flashed with delight and he praised loudly, "Good! Let's invite the Empire's sacred warriors. With them, we can surely kill those rebels." The other Beastman generals also voiced their approval. Sacred warriors were peerless experts of the Beastman Empire who managed to practice cultivation until the legend rank. Every sacred warrior was extremely powerful and had the frightening strength to kill a general protected by a 10,000-strong army. Angyrios swept Faulkner with a look and frowned slightly, then brushed Tiger and the other Beastmen generals with his gaze before finally stopping on a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with tiger ears, a tiger tail around his waist, and a powerful kingly aura. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. The middle-aged tiger man was Kemetz, the current chief of the Tigermen. At the time, he was the strongest competitor of Angyrios. With great difficulty, Angyrios managed to defeat Kemetz and finally climb onto the throne. Even so, Kemetz was the most influential Grand Prince of the Beastman Empire. Angyrios said apathetically, "In this case, invite Sir Sacred Warrior Thunderclaw to make a trip to the Red Earth Wasteland to eliminate the hybrids." The motion was passed since no one in the court had any objections. After the court session, Angyrios summoned Faulkner to the imperial study. Angyrios asked, "Faulkner, what are your concerns regarding today's court session?" Faulkner replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, I was wondering, since Caesar can defeat His Highness Grand Prince Lawrence and wipe out 40,000 elites of the Beastman Empire, he certainly isn't a simple character. Sir Sacred Warrior Thunderclaw may not be able to kill this mysterious Caesar. But General Tiger's words are true. If we let the half-blood beastmen grow and develop, they'll certainly become a huge threat to our race." Angyrios was silent for a moment, before suddenly saying in a low voice, "Can't the half-blood beastmen become our fellow people?" Faulkner's complexion changed greatly. He hastily lowered his voice and said very anxiously, "Your Majesty, you cannot mention this in front of others. Half-blood beastman slaves are one of the cornerstones of the Beastman Empire. If this gets out, that person won't let this chance slip past his fingers." In the Beastman Empire, half-blood beastman slaves were abound. Many families had half-blood beastman slaves. The entire beastman social class enjoyed the benefits of half-blood beastman slaves. Therefore, even though Angyrios was the emperor and his status in the Beastman Empire was sublime, but once he got hit by this laser beam, he could be overthrown and crushed to bits. Angyrios was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. His eyes flashed brightly. No longer showing any confusion, he said domineeringly, "I understand. All threats to the race must be eradicated. Since Caesar is so mysterious, then let's send Thunderclaw, Tyrannic Blade, and King Kong to the Red Earth Wasteland. With 3 sacred warriors joining hands, even if Caesar is also a sacred warrior, he will still die." Faulkner smiled in relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise." Within the Beastman Empire, under a huge waterfall, sat a very burly man with a head full of golden hair, rippling muscles, lion ears, and a lion tail around his waist. Suddenly, the golden-haired lion man opened his eyes and gave a piercing howl. Countless thunder danced around him and he slammed a fist into the waterfall. Boom! Surrounded by lightning, the flow of the 100-meter-tall waterfall reversed in a flash. Under the extremely strong power, countless water splashed about, rolled back, and revealed the cliff behind. 5 seconds later, the reversed flow of the waterfall crashed down. The golden-haired lion man erupted with chi and formed a chi cover. The water of the reversed flow smashed onto the chi cover and was ricocheted. A Lionman powerhouse quickly arrived before Thunderclaw, knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Sir Thunderclaw, His Majesty has given an order. Please go to the Red Earth Wasteland along with the two Sirs, Tyrannic Blade and King Kong, to kill the perpetrator behind the Half-Blood Beastman Rebellion, Caesar, and the Half-Blood Beastman Upper Echelon." Sacred warriors were legend-rank powerhouses. On many planes, legend-rank powerhouses were already the strongest powerhouses and were nearly unfettered. However, it was different on the Fesua plane. On the Fesua plane, except of the aloof gods, even legend-rank powerhouses would be controlled by powerful empires. Of course, every empire would worship their legend-rank powerhouses and give them a special status. Only at certain critical moments would they invite them to take action. However, there were also some legend-rank powerhouses who, for the sake of power and wealth, would reduce themselves to hired thugs of certain powerful force. After all, even legend-rank powerhouses may not be able to resist to the allure of power and wealth. Thunderclaw was one of the legend-rank powerhouses worshipped by the Beastman Empire. As he had a certain degree of freedom, his power in the Beastman Empire wasn't as great as that of other legend-rank powerhouses who were fully committed to the Beastman Empire. Thunderclaw creased his eyebrows slightly and asked successively, "Caesar, who is that? Why haven't I heard of him? Is he a new sacred warrior produced by the humans? What's his class?" The guard replied at once, "Sir Thunderclaw, Caesar shouldn't be a sacred warrior. According to the survivors, he should be a half-blood Beastman Knight between the Firmament Knight rank and the Star Knight rank. However, he may be a wizard, too. He used magic items on the battlefield." Chapter 235. The Mechanical Black Dragon Battles the Sacred Warriors. Chapter 235. The Mechanical Black Dragon Battles the Sacred Warriors. Translator, Zayamoch. Thunderclaw's eyes flashed with anger. He exuded a berserk aura, and said coldly, "Angurios, I wants for me and other people to join hands to deal with a Star Knight. That's disgraceful." The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. As a legend-rank powerhouse, a sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire, Thunderclaw had his dignity and pride. To have him kill a Star Knight was a disgrace to his identity. Oppressed by Thunderclaw's aura, the guard became breathless and, as if a frog being stared at by a venomous snake, his body turned cold. He gritted his teeth and said by stressing each syllable, "By using poison, Caesar murdered 40,000 of our warriors in the Red Earth Wasteland. The Empire is currently unable to dispatch troops on a punitive campaign against him. Therefore, the Empire invites you and the other sacred warriors to kill him." Thunderclaw was shocked slightly and said solemnly, "What a fierce fellow! He actually murdered 40,000 of our warriors." Without the interference of magic, the Beastman Empire was publicly recognized as being the best at field warfare. The Beastman Empire generally adopted an offensive stance. Even when suffering a defeated, its troops could calmly retreat thanks to their strong mobility. The loss of 40,000 elites was the most serious damage the Beastman Empire suffered in the past 100 years. In that case, I'll go to the Red Earth Wasteland and kill him. As for Tyrannic Blade and King Kong, they aren't needed." Thunderclaw snorted coldly, then his body shook. He skittered from the waterfall and strode away. The Red Earth Wasteland. While walking about the Red Earth Wasteland, the scorching heat coming from the sun made Thunderclaw feel a little irritable. Thunderclaw swept his surroundings with a look and sighed a little irritably. "Fucking Red Earth Wasteland. The climate here is really irritating and the scenery is ever unchanging. It's amazing that someone managed to build a city here." Thunderclaw had entered the Red Earth Wasteland a few days ago. Instead of hurriedly rushing towards the city of half-blood beastmen, he calmly advanced forward and maintained his strongest state at all times. Although Thunderclaw was proud, but he wasn't a fool. Naturally, he knew very well that if he impatiently hurried to the Guando city, he would become exhausted. By that time, he might fail miserably and be ambushed and killed by Yang Feng instead. After all, Thunderclaw was essentially a legend-rank warrior, and the means at his disposal weren't as many and as varied as those of a warlock. Extraordinary life forms, extraordinary plants, powerful spells, Poisons, elixirs, secret treasures, golems, sturdy physiques, frightening spirit force. All these constituted the power of warlocks, which was far beyond the power wielded by others of the same rank and could even surpass ranks. Thunderclaw didn't notice that when he passed through an area, a small, red stone moved slightly after he left. A tiny hole opened on the stone and recorded his every action. Warning, warning. At present, a level 4 extraordinary life form is moving in the direction of the Guando city. Based on its characteristics, the life form should be a Lionman sacred warrior of the Feisua Plain, and it should be very powerful in melee combat. Hiding inside the Guando city, Yang Feng studied the knowledge pertaining to the advancement to a level 3 warlock from a level 2 warlock. Suddenly, his forehead trembled slightly, and the smart microchip implanted in his forehead gave out warnings. They're fast and decisive. Yang Feng pressed a button beside him. With flashes of light, a holographic projector appeared beside him and formed the image of Thunderclaw midair. Yang Feng looked at the sacred warrior Thunderclaw and sighed somewhat regretfully. A sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire. Unfortunately, with my current strength, it's impossible for me to beat him on my own. If I had promoted to a level 3 warlock, I would be able to test the strength of a sacred warrior. No matter what kind of spell a level 2 warlock used, they wouldn't be able to match a sacred warrior in a frontal confrontation. Yang Feng could use the power of spells to kill a Star Knight, but against a sacred warrior, he wouldn't be able to injure them. Once a sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire got close to them, even many academic and research-oriented great warlocks of the Zhangji Plain would be insta-killed. The life force cover of great warlocks couldn't withstand the bombardment from a sacred warrior rank powerhouse. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then said faintly, "Since he is of no value to me, then I'll just kill him." The mechanical black dragon hiding underneath the Guando city opened its eyes. Its eyes shone brightly, and it exuded an aura of life. The aura of an ancient dragon slowly diffused from it and became different from the past. This was the mysterious power of a high-grade soul stone. Powerful souls were the favorite treasures of many formidable beings from other planes. As with souls came unlimited evolution possibility. Countless red earth spattered. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, and in a gust of wind flew out of the ground, turned into a black light, and flew towards the sacred warrior Thunderclaw. A strong being is flying this way. Thunderclaw suddenly looked up at the sky and his eyes flashed gravely. Sacred warrior rank powerhouses were equivalent to human great warlocks of the Zhangji Plain. Similarly, their perception transcended the realm of mortals by far and was extremely terrifying. When Thunderclaw saw the mechanical black dragon midair, his complexion suddenly changed greatly and he exclaimed, "A black dragon! How could there be a black dragon in the Red Earth wasteland?" There were also dragons on the Feisua Plain, and they established a country of dragons. Apart from dragons, there were still countless descendants of dragons and other species, such as dragonborn, dragon beasts, dragonoids, and other formidable beings, in the country of dragons. The Dragon Divine System was an extremely powerful divine system on the Feisua Plain. Although the gods of the Dragon Divine System were few in numbers, but they were astonishingly strong on an individual basis. As for dragons, every adult dragon was far stronger than ordinary legend rank powerhouses. Therefore, even though every dragon was a treasure itself and possessed huge wealth, no one dared to go to the country of dragons to slay dragons. But on the mainland, some evil dragons that were driven away from the country of dragons would be slain, as the country of dragons wouldn't care. Thus, occasionally, there would be rumors on the mainland of dragons being slain. Thunderclaw looked at the mechanical black dragon flying in the sky and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint, and he licking his lips excitedly. It seems that the fellow behind the half-blood beastmen isn't simple. He even can order a black dragon. However, since I got promoted to a sacred warrior, it has been quite a while since I have met my match. This big fellow is just perfect for me to temper my martial art. When the mechanical black dragon appeared on the battlefield, without saying any nonsense, it dropped from the sky and directly pounced at Thunderclaw. Thunderclaw roared furiously. In a flash, he erupted with his chi, strengthened his physique by quite a few times, and displayed his self-created martial art Thunderclaw 9 strikes. Countless lightning intertwined, and, along with the frightening power capable of reversing the flow of a 100-meter-tall waterfall, Thunderclaw instantly blasted the mechanical black dragon with 9 claws. The mechanical black dragon erupted with a frightening life force and its muscles squirmed. The 9 claws slammed into the mechanical black dragon with a terrifying force, which it forcibly neutralized. Thunderclaw was stupefied and couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? Are black dragons that powerful? In that instant, with the pressure of a mountain, the mechanical black dragon ferociously hurled its huge tail at Thunderclaw. Unable to avoid the huge tail, Thunderclaw clenched his teeth, pushed his chi to the limit, and crossed his arms in front of him to resist the blow. Boom! Following a frightening impact, as if an artillery shell that dropped from the sky, Thunderclaw bumped against the ground and blasted a big hole in the ground. Blood gushed out his facial orifices. He looked extremely miserable. Thunderclaw coughed up a big mouthful of blood and said dispiritedly, "So strong! Are adult black dragons actually this strong? No wonder nobody dares to go slay dragons. I underestimated it." Dragons were a powerful race at the top of the food chain of extraordinary life forms. Whether physical resistance or magical resistance, all were off the hook. They proved that they were powerful with the blood and lives of countless other races. On the Feisua Plain, the dragons that were killed by people were either killed by demigod-rank powerhouses or besieged and killed by a small squad of legend-rank powerhouses. Very few legend-rank powerhouse could kill dragons one-on-one. After its strike succeeded, the mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, and, in a gust of wind, bit at Thunderclaw with its bloody maw. "Stop!" Following a furious roar, the Tigerman's sacred warrior Tyrannic Blade, who missed an ear, drew a long, black blade, and, practically at lightning speed, shot from the side along with a black blade ray and slashed at the mechanical black dragon. The invincible black blade ray split open the dragon scales of the mechanical black dragon and penetrated into its flesh. A large amount of red blood gushed out of the body of the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon was a mechanical creation Yangfeng produced with Shizu technology and the dragon crystal, dragon bones, dragon scales, and dragon tendons of the ancient black dragon Vedarnia, as well as a high-grade soul stone. However, under the unpredictable influence of the high-grade soul stone, the mechanical black dragon changed beyond Yangfeng's comprehension. It generated flesh and consciousness, and slowly transformed into a living black dragon. Just like a life form, it had blood in its body. The 2.5-meter-tall ape-man's sacred warrior King Kong, who looked like an ancient Australopithecus from Earth, gave a furious roar, rushed out, burst out with chi, grabbed the mechanical black dragon by the tail, exerted itself, and, as if a mouse raising a vehicle, very strangely threw the mechanical black dragon into the air. Chapter 236, Devouring Sacred Warriors, Evolution. Chapter 236, Devouring Sacred Warriors, Evolution. Translator, Zayamoch. With a gentle leap, Thunderclaw leaped out of the ground, operated his chi, and forcibly healed 80% of his injuries, restoring his fighting strength to about 70%. Thunderclaw said embarrassedly, "Tyrannic Blade, King Kong, thanks a lot. I might have died if you hadn't come in time." Tyrannic Blade said straightforwardly, "Let's withdraw. This black dragon is really strong. Only when more than 10 sacred warriors matched with a few legend priests are dispatched would it be possible to kill it." King Kong nodded with a solemn expression. Just now, he only managed to hurl the mechanical black dragon away by catching it off guard. Although he surpassed many Beastman sacred warriors in terms of strength, but he still wasn't a match for the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, erupted with a gust of wind, and directly stopped its backward flight. It turned its eyes and erupted with fierce, terrifying life force in a flash. The frightening life force was infinitesimally close to that of a Starry Sky Knight rank powerhouse. Soul Stone, a common currency among powerhouses of different planes. It turns out that creations with souls have infinite evolution potential. Souls are things that contain the mysteries of eternal life. Watching the battle from a distance through a projection, Yang Feng saw the change in the mechanical black dragon, and his eyes lit up slightly. In addition to the mechanical black dragon, Yang Feng made many other mechanical battle beasts with level 4 extraordinary life form rank fighting strength by employing Shizu technology coupled with alchemy he learned in the Tyrannid subcontinent. When those mechanical battle beasts were manufactured, their combat prowess were fixed, and they could only be strengthened by means of various external equipment. The mechanical black dragon, however, was different due to the mysterious high-grade soul stone that fully integrated with it, making it a very strange and unique mechanical creation. It became a strange existence, a mixture of machinery and flesh and blood life form. The preciousness of soul stones could very well be imagined. After searching through the treasuries of the various major forces of the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng still found some low-grade soul stones. Yet he didn't manage to find a single high-grade soul stone. High-grade soul stones had appeared in the Tyrannid subcontinent in the past. However, whenever a high-grade soul stone appeared, it would be taken away and used by great warlock rank powerhouses. As a result, even though Yang Feng had searched the treasuries of the major forces, he still didn't manage to find a single high-grade soul stone. The mechanical black dragon's eyes flashed with fierce light, and it fixed its gaze on the 3 sacred warriors of the Beastman Empire. Finally, it locked on Thunderclaw, flapped its wings, and rushed towards Thunderclaw in a frightening gust of wind. Idiot! There are 3 of us. Even if you're a dragon, you're still just an animal after all. Thunderclaw gave a piercing roar, erupted with his chi, and surrounded himself with lightning. He executed a very strange footwork, and, while leaving after images in his wake, shot towards the mechanical black dragon. Tyrannic blade focused and his gaze congealed. He drew the black blade, poured all his chi into it, released a half-a-meter-long blade ray, and slashed at a wing of the mechanical black dragon. If he managed to cut off a wing of the mechanical black dragon, they still would have a fighting chance against the mechanical black dragon. With a bellow, King Kong erupted with frightening chi and slammed his fist with the pressure of a mountain towards the neck of the mechanical black dragon. At full strength, his punch could smash the gate of a city. freewebnovuel.com. Unfazed, the mechanical black dragon opened its bloody maw and bit down hard, biting Thunderclaw lightning fast. Numerous extremely sharp teeth pierced into Thunderclaw and shredded him to meat paste. In that instant, Tyrannic Blade hacked at a wing of the mechanical black dragon and cut open a huge cut. Blood gushed out. At the same time, King Kong's fist slammed into the huge neck of the mechanical black dragon and blasted it slightly askew. After it bore the all-out blows from 2 sacred warriors, the mechanical black dragon slapped with its wing at Tyrannic Blade, before breaking his bones broken and slamming him into the ground. Tyrannic Blade spat out a big mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. King Kong break. With a furious bellow, the 8-man sacred warrior King Kong frantically channeled his chi to the limit, tensed up his body, and threw a frenzied punch at the mechanical black dragon. Bang! King Kong smashed the dragon scales of the mechanical black dragon and blasted a 30-centimeter wide, bloody hole into the mechanical black dragon. Ignoring King Kong, the mechanical black dragon opened its bloody maw and bit hard at the Tiger Man's sacred warrior Tyrannic Blade. With a crunch, blood sputtered from its bloody maw, and a sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire died just like that. After the mechanical black dragon swallowed the sacred warrior Tyrannic Blade, its eyes turned and flashed with ridicule. It instantly erupted with formidable life force, and healed the wound opened up by King Kong at a speed visible to the naked eye. Monster! You monster! Fucking freak of a dragon! His face deathly pale, King Kong's figure shook and he retreated frantically. Although his attacks could injure the mechanical black dragon, but that was it. They couldn't seriously injure the mechanical black dragon, which had an abnormal healing ability. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings, threw itself at King Kong in a gust of wind, and bit down at him. Visit freewebnov.com for the best novel reading experience. With a crunch, the mechanical black dragon crushed the 3rd sacred warrior of the Beastman Empire, and blood splashed about. Dragons deserve to be at the top of the food chain. The three were sacred warriors, legend rank powerhouses of the Beastman Empire. Unfortunately, in front of a dragon, they still seemed to be unable to withstand a blow. If the reproductivity of dragons wasn't so low, the Feisua Plain would quite likely be dominated by dragons. Mused Yang Feng as he saw the mechanical black dragon easily devour the three sacred warriors of the Beastman Empire. The three sacred warriors of the Beastman Empire were peerless powerhouses. With Yang Feng's current forces, they could only choose to flee or die if they failed to flee. The mechanical black dragon easily ate the three sacred warriors of the Beastman Empire, which was a testament to the strength of dragons. Of course, this had a huge bearing on the fact that the mechanical black dragon was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Ordinary dragons definitely weren't as strong as the mechanical black dragon. After the mechanical black dragon devoured the three sacred warriors, its soul suddenly throbbed. It erupted with a terrifying life force. Its scales disintegrated inch by inch, and it dripped red blood. Yang Feng was startled when he saw this scene. Is it going to evolve into a real ancient dragon? For the most part, the mechanical black dragon was produced by Yang Feng from the corpse of the ancient dragon Vedarnia. The ancient dragon Vedarnia was a terrifying Starry Sky Warlock rank being and could contend against demigod rank powerhouses. However, after being sealed for too long, its strength degenerated to the Great Warlock rank. After being merged with the high-grade Soul Stone, the mechanical black dragon had infinite evolution potential. However, Yang Feng didn't think that it could be promoted to a demigod rank being so soon. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then his figure shook and he disappeared. Not long after, a magic carpet flew over from the horizon. Sitting atop the magic carpet, Yang Feng watched the mechanical black dragon struggle in pain down below, and he sank into his thoughts. Massacre, blood energy, and fear. Of the three divinities, blood energy is of the least use to me. I'll just give it to you. I hope that you can reach further heights. Yang Feng thought for a while, then silently chanted an incantation, operated a secret method, and pointed at the space between his eyebrows. The divinity of blood energy in his spirit sea shivered slightly, and slowly flew out of his spirit sea. Yang Feng's eyes were solemn. He slowly pulled out the divinity of blood energy, and then flicked his finger. A golden light dropped from the sky and entered the mechanical black dragon. The mechanical black dragon trembled as soon as the divinity of blood energy entered its body. Countless power gathered and condensed on the divinity of blood energy, and broke through some limit. The mechanical black dragon transformed, broke through, and promoted to a terrifying Starry Sky Warlock rank divine life form. The so-called demigods were beings who ignited their divine fire, but had yet to form their godhead. On the Feisua Plain, apart from some extremely powerful extraordinary life forms like dragons, all other life form had to rely on faith power to ignite their divine fire, break the limitation of their body, and become a demigod with terrifying power that transcended the realm of mortals and fighting strengths comparable to that of Starry Sky Warlocks of the Zhangji Plain. Dragons, giants, ancient fiends, ancient devils, and some other naturally powerful extraordinary life forms could continue to evolve even without gathering faith power and possess terrifying strength comparable to that of a demigod or even a god. The mechanical black dragon was currently only a divine life form with the fighting strength of a demigod. However, it wasn't a demigod of the Feisua Plain in the true sense. Yang Feng looked at the mechanical black dragon and its kindred-like fags, and corners of his mouth raised slightly. It should have transformed to a vampire black dragon. Interesting. I'm quite looking forward to what you will evolve into in the future. Suddenly, the mechanical black dragon turned its eyes, locked on Yang Feng in midair, and said in a low voice, "Master, I want to have a name. Please give me a name." Chapter 237, Emissary of the Morance Empire. Chapter 237, Emissary of the Morance Empire. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng was taken aback slightly. He didn't expect that the mechanical black dragon would ask him for a name. He thought for a while before saying slowly, "Your name is Aesop." The mechanical black dragon grinned, and its voice revealed an indescribable cheerfulness. "Yes, Master. From today on, I am Aesop." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Do you eat magic stones?" The flesh of life forms? Or high-energy crystals now? Previously, Yang Feng supplied the mechanical black dragon with high-energy crystals. Now that the mechanical black dragon transformed into a half-machine and half-flesh and blood life form under the strange power of the Soul Stone, Yang Feng didn't know how to raise it. Aesop replied, "Now I can eat anything. Naturally, I can also not eat at all. Now, I can absorb the energy drifting in space to live. Unless the space energy is drawn away or I'm sealed in a place without energy in the space, I won't require a supply of energy. Because of the divinity of blood energy, if I'm given enough blood of powerhouses to absorb, I can continue to evolve. Of course, if I want to continue to evolve, I can only absorb the blood of demigods or gods. The kindred were a race that relied on absorbing the blood of powerhouses to evolve continuously. For them, sleep was just a means to upgrade when they no longer could absorb the blood of powerhouses. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, although kindred were pursued by human warlocks like dogs, they still managed to live on and accumulate enough power to ascend to godhood. The strength of kindred was apparent. However, the human warlocks of the Zhangji Plain were so powerful that the kindred of the Zhangji Plain couldn't withstand a single blow. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Aesop. Now that I got Aesop, a divine life form with demigod rank fighting strength, I'm a step closer to killing a being of the demigod rank. Now that Aesop evolved into a powerful being of the demigod rank, Yang Feng got another trump card. Even if he came across a demigod rank powerhouse now, he could choose to flee if he couldn't beat the opponent. Yang Feng allowed Aesop to move about freely, while he himself returned to the Guando city and continued to study the knowledge required to promote to a level 3 warlock from a level 2 warlock. A month later, in the study of the Imperial Court of Glory, Angurios I looked away from the numerous memorials to the throne, and then stretched himself. Suddenly, he asked a foxman attending him lightly, "How long has it been since Thunderclaw and the other sacred warriors set off?" The foxman guard replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, it has been 43 days since Thunderclaw and the other 2 sacred warriors set off." With a gloomy expression, Angurios I said in a low voice, "It seems that they have met with mishap." The foxman guard lowered his head, not daring to say anything else. To be in the king's company was tantamount to living with a tiger. Although Angurios I was a rarely seen wise emperor in the Beastman Empire, but he also had times of fury. Angurios I gave a long sigh and said faintly, "We still know too light about the enemy. Transmit my order. Summon Faulkner for an audience." "Yes, Your Majesty." The foxman guard immediately accepted the order and took his leave. 2 hours later, Faulkner stepped into the study. Faulkner respectfully performed an impeccable salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Angurios," I said lightly. "Thunderclaw and the others have left for the Red Earth wasteland 43 days ago." Faulkner smiled bitterly in his heart. After pondering for a while, he consoled, "Your Majesty, Thunderclaw and them may have been delayed for some reason." Angurios' eyes gazed congealed and pierced into Faulkner like daggers. He asked expressionlessly, "Prime Minister, do you really think so?" His back drenched in cold sweat, Faulkner was silent for a while, and then replied slowly, "Your Majesty, this humble servant believes that it doesn't bode well for Thunderclaw and the other 2 sacred warriors, although they are somewhat unruly. Nevertheless, they still would do their best to fulfill an imperial order. If everything went smoothly, they should have returned 13 days ago. We haven't gotten any news from them for so long. Thus, I believe that they were either killed or captured by the Red Earth wasteland." Angurios I nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, I think so too." Faulkner, immediately send someone to investigate. I want to know the details of the half-blood beastmen as soon as possible. "Yes, Your Majesty." Faulkner replied respectfully and then took his leave. Under Angurios I's order, the vast intelligence agency of the Beastman Empire mobilized numerous spies and sent them towards the Red Earth wasteland. 3 months later, a huge convoy of more than 8,000 people crossed the Red Earth wasteland. Ever since the news of the Miracle City in the Red Earth wasteland spread and was confirmed, the merchants of the various states made detours to the Miracle City to replenish food and water before leaving for the 4 empires to trade. With the increase in merchants, There was also an increase in bandit groups and a rise in assaults. Although Yang Feng sent troops to exterminate a dozen bandit groups and had the severed heads of bandits inserted on both sides of the road, yet he still could not stop bandits from emerging. Under such circumstances, the merchants were compelled to unite and form a huge escort squad, so that the bandits wouldn't dare to attack them. At last, the Miracle City. However, the Miracle City seems to be more flourishing and beautiful than the previous time I was here. Riding at the forefront of the caravan, Jim looked into the distance and smiled. Outside the Miracle City, there were purification trees growing everywhere, and under their purification there was a large tract of black earth. To the delight of the merchants who suffered from the bumpy road, a very spacious cement road that could hold 10 carriages side by side extended from the Miracle City. Crossing this cement road was a pleasure. A large number of purification trees were planted on both sides of the cement road. Behind the purification trees, there were farmlands with breadfruit trees and other edible foodstuff that could grow in concert with breadfruit trees growing on them. There were also flowers blooming in a variety of colors, looking very beautiful. Besides, the fragrances exuded by the flowers projected a sense of ease when breathed in. How beautiful! This is the Miracle City Master Ian established. So beautiful. Read latest chapters at freawebnovel.com only. When the merchants who came to the Miracle City for the first time saw the neat road and the beautiful scenery, they couldn't help but to sigh in praise. In the middle of the convoy, a luxurious carriage surrounded by dozens of knight-rank guards suddenly opened, and a very handsome man with a golden ponytail, a distinguished temperament, and a sword at his waist alighted the carriage. After the golden-haired and blue-eyed, handsome man alighted the carriage, he looked at the Miracle City in the distance, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. So this is the Miracle City Master Ian established? Not bad. This city is more to my liking. After a short pause, the huge convoy continued forward and entered the Miracle City. Jim couldn't believe his eyes when he entered the Miracle City. Inside the Miracle City, there were houses of various sizes, 3-story tall and upwards, and the streets were filled with people. Unlike the first time Jim visited the city, when it was desolate and only had slaves, the city now looked extremely bustling. Along the way, the extremely handsome man looked around and revealed a light smile. Interesting, it seems that Master Ian of the Miracle City is really a talented person. The huge convoy dispersed immediately after entering the Miracle City. Jim came up to the handsome man and asked respectfully, "Sir Edith, should we go to the city master's mansion?" Edith said faintly, "After a while, I still want to have a stroll." Jim replied and quickly retreated to one side. "Yes, sir." When Edith reached the center of the Miracle City, he saw a lake in the distance and sighed sincerely in praise. A lake! What a masterpiece! To be able to produce a lake in the Red Earth Wasteland, he does indeed have some skill. After having a stroll in the Miracle City, Edith was satisfied and followed Jim to the City Master's mansion. In the conference hall of the City Master's mansion, "Jim, my good friend, what surprise have you brought me this time?" Yang Feng greeted Jim enthusiastically when he entered the conference hall. Although Jim hadn't come in person in the past few months, but he still worked very hard to organize the goods and sent over 5,000 slaves to Yang Feng's Miracle City. Such a big client, Yang Feng still had to give him some face. Jim forced a smile and introduced, "Master Ian, let me introduce you. This is Sir Edith, the sole heir to the Iser Duchy. He is the emissary the Morince Empire sent to conduct talks with you." Jim, a small-time manager of the Rijek City branch of the Moon Rose Merchants, couldn't contend with the Iser Duchy nor the court of the Morince Empire. It's finally came to this. Yang Feng's heart sank slightly and he sighed. The Red Earth Wasteland was of an excellent geographical location and had a very vast area. It had always been coveted. However, the 4 empires were forced to give up on it because it was difficult to develop. Now, Yang Feng built the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland, attracted the majority of merchants of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire, and turned the Miracle City into a big fat cake. It would be strange if the 2 empires showed no reaction. Chapter 238, Faldina. Chapter 238, Faldina. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng said faintly, "So it's the emissary of the Morince Empire. Could you please tell me what brought you to my miracle city?" Edith carefully sized up Yang Feng for a moment, then said with a faint smile, "Master Ian, the Red Earth Wasteland has always been the territory of the Morince Empire. You built this city on the territory of the Morince Empire, so you have to return it to the Empire. Of course, as a recognition for building a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, the Empire is willing to give you the imperial hereditary peer title of Chevalier, grant you a fief, and have you become a real aristocrat of the Morince Empire." Yang Feng sneered and said coldly, "In exchange for a trifling fief of a Chevalier, you want to swallow my miracle city. The Morince Empire has quite the appetite." Under Yang Feng's management, the miracle city broke away from desertification and became a beautiful and fertile city. The number of slaves in the city was in the tens of thousands, which Yang Feng bought at great cost from many slave merchants. The trifling fief of a chevalier and an aristocratic title of the Morince Empire weren't even worth 1/10,000th of the miracle city. In fact, you don't have a choice. The Morince Empire has millions of regular troops and hundreds of main divisions. Tens of thousands of firmament knights, over 1,000 star knights, over 300 great wizards, over 30 archwizards serve the Morince Empire. What about your miracle city? According to our intelligence, there are only 2,000 human warriors and 800 half-blood warriors in the miracle city. Of the 2,800 warriors, only the 200 royal guards of the Aman Principality are considered to be elites. The rest is but a rabble. There's only one true powerhouse, who is you, Great Wizard Ian. However, do you, a trifling great wizard, want contend against the over 300 great wizards and over 30 archwizards of the Morince Empire? Your best course of action is to join the Morince Empire and become a noble aristocratic great wizard. Otherwise, you'll have to flee to the end of the world or be reduced to a prisoner once the army of the Morince Empire reaches your doorstep. These are the two options you have. With a graceful smile, Edith flatly threatened Yang Feng. The mighty Morince Empire was Edith's backer. Millions of regular troops, tens of thousands of firmament knights, over 1,000 star knights, over 300 great wizards, and over 30 archwizards, this was the foundation of the Morince Empire. Additionally, what Edith had yet to mention was that there were still countless experts in the different temples of the Morince Empire. If the apologetic, archbishop, cardinal, and pope rank powerhouses of the temples were also considered, the number of experts would increase by a fold. Besides, there were still numerous greater aristocrats in the Morince Empire. These greater aristocrats had their own private troops and supported numerous experts. If the forces of the greater aristocrats were also considered, then the Morince Empire would only be stronger. That does sound impressive and all. However, how many of them can you really mobilize and send to the Red Earth Wasteland? The territory of the Morince Empire is extremely vast, and the main divisions are scattered about in order to deter foreign forces and internal fractions. At most, you can mobilize and send here under 30,000 troops. As for wizards, I'm a person of the Temple of the Weave Goddess. I don't think that legend wizards would act against me. As for the other wizards, most of them are reluctant to fight me. Although the Morince Empire is extremely powerful. However, once your warriors enter the Red Earth Wasteland, they'll never return. Once you lose a few times and over 100,000 of your warriors die, the Morince Empire will likely leave my miracle city alone, said Yang Feng with a faint smile. Edith inquired, "Over 100,000 of warriors? Are you sure that your miracle city can withstand the offensive of the Morince Empire? On what grounds?" Yang Feng replied with a smile. "With me here, unless gods personally intervene, the miracle city won't be breached, although the gods didn't intervene often on the Feisua plain. However, there had been cases of gods meting out divine punishment and destroying forces that provoked them. Yang Feng had already built the Temple of the Weave Goddess in the miracle city. Under the protection of the Weave Goddess, if he didn't do anything heinous or profane the gods, it was basically impossible for the gods to mete out divine punishment and destroy the miracle city. Of course, if the Morince Empire sent an army to attack the miracle city, the Weave Goddess wouldn't intervene to rescue Yang Feng either. The secular affairs were to be handled by the secular world and the churches, This was one of the treaties signed by the gods of the Feisuo Plain over 100,000 years ago. Over 100,000 years ago, during the Battle of Gods, the true bodies and clones of gods wantonly killed enemy believers. The majority of races were nearly slaughtered. Ordinary beings couldn't withstand a single blow from the gods, and even legend-rank powerhouses were just a bit stronger cannon fodder. Seeing the devastation of the Feisuo Plain, the gods weakened by the battle reached a series of treaties that restrained them from personally intervening at will. After the gods stopped intervening in person, although the Feisuo Plain was still flooded by war, the population of the various races recovered rapidly. Very few gods died due to this treaty, which in turn strengthened the standing of the treaty. Knowing that the gods generally wouldn't intervene in person, Yang Feng boldly and confidently established the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland. Edith said with a smile, "Interesting, Master Ian. I'm looking forward to your performance. I'm just a representative of the Morance Empire and had to make a trip here. Personally, I admire you very much. After all, to establish a city in the Red Earth Wasteland is really a miracle. If you are defeated by the Empire, you can come to the Hansen family to seek refuge with me. I can build you a magic tower and let you continue to study magic." Magic towers of the Feisuo Plain were very similar to warlock towers of the Zhangji Plain. Of course, warlock towers of the Zhangji Plain were more powerful. On the Zhangji Plain, a Starry Sky warlock could even suppress a god by relying on the power of a warlock tower. On the Feisuo Plain, however, magic towers weren't that powerful. Update.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Yang Feng smiled faintly, saying, "Thank you. However, I don't think that this day will ever come." At this moment, Lena came in. She was slightly taken aback upon seeing Edith. It was her first time to see such a handsome, nearly flawless man. Lena came to Yang Feng and said in a low voice, "Master, the emissary of the Titan Empire is here to see you." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "The emissary of the Titan Empire is here, too? Let them in." Lena retreated respectfully. "Yes, master." Shortly after, an exceptionally beautiful girl dressed in a silver dress, with glistening blonde hair, a tall figure, jade-like fair skin, delicate and beautiful facial features, and pretty and emotive eyes came over with a bright smile. When the exceptionally beautiful girl dressed in a silver dress entered the room, the whole room seemed to turn brighter, and all eyes gathered on her. "Edith, so you're the emissary of the Morance Empire. Great! I was dying to see you." When the exceptionally beautiful girl dressed in a silver dress saw Edith, her eyes shone strangely. Then she fell into Edith's embrace and smiled enchantingly, not caring about the surrounding people. "Faldina, my sweetheart, my baby, fate brought us together again. I will never let go of you and let you leave me." Edith said sweet words and kissed the exceptionally beautiful girl on the cheek. Yang Feng coughed softly and said faintly, "Ms. Faldina, could you please tell me what brought you here?" Faldina said carelessly, "Nothing much. The Titan Empire wants you to hand over the Miracle City. Ian, this land belongs to us. Since you build the Miracle City here, then it belongs to the Titan Empire. You won't live much longer if you don't hand it over. I said what I had to say. Now it's up to you to decide what to do." Yang Feng sighed in secret. This is the arrogance of a big state. The Titan Empire was more domineering than the Morance Empire. It wanted to swallow the Miracle City without giving Yang Feng any benefits in return. Ultimately, Yang Feng's strength and background were too weak. The Titan Empire and the Morance Empire looked down on Yang Feng. Freewebnovel.cm. Edith said with a gentle smile while embracing Faldina, "It seems that the offer of the Morance Empire is slightly better. Master Ian, won't you reconsider?" Yang Feng replied indifferently, "Please give me a few months to think it over." Edith shook his head lightly and said with a smile, "You want to stall for time? It's no use. If you don't give us an answer within 10 days, the Hunting Fang Corps of the Morance Empire will enter the Red Earth Wasteland and launch an attack on the Miracle City." Yang Feng sighed softly, saying, "In this case, it is a pity that the Hunting Fang Corps of the Morance Empire will soon disappear from the roster of your empire." Edith replied with a soft smile, Then I'll wait and see how you will make the Hunting Fong Corps disappear, Master Ian. Chapter 239 The Hunting Fong Corps. Chapter 239 The Hunting Fong Corps. Translator, Zayamoj. After receiving the ultimatum of the Morince Empire, Yang Feng immediately carried out a general mobilization in the Miracle City. In the Miracle City, there was a 2,800-strong standing army. In this army, the most elite troop was a 1,000-strong cavalry established by the royal guards of the Aman Principality. Yang Feng spared no effort to teach the 2,800 warriors the martial art Star Qi that could be cultivated until the legend rank. After cultivating the Star Qi, the strength of the 2,800 warriors increased greatly. However, the number of people who broke through to the knight rank didn't reach 300. In addition to the 2,800 warrior, Yang Feng still recruited 10,000 slave warriors, who were responsible for some auxiliary work in order to free up the 2,800 warriors. The Morince Empire claimed to have millions of regular troops. In fact, the various auxiliary troops were at least half of all the troops. The genuine troops only numbered about 2 million people. The 2 million troops were scattered all over to deter the greater aristocrats. Only tens of thousands of warriors could be mobilized. The preparations are ready. Now I have to deal with the wizards of the Hunting Fong Corps. After finishing the war preparations, Yang Feng stood atop the Miracle City's city wall and looked profoundly in the direction of the Morince Empire. His figure shook and he disappeared. The Red Earth City was located at the junction of the Morince Empire and the Red Earth Wasteland, and it was established by the Morince Empire to defend against the flow of goblins, bugbears, ogres, and other bandits coming from the Red Earth City. There were usually only 3,000 troops stationed in the city. Now, however, it was turned into a huge fortress with 20,000 regular troops and 40,000 auxiliary troops. Because of the presence of the 60,000 human warriors, the Red Earth City became bustling almost overnight. Numerous merchants entered the Red Earth City to sell their goods to the warriors. At the same time, many prostitutes gathered in the city to do business with the warriors. Night fell and darkness covered the land. In the Red Earth City, the brothels were brightly lit with people going to and fro. It was very bustling. Many generals of the Hunting Fong Corps began to linger about the brothels, indulging in sensual pleasures. There were only 2,800 warriors and just a single powerhouse, a great wizard, in the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland. In the Hunting Fong Corps, the regular troops numbered over 20,000 people, great wizards numbered 10 people, and there was even an archwizard. It was impossible for such a powerful army to be defeated by the troops of the Miracle City. My Miracle City is being looked down on. However, this is also good. In the Red Earth City, in a room of a tavern, Yang Feng leaned against the window and looked at the very bustling red light district with a faint smile. Under the cover of the darkness, nobody noticed mechanical ants easily crawl into the logistics department of the Hunting Fong Corps, bite through buckets of water, and crawl inside. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. The defense is really lax. Unfortunately, such tactics cannot be used casually. Otherwise, once I'm seen through, I will have one less trump card. Poison couldn't be used frequently. Otherwise, once it was seen through, it would be very easy to defend against. By assigning a few wizards to protect the provisions and water, and by setting up layers upon layers of defensive magic arrays, the provisions and water could be defended without leaving any loopholes. After the preparations were completed, Yang Feng looked profoundly in the direction of the Morince Empire for a while, and a chilly glint flashed past the depths of his eyes. 10 days passed in the blink on an eye, and there was no answer from Yang Feng. The Hunting Fong Corps stationed in the Red Earth City moved out boldly. The entire army advanced to the Red Earth Wasteland. Numerous merchants followed in convoys of different sizes in order to supply the army with provisions and water. This chapter is updated by fruubavel.cm. In the Red Earth Wasteland, what lacked the most were provisions and water. The amount of water and food consumed by tens of thousands of people every day in the Red Earth Wasteland was astronomical. After 15 days of marching in the Red Earth Wasteland, the Hunting Fong Corps finally saw the Miracle City hidden deep in the Red Earth Wasteland. The climate here is really dry. My skin, dried by the sun, feels really uncomfortable. Surrounded by many generals of the Hunting Fong Corps, A young man dressed in commander uniform looked at his hands and complained. The young man had red lips, pearl-white teeth, and peerless looks. He was more beautiful than a woman. The generals of the Hunting Fong Corps looked at the man who was more beautiful than a woman, and a glint of disgust swept past the depths of their eyes. The man more beautiful than a woman was named Amadeo. He was the new commander of the Hunting Fong Corps and the favorite subordinate of the Emperor of the Morince Empire. This time, the Emperor appointed his favorite subordinate to be the commander of the Hunting Fong Corps in order for Amadeo to gain great military merit, and to promote the beautiful man. Amadeo wiped his lips with a wet towel in order to moisten them, and then commanded gracefully, "Fred, I'll give you 3 days' time. In 3 days, if you haven't taken the city, then you don't need to come back." Fred was the former commander of the Hunting Fong Corps. Due to a minor mistake, the Emperor demoted him to the vice-commander and had him assist Amadeo. He was the real backbone of the Hunting Fong Corps. Amadeo was very cunning. Knowing that he wasn't good at military affairs, let alone at fighting, he very cleverly gave Fred military command. In this way, he would get the credit if Fred succeeded and would avoid responsibility if Fred failed. Fred took a step forward and replied, "Yes." Fred came up to a wizard with white hair and wizened facial features and said respectfully, "Master Pagos, please have the wizard squad suppress Master Ian." Master Pagos was the leader of a wizard squad formed of 10 great wizards and 100 official wizards, and was a very powerful archwizard. The destructive power of archwizards on the battlefield was extremely frightening, and the might of their spells was comparable to the spells conjured by level 3 warlocks. One misstep and even level 3 warlocks could be bombarded to death by archwizards. On the Feisua Plain, no matter where they went, such powerhouses would command respect. Pagos said haughtily, "A trifling great wizard. He'll die if he dares to show up." They went out. They actually went out of the city. Do they want to die? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the Hunting Fong Corps. The generals of the Hunting Fong Corps were surprised to find that 1,000 cavalrymen came out of the Miracle City, arrayed, and gradually broke out into a charge. When Pagos saw this, he sneered and said in contempt, "A bunch of fools! Fred, it seems that there's no need for the wizard squad to act." "That's right, these fools. Our Hunting Fong Corps will mop the floor with them." Fred smiled scornfully and ordered coldly, "Peso Kata, go smash them. Show these fucking slaves the strength of the Hunting Fong Corps." "Yes." 2 valiant generals with Sky Knight cultivation base took a step forwards and replied in unison. Before long, the 2 generals each led 1,000 cavalrymen in a charge from 2 directions towards the 1,000 cavalrymen commanded by Yang Feng. Peso and Kata looked at Yang Feng and his cavalry getting closer and, as if seeing Yang Feng being beheaded, revealed a sardonic smile. Their warhorses were first class, their equipment was excellent, far better than the equipment forged in common principalities, and their warriors were well-trained, experienced regular troops. There was no way they would be defeated. Weakness. When the distance between the both sides was less than 300 meters, Yang Feng suddenly raised his sword, pointed at Peso and Kata, and barked. The 2 Sky Knights suddenly felt a sharp pain in their bellies. They cried out, spouted a large mouthful of blood, and fell from their horses. The cavalrymen commanded by Peso and Kata also felt a sharp pain in their belly. A black aura overtook their hearts, and they screamed and fell from their horses. With just a sword move, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the Hunting Fong Corps fell to the ground like reaped wheat and cried in pain. The generals of the Hunting Fong Corps were dumbstruck and couldn't believe their eyes. "What sorcery is this? Master Pagos, protect me. You have to protect me." When Amadeo saw this, his petite body trembled and fear filled his eyes, and he hid behind the archwizard Pagos and screamed like a woman. The generals of the Hunting Fong Corps glanced at Amadeo with contempt in their eyes. Yang Feng, as if aided by a god, charged straight at the Hunting Fong Corps with the 1,000 cavalrymen. Fred kept deploying troops to block in front of Yang Feng. As long as Yang Feng pointed with his sword, the troops would spit out blood and fall to the ground, unable to stop Yang Feng at all. Pagos looked carefully for a while. Then his face turned ashen and he said coldly, "It's poison! These cheap slaves poisoned our warriors." Amadeo trembled and shouted with an ashen face, "Poison! Fuck! Am I poisoned? Master Pagos, you have to save me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Pagos silently recited an incantation, conjured the spell Detect Poison, and a gray magic radiance covered the many generals of the Hunting Fong Corps. Chapter 240 Defeating the Hunting Fong Corps. Chapter 240 Defeating the Hunting Fong Corps. Translator, Zayamoch. Black aura overtook the faces of the generals of the Hunting Fong Corps as well as the wizards. Everyone was appalled when they saw this. Fuck! I'm poisoned. We are poisoned. When did it happen? Fuck! When was it? When were we poisoned? The generals of the Hunting Fong Corps looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with dismay, and they commented full of fear. Amadeo took out a bronze mirror, looked at it for a while and screamed, "My face, no, my face! How did it come to this?" Amadeo won the favor of the emperor with his peerless looks. If his face was no longer beautiful, the emperor would no longer favor him. Amadeo held an arm of Master Pagos and implored loudly, "Master Pagos, save me! Save me! When I return to the imperial capital, I'll make sure that His Majesty rewards you handsomely. Don't panic. This poison isn't irrevocable. Before Pagos could finish speaking, Yang Feng looked at him with a faint sense of amusement. A sharp pain surged inside Pagos. He couldn't help but to spout a big mouthful of blood, and crumpled to the ground, unable to move. The spirit of wizards was strong, but their bodies were really weak. When poisoned by Yang Feng, so long as Yang Feng didn't give them time to cast spells, they would have no resistance at all. The generals of the Hunting Fong Corps spat mouthfuls of blood, and the banner they stood for toppled over. The Hunting Fong Corps collapsed, and tens of thousands of warriors fled in helter-skelter. Many of the warriors spat blood and crumpled to the ground halfway, unable to move. 8,000 slave warriors gushed out from the Miracle City and rushed at the remnants of the Hunting Fong Corps. Although the 8,000 slave warriors couldn't fight head-on battles, but they were rather good at catching captives. Apart from a portion of the warriors that went all out and escaped into the depths of the Red Earth wasteland, the rest of the warriors of the Hunting Fong Corps were captured alive by the slave warriors. A few hours later, Yang Feng led the 1,000 cavalrymen into the Miracle City unhurriedly. In the Miracle City, both sides of the road were filled with slaves bought by Yang Feng. Justice will prevail. The Miracle City will prevail. When he entered the Miracle City, Yang Feng raised his sword and shouted, "Justice will prevail. The Miracle City will prevail. Long live Master Ian! Long live Master Ian!" Bursts of heaven-shaking cheers came from the Miracle City, as the slaves looked at Yang Feng with admiration in their eyes. With the strength of 1,000 cavalrymen, he pierced through tens of thousands of troops of the Hunting Fong Corps and made it collapse. Only the heroes with extraordinary courage of legends, who received the blessing of gods, could accomplish such a feat. From amid the zealous cheers, Yang Feng felt a little bit of faith power gather on his body. Apparently, after the battle, his prestige in the Miracle City increased greatly. Nighttime. In the prison of the Miracle City. In the huge prison, there were more than 100 wizards. The more than 100 wizards had frightening strength, and they could easily destroy a 2,000-strong army by using magic alone. Unfortunately, because they were poisoned by Yang Feng, they were captured before displaying their strength. Yang Feng, followed by Babu as well as 10 Oxman half-blood beastman experts, walked slowly into the prison. Seeing Yang Feng walk over, the over 100 wizards revealed looks of enmity. Yang Feng swept the more than 100 wizards with a look and said faintly, "I am Master Ian, the master of the Miracle City. I am here to recruit you. Those who are willing to serve me stand on the left side, and those who are unwilling can stay where they are or stand on the right side." The over 100 wizards stared at Yang Feng with ridicule in their eyes. They were respected wizards, so how could they be willing to vow loyalty to a wandering wizard like Yang Feng, who had no background and had an unstable foundation, and who offended the Morince Empire? Yang Feng waited for a while, Seeing that no wizard had moved, he clapped his hands. Babu stepped forward, drew a long blade, pointed at a wizard, and asked in a low, muffled voice, Are you willing to serve my master? The wizard spat out a mouthful of saliva and said proudly, Tui, you cheap slaves. If you're unwilling, then die. Babu's eyes were cold. He stepped forward and slashed off the head of the wizard, following which blood sprayed out of the cell and sprinkled on the ground. The over 100 wizards were taken aback slightly when they saw this, and then fear welled up in their eyes. They were noble wizards. No matter where they went, they would receive the respect of countless people. Even if they were captured, many people would entertain them with delicious food and beverages and wait for their masters to redeem them. Yet now, a noble wizard had his head slashed off by a lowly half-blood beastman slave, which was inconceivable. The complexion of a wizard changed greatly, and he roared, Ian, have you gone mad? We are noble wizards, yet you had a half-blood beastman slave kill Camacho. If the spread's outside, no wizard will ever side with you. The wizards of the entire Feisua Plain will be your enemies. Yang Feng played it down. This won't spread outside if all of you die here, right? The over 100 wizards felt a chill in their hearts when they heard that. A wizard suddenly shouted, I am willing to pay a ransom of 100,000 gold coins. No, 1 million gold coins. I am willing to pay a ransom. Please spare my life and give me back my freedom. This content is taken from fgariebnovel.com. Wizards were by far richer than ordinary people. But even so, 1 million gold coins was not a small sum for a wizard. Usually, 1 million was enough to redeem a wizard. Yang Feng shook his head somewhat regretfully and said, Unfortunately, what I lack isn't money, but wizards. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, you have only 2 options. Death or servitude. Babu pointed his blade at another wizard and asked in a low, muffled voice, Are you willing to serve my master? The wizard hesitated. Without hesitation, Babu slashed with his blade and beheaded the wizard. If you're unwilling, then die. Seeing the headless body of the wizard, the hearts of the wizards turned cold and were overtook by fear. Babu pointed at another wizard with his blade and asked in a low, muffled voice, Are you willing to serve my master? The complexion of the wizard changed greatly. He immediately went to stand on the left side and shouted, I'm willing. Don't kill me. Under the threat of death, the hesitating noble wizards went to stand on the left side grudgingly. A dozen wizards who were unwilling to surrender were beheaded by Babu. Soon there was only Pagos. Pagos asked solemnly, Ian, if I'm unwilling to serve, will you also kill me? Yang Feng replied resolutely, That's right. Pagos stressed each syllable, saying, We are all followers of the Weave Goddess. By killing us, aren't you afraid that the Weave Goddess will get angry? Yang Feng sneered, This is a city that belongs to the goddess. You, who are wizards, dared to attack a city sheltered by the goddess. I already gave you face by not burning you on the stake like heretics. freewebnovel.com. The wizards shivered, only to feel the air turn colder. Burning someone on the stake was even crueler than beheading them. Pagos was choked into silence. After a long while, he finally gave a long sigh, saying, All right, I'm willing to serve you. Don't resist. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew out and stabbed towards the arms of the wizards. The complexions of the wizards changed slightly, but after looking at the bodies, they kept their mouths shut and let the vials prick their arms. After the wizards were injected with the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, Yang Feng snapped his fingers. The wizards felt their bodies ache, and they spat out a black liquid, which exuded a fishy stench. After spitting out the black liquid, the wizards immediately felt much refreshed. Yang Feng said faintly, This potion can dispel the poison in your bodies. Simultaneously, it can strengthen your physical aptitudes. However, the potion will kill you once you have the intent to betray me. I hope that you will take my warning to heart and don't do anything silly. When they heard that, the complexions of the wizards changed suddenly and they turned quiet. The mysteries of magic were boundless, and many potions had very mystical abilities. Potions that could control a person weren't rare. Yang Feng clapped his hands. Shortly after, Lina entered with a dozen maidservants and bowed to Yang Feng. "Master, what are your instructions?" Yang Feng pointed at the close to 100 official wizards and said faintly, "Take these noble wizards away and settle them down." After bowing to Yang Feng, Lina turned to the wizards and said, "Yes, master. Sir Wizards, please follow me." The wizards looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and followed Lina outside. Yang Feng turned, walked to the depths of the prison, and pushed open a door. Behind the door sat a man, a very beautiful man. It was Amadeo. Indeed, a man who is more beautiful than a woman. When Yang Feng entered the room and saw Amadeo, his eyes lit up slightly and he praised. When Amadeo saw Yang Feng, his face changed slightly and he asked, "Who are you?" Yang Feng smiled lightly and said, "I am Ian, the master of the city." "Commander Amadeo, have you gotten used to living here?" As if a woman, Amadeo shouted somewhat nervously. "Not at all. It's so dirty and smelly here. Besides, there's no carpet, no wine, no incense. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. Let me go. I'll pay a ransom. Is 1 million gold coins enough?" Yang Feng said straightforwardly, "Okay, I will let you go. I hope that you'll send over your ransom of 1 million gold coins after you leave." Amadeo was a little taken aback and then asked, "You'll let me go just like that?" Yang Feng replied, "That's right. There are too many bandits outside, so it may be dangerous for you to go alone. You can choose 10 of your most trusted guards to escort you out of here. We'll prepare enough water and food for you. I'm going to lead my army to attack the Red Earth City, so please make a detour as much as possible." Amadeo asked suspiciously, "What are you up to?" Yang Feng replied faintly, "The Morince Empire is powerful, so the Miracle City can't afford to lose. Maybe one day I will need Sir Amadeo to put in a good word for me with His Majesty." Amadeo's eyes flickered and he revealed a smile. "Okay, before His Majesty, my words still carry some weight. If the time comes, I will certainly put in a good word for you." After the negotiations were finished, Yang Feng immediately released Amadeo and the dozen guards he selected, and gave him enough water and food. Looking at Amadeo's departing figure, Clive hesitated for a moment, and then asked Yang Feng, "Sir, there's something I don't understand." With great difficulty we captured Amadeo, who is the commander of the Hunting Fangs Corps, and now we released him. Isn't that too wasteful? Yang Feng suddenly asked, "What do you think of Amadeo?" Clive answered scornfully, "He's a good-for-nothing. The Emperor of the Morince Empire must be blind to have him act as the commander." Yang Feng replied with a faint smile, "He isn't a good-for-nothing. Including him, there was a total of 13 men whom the Emperor of the Morince Empire fancied. In the end, he was the only one who survived. The ministers who opposed him died in a 5-year period. Only Casimiro, the Prime Minister of the Morince Empire, remains alive. Tell me, do you think that he's a simple character?" Clive immediately inhaled a breath of cold air, and shock overcame his eyes. In his eyes, Amadeo was just a prostitute. For a prostitute to bury ministers of the Morince Empire, Amadeo had to be quite capable in court struggles. Yang Feng said meaningfully, "We can't kill such people. More than that, we have to protect them as much as possible. The Morince Empire is a giant tree. Without these vermin, we'll have a hard time contending against it." Clive was silent for a long time before nodding resolutely. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.